Well, good morning and welcome to Emirates Riverside for day one of the Bob Willis Trophy match between Lancashire and Durham. Scott Reed is alongside me. Scott, what an absolutely glorious day for it.
Morning, Luke. Morning, everybody. Yeah, beautiful, isn't it? Absolutely picture perfect day for it. It's always a beautiful venue to come watch cricket. It's a shame there's obviously nobody inside the ground again today, but a beautiful venue, great setup, and well, and a significant game for both teams really, because obviously both on the end of defeats in the opening round.
Yeah, like you say, obviously a great game at Leicester last week. Unfortunately, you know, the Red Rose on the wrong side of it, but there was positives sort of to be taken from that.
Yeah, I thought first and foremost it was a fantastic game of cricket, wasn't it? And to see cricket back, yes, slightly differently, and we're having to get used to doing things slightly differently at the minute, but to see it back and to see such a good game of cricket being played as well was really enjoyable. And Lancashire, with 3 debutants in their team, young guys who I thought did really well on debut, and it was a very, very close game of cricket in the end. I'm sure that having had one competitive game under their belt, I'm sure they'll be raring to go for this one now.
Like you say, there's 3 first-class debutants, the first time since I think it was 2005 that's happened, but welcome back a few of the more experienced heads today. That's undoubtedly going to bolster the side, isn't it?
It is. I thought the lads did really well. I thought Tom Hartley, Ed Moulton, George Balderson on debut were excellent. And bearing in mind, you often get 1 or maybe 2 making the debut, but when you've got 3, and all 3 of them having to play a significant role with the ball right at the top, in support of the experienced Tom Bailey, I thought they were excellent. But great to see Richard Gleeson, to see Liam Livingston, Luke Wood in the squad as well. I'm sure Richard and Liam will be chomping at the bit because they've been in this biosecure bubble with England for a wee while now, haven't they? And I guess to try and play some competitive cricket, I bet they're absolutely itching to get going. And
we've got a great 4 days in store, haven't we? How do you see it going?
Yeah, Durham obviously lost their opening game against Yorkshire, so a significant game for them, having lost the first one. I think Lancashire are a strong team. On paper and on the field, they're a strong team. But when you lose your first game, it does put a wee bit of pressure on the next one. And bearing in mind there's only 4 group games remaining, starting here today, there's just a little bit of pressure on them to try and respond to last week. But I'm expecting a good game of cricket.
Thanks, Scott, and thanks, everyone. Live coverage starts from this one at about 5 to 11 over on the Lancashire Cricket website.
It's Rushworth there, who I spoke to following that Yorkshire match. There is no Graham Onions for Lancashire, or indeed Saqib Mahmood, who was come back after playing for England against Ireland in the one-day series. Durham have made a couple of changes. They've won the toss. They're going to bat. They look like this: Alex Lees, Sean Dixon, Cameron Steele, David Beddingham, Gareth Hart, Jack Burnham, Ned Eckersley, Ben Rain. Matt Salisbury comes in for Matty Potts, and Bryden Coss returns in place of Paul Coghlan, and the lineup's completed by Chris Rushworth. Lancashire then, the former Durham man, Keaton Jennings, Alex Davies, Josh Bohannon, Rob Jones, Dane Villas, Stephen Croft, George Balderson, who made his debut last week, Luke Wood making his debut for Lancashire, having joined them from Notts in the winter, Tom Bailey, Liam Hurt, who actually made his one-day debut while on loan for Leicestershire back in 2015 against Durham, and was on the end of quite a heavy defeat that day as Durham racked up one of their highest one-day scores. The others in the team: Richard Gleeson and Liam Livingston. And that concludes your roundup there. The umpires are heading out into the middle, and they are Neil Mallender, who did the Durham friendly at Yorkshire a couple of weeks ago, and Neil Pratt, who was here last week with Graham Lloyd officiating on that match between Durham and Yorkshire in the Bob Willis Trophy here. Neil Pratt is from the North Yorkshire South Durham League. He's done quite a few second team matches in recent years, Kia Women's Super League last year as well, so he is out in the middle too. And I was going to try and bring you the James Franklin interview, but quite frankly we have run out of time. So we did have clips played last night on Total Sport on BBC Newcastle and BBC Tees and in the bulletins this morning. We're ready to get underway then, and looking forward to this one. Scott Reed will be along with me in a moment from BBC Radio Lancashire. Martin Emerson with you here as well. As ever, if you want to get in touch, it's at Marty Cricket on Twitter, or it's weircricket@yahoo.co.uk. W-E-A-R, the river Weir runs across this land and skirts the boundary of the stadium. And at one time, that was how we brought you the Durham commentaries on the BBC Weir website, hence the name of that email address. So we're ready to rocking and rolling, and it's a beautiful day here, really sunny. There's a little bit of a breeze, which is just taking the temperature down a tad or two, but I would say it's about right, because 20's plenty. Anything more than that is a waste of heat, and quite frankly, I feel sorry for the people in the south today. And wear your factor 50 if you're out and about today. In a huge deck chair across the right-hand side of the ground, eastern side of the ground, with his back to the east stand, is Victor Main in his shorts and his t-shirt, the Durham groundsman with his sunglasses on. And we are ready to get underway here, and it is going to be Tom Bailey bowling to Alex Lees with Sean Dixon at the non-striker's end. And that was a leg-side-ish delivery to get underway, and Lees leans into it and plays it to square leg. So both sides looking to get a win on the board after disappointments last week. Durham were really not at the races in their first innings against Yorkshire, all out for 103. They fought back in the second innings, and 136-run partnership from David Beddingham and Lees, but when Beddingham fell and then Lees fell to the new ball from Matthew Fisher, they just crumbled. They lost 4 players in a row for a duck after that. In comes the bowler again, Bailey, and that's played off towards the covers. That is a dot ball. Good morning, Scott.
Good morning, Martin. Good morning, everybody. Great to be here. Lovely weather for it, as you described, Martin. And, well, an important game for both teams, having lost their opening match.
Given there's only 5 group matches,
Yes.
there's quite a lot of pressure suddenly on everybody, isn't there, when you lose your first match?
There's not much margin for error now, is there, really?
Not really. Bailey comes in again and bowls to Lees, who tries to drive at that one. It's gone into the keeper's gloves. Well, that was an expansive drive from around about off stump. He played and missed that one. 6,178 first-class runs, Alex Lees. 1,600s, including 106 against Yorkshire, his former team, last week. Sean Dixon at the other end, 3,761. And he holds the second highest score in Kent history, 318 against Northampton Beckenham in 2017. Bailey again to Lees. Lees bat raised, leaves that one just outside the off stump. And Tom Bailey got reams and reams of player details here.
Very impressive.
29 years old, from Preston, How many of these players went to Myerscough College, by the way? Or they might call it Myerscough in that area. I had a neighbour called Mark Myerscough, and his family was somehow linked to that area. We did once go to the pub next door to the college and got a free beer as well, which was very generous of the landlord. 197 wickets for Tom Bailey, so he's looking to approach the 200 mark in this game in first-class cricket. He bowls here to Lees again. The news has just begun on BBC Radio Newcastle, so I'll be doing an update there shortly. Derek says, have a great day. Thank you, Derek. Last ball of the over. Lees leaves it. And that is the end of the first over, which is a maiden. Luke Wood, I think, is going to bowl from the Lumley end. No, he's not, is he? He looked like he was. Now he's grabbed his cap and he's running off down towards long on. Now is he just dumping the cap up over the boundary rope and he's going to come back and mark out his run? It looks like he is. Liam Hurt's currently polishing the ball. So Luke Wood, then 25 now, born in Sheffield. He was with Nottinghamshire from 2014 to 2019, loaned to Worcestershire in 2018 and Northants last year, formerly with England under 19s. 41st first-class match. His best bowling's 5 for 40. He's taken 96 wickets, so 4 for him to a milestone. Best figures 5 for 40 knots against Cambridge Uni. Best championship bowling, 5 for 67 knots against Yorkshire and Scarbados last year. We're just starting the second over of the day here in beautiful sunshine in Chesley Street. Durham have won the toss and they've decided to have a bat. They lost their opening game last week to Yorkshire, whereas Lancashire were beaten by Leicestershire, so both looking to try and get to winning ways in this one. Bryden Carse is making his seasonal debut for Durham, and Matt Salisbury has been brought in for this game as well, so Matty Potts and Paul Coghlan miss out. Luke Wood, who's bowling from the Lumley end at the moment, is making his debut for Lancashire following his move from Notts. Richard Gleeson and Liam Livingston are back from England duty as well. There's commentary on the BBC website and via the Sports app, and Durham so far have got 1 run on the board. Wood in again there, bowls, so the first ball went for a single. And the second is defended by Alex Lees. Paul Wilson has emailed, greetings from a sun-kissed, sizzling Costerdale Hartlepool. Have fun. Sizzling today. Wood in again, bowls. Left arm over. Oh, that's gone underneath gully and away for a single to Alex Lees.
Sizzling Hartlepool, yeah. Sounds lovely.
Did you drive up last night then, did you?
I did, I came up late last night. I
couldn't work out what your plan was, right, so...
Yeah, I was just... you
couldn't make your mind up,
I couldn't, no, and in the end, I didn't get anything booked until about 6 o'clock last night, and then I left about 8.
Right.
So yeah, I came up late last night.
Yeah. Wood up to the stumps and bowls. Oh, Dixon plays and misses at one just outside the line of off stump there. I thought he had a little tickle there.
Yeah, it's a terrific delivery from Luke Wood, who couldn't play last week. Well, he could have played. It wasn't like he wasn't unavailable, but he just had a little back injury. I think a little bit of a fitness problem, rather, for Luke Wood, which is the reason why he wasn't involved in that game against Leicestershire. And Graham Onions has been suffering from a back spasm over the last week or so.
Yeah. Wood again bowls, left alone outside the off stump. Now I've tried to get this the live feed on the Durham match centre here, and it's a scorecard. Doesn't seem to have the video footage of it. Why would that be?
Yes, it's a rather, if you can find it, I think it's on...
It's on the Lancashire site then.
It's on the Lancashire side. I'm sure it would, because Leicester should put it on their site last week as well.
2 balls left. Wood to Dixon. Dixon up on his toes, fends that one away, off towards mid-off. In fact, the scoreboard's a ball behind, so that is the end of the over. I'm going to check and find out where it is, because we need to know these things so we can point people in the right direction.
Yes, there's lots of different ways to access coverage of this game. The live stream, which Martin's searching for on Durham's website and on Lancashire's website, and it's full production again. The team that were in place at New Road last week put together a fantastic 4 days coverage of that opening fixture, as Bailey comes in and balls to Lees, who pushes back down the pitch, and there's no run. It's like a multi-camera setup. It's all very snazzy, all very impressive. And there's coverage on
I do have to say, having a camera pointing at us,
yes,
means we've got to behave ourselves for 4 days.
Yeah. You need, at least you've combed your hair a little bit. Could probably done with a smarter jumper, but
yeah. Well, I didn't know it was going to be there, did I?
Sorry. Bailey, right arm over the wicket. It's dropped into the offside, and there is no run. So yes, that's all on Lancashire's website, and I think somewhere on Durham's website there must be a link to the stream.
Well, I'm trying to find out where it is. So
okay.
If anyone's found it, let us know, because I've been sending people in the wrong direction by the looks of things.
And then across the BBC Sport website and app as well. So if you can't sit and watch it all day and watch the pictures and you're out and about today, you can take us with you via the BBC Sport website and app. Just download that to your tablet, to your mobile phone, or whatever it is. Bailey in again. As Dixon just tries to work the ball into the onside, but there's no run.
Oh, Daryl Mitchell caught Cook, bowled Hogan. Worcestershire none for 1 in the first over.
Ooh, cranky.
Daryl Mitchell, one of 3 victims of Chris Rushworth, who's been out to him 8 times on his way to his 500th first-class wickets. The others being Sam Robson and Ben Brown.
Three slips: gully, point, mid-off, mid-on, square leg and long leg. Bailey bowling, and that's clattered away through the offside, but Bohannon does well actually at point to get across the ground and stop that one-handed low down to his left-hand side, and there's no run.
Right, rather than being in match centre, it's in news and media this week. There you go.
Have to search for it. Do a little bit of digging on the website. Yeah, you should be able to find it.
So I'll have to link to that instead now.
There's Bailey. 2 balls left of his second over. Forward goes Lees and just pushes it up to mid-off. There is no run, fielded by Liam Hurt, who's making just his second first-class appearance for Lancashire. He played in the final game of last season at Leicestershire. 1 of 4 changes made by Lancashire for this game. They've been boosted by the return of a couple of guys from international duty. Bailey, and again a fullish ball, and Lees nicely into it and pushing up to Liam Hurt at mid-off, but for no run. That completes Bailey's second over of the morning. 3 of the Durham first innings. A maiden from Tom Bailey. 2 overs, 2 maidens for the Lancashire seamer. And Durham are 2 without loss. Yes, Richard Gleeson and Liam Livingston are the 2 guys that have been, well, they've not done a great deal really, because they've been in this biosecure bubble, but neither of them have played a one-day international. albeit I think Liam Livingston came on the field to do a bit of fielding in the last one-day international, but I guess they're both itching to have a go.
Here's Wood, Lumley end, bowling to Dixon, angles across him, he leaves it alone.
Yeah, so both those players have been away with England for they've been cocooned at the Aegeus Bowl for about a month in this biosecure bubble, but have been released to play in this game. Livingston and Gleeson, and Wood making his debut as well. Part of the 4 changes that Lancashire have made to their team after a defeat in a really good game of cricket against Leicestershire.
In comes the bowler. Oh, that's into the pads. It's worth a shout, and everybody's screaming. I've never seen Keaton Jennings as animated as that in my life. He's bouncing up and down there at first slip.
Ah, he fancied that one, didn't
I think he's burst a blood vessel there. What on earth? Well, the answer to that polite inquiry is not out. So, what more can you say?
Oh, it was enthusiastic, that, wasn't it? Just getting the juices going, I think. Keaton Jennings and Alex Davis, they were just getting themselves involved, up and down, bouncing up and down, pleading with the umpire.
It's a tad on the chilly side with these windows open, isn't it? Wood comes left arm over to Dixon again. That's left well wide of off stump. Wouldn't mind seeing the replay of that actually to see where that hit the pads. I'm trying. I've got the monitor on now. Eventually got the live pictures. So if we could have another look at that in a moment, that would be handy. Wood's just heading back to his marker, the far end of the ground. Ball in hand. We've got 3 slips and a gully in place here for Dixon as Wood comes in and bowls. That's defended, and actually it's pushed out for a sneaky little single on the offside. Liam Hurt runs in to field it.
That's good running, wasn't it? You say, very cheeky little single.
Last year these two met in Sedbergh and it was an absolutely fantastic week. Ended up in a really hard-fought draw. We were a little bit worried what the weather might throw at us and the Howgill Fells, but after a bit of rain on the first morning we got away with it. As Wood comes in and bowls to Lees this time. Let's play towards mid-wicket and collected by Hurt. And I think by day 3 it was shorts weather, wasn't it?
Oh, it was beautiful. It's lovely. It was a cracking week, wasn't it?
Brilliant.
Yeah, it was.
You know what? That was one of. I've written a series of articles for the Durham website this year, looking back at, you know, seasons of note in the last 20-odd years of covering Durham, and I've done one of the features was talking about all the different outgrounds, and that ended up being spread over 3 weeks because I've been to some fantastic places over the years. But that was right up there. As Wood bowls again, and that's edged into the floor by Lees and stopped at second slip. And that is stopped by Stephen Croft. He's got bright red bottoms on his shoes as he fell over there. We could see them. They seem to be this year's colour. Yeah, fantastic. Just beautiful location first and foremost. Lovely little town. It's a village really, but they insist it's a town. Famous for its bookshops now, a bit like Hay-on-Wye. And the drive over, because I was staying at Ravenstonedale, which was about 12 miles away, but the drive over the fells every morning to the ground was incredible. Being held up 2 days in a row in rush hour by cows on their way to milking. It's the only time that's ever happened when I've been covering a cricket match. But it was just a stunning environment to be in, and the game was a really nice one. The weather was lovely, and the drive home on the final evening, back across the moors, the sunlight in the Eden Valley was just absolutely outstanding.
So Bailey bowls and through to the keeper, there's no run.
I think it's safe to say none of us wanted to come home, did we?
No, we're quite happy there.
Yeah.
We're quite happy, yeah.
I didn't tell the beloved that, though.
No, he said you
Or the kids.
No. Lovely to see you again.
Yes, I've missed you. No, I did, actually. They have been to Ravenstonedale with me in the past, so it's quite a nice area, that.
And Bailey from the Finkel end. Just pushed away into the offside by Dixon. And there is no run. Yes, there's a distinct lack of outground cricket this season for obvious reasons. It'll be Lancashire are playing a game at Liverpool.
Yeah.
At the end of...
Pakistan,
August.
169 all out.
Ooh.
England need 277 to win.
Crikey.
But I was just looking at some stats earlier. They've got a terrible record when batting first, England. No, hang on, they batted second, didn't they? Yeah, sorry. So they've got a terrible record when chasing.
Oh dear.
Who are they talking to?
How can there be movement behind the bowler's arm? There's nobody allowed in the ground. Who is it? This person that's managed to sneak in.
I don't know.
Bailey over the wicket balls. That's a push back towards the bowler, no run.
You know what? I thought that sounds like Graham Onions. I
It
look out
was,
the window,
it
it is
was,
Graham
yeah,
Onions. He stood right in front of us. This is a easy little jaunt for him. He'll have just popped over from low fell. Pakistan put on 32 runs in 15 minutes this morning. Can England chase 277, asks Test Match Special. Ponder, ponder.
It's been a terrific game, hasn't it? Barely to Dixon. Oh, that's a great delivery. It's edged and taken superbly by Alex Davis.
He went the wrong way and he's somehow changed his direction mid-flight and got a low hand to it, and Dixon has gone for just 2. Durham are 3 for 1.
Terrific delivery by Bailey and backed up by excellent work by Alex Davis. Super take by the keeper. Martin said he went the wrong way and then had to adjust quickly to snaffle it with his right glove. So Dixon departs and Durham have lost their first wicket.
Well, that's a disappointment. And while he's walking off the pitch, the hand sanitizer comes out.
Ah, yes. Now, we got into a habit last week, Richard Ray and
well,
I.
that's what we were doing as well, even though we haven't touched anything.
Yes,
yeah.
So I'm going to continue
you've got
that.
your own, haven't you?
I've got my own,
very
yeah,
nice.
got my own.
And what sort of scented hand sanitizer is yours?
It's a pungent ethanol smell to it.
Mine smells of meths.
Excellent. Lovely way to start your Saturday morning.
We'll be floating around the room in no time at all. Right, so Durham in a little bit of a fix already now. They chose to bat last week and messed it right up in gloomy and wet conditions. This week, bright sunshine, so if they mess it up again, I wonder what the excuse might be. They've got to knuckle down and get some runs on the board here. Cameron Steele is the new man. He got run out in the previous match. Him and Alex Lees in a bit of a mix-up, which is a bit like what happened at Middlesex towards the back end of last season. I think it was Lees got run out on that occasion. How many overs have we had? 4.4. First wicket down.
Super ball by Tom Bailey.
Yeah, I just think the keeper's reaction there, having gone off on the wrong direction, to then turn back, throw himself through the air. Imagine all the G-force heading in one direction, and he somehow manages to reverse it and go the other way. Brilliant work.
It's a steal on strike. Bailey balls to him. It's pressed away into the onside, but for no run.
Yeah, it was Alex Lees who got run out last year at Middlesex, and it was Cameron Steele who got run out last week. But that night, we did a little talking for the London branch of the Sunderland supporters, so there's quite a lot of them watch Durham as well, and Durham players turned up, and it was partly for Chris Rushforth's benefit year, so in a pub in Camden or somewhere. It was a really nice night actually, it was good crack.
Bailey to finish his over, balls a ball that's wide of off stump and left by the new batsman, taken by Alex Davis. That's the end of the over, and a wicket maiden for Bailey, I think it was. Yeah, wicket maiden. So 3 overs, 3 maidens. He's got the breakthrough, and Durham are 3 for 1.
Anyway, went round the room asking the different players, you know, where they were from and which team they supported football-wise. And of course, Alex Lees is from Halifax, and he put his hand up and said Leeds United. And I said, Leeds United? I said, what, you've turned your back on Halifax just like you did on Cameron Steele today?
That's harsh.
That went down well, though.
Yeah, but it did.
Yes, Luke Wood. Oh, good ball. And Lees nearly flicks that one to the keeper. He played and missed at that. Yeah, got a few laughs, that one, anyway.
Not what, from Alex Lees?
Not from him.
No, I can imagine.
The rest of the room found it quite funny. And I was surprised to hear some of the teams, some of the players did support, actually. Wood in to Lees. Lees flicks that off his hips. That's out through mid-wicket, and the ball racing towards the boundary is being chased all the way. He's going to have to run 3. No, they've decided sensibly to keep to 2, and it was the 3rd run last week that got Steele out. It was a direct hit. It was a throwback from 3rd man up towards the keeper, and Johnny Tattersall got the ball after Code had thrown it to him, and he hurled it at the non-striker's end as Steele was running to that end from about 25 yards away and knocked the stump out the ground. 5 for 1 Durham here on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Radio Lancashire. And that one's bat and thigh pad and box, and dropped short on the offside. Dot ball. Nathan Remington, he also claimed to be a Leeds fan, but I think his mum was from the Skipton area, so...
Yeah, you can have that, can't you?
Yeah,
that's fair enough.
Wood to Lees. Oh, flick off the pads there, and that's going to run away down towards the fine leg boundary. It is cut off by Gleeson, the former Northants man. And his throw back towards the keeper's a little bit wayward, actually. The keeper ends up taking it a couple of wickets across. He's on 3 from 20 balls. And Durham now 7 for 1. Leg bye signalled there. 2 balls left of this 6th over. Hear a blackbird singing in the bushes. Wood again comes in and bowls. Played by Lees out towards the covers. Dot ball. There's a firm shout of weight there. Communication seems to be okay between the two of them at the minute. Was there Michael Richardson, who was involved in an incredible amount of run-outs during his career. Came and joined us for a little bit of commentary towards the back end of this season last year, and I had the stats and I read them out. He did look a little bit surprised, but he then said, well, that's because I spent so much time in the middle, which was a good counter-argument, I suppose, as Wood bowls this one. But he wasn't involved in as many run-outs as Gordon Mutchell was during his career. And there seem to be a lot more in white ball cricket than red ball cricket, which shows the pressures the batsmen are under, aren't they? Keep the ball ticking over in limited overs. End of the over, 7 for 1.
Yeah, good start by Lancashire, but credit to Luke Wood, because he's obviously having to make his debut, his first competitive game of cricket for ages. And he's got Bailey bowling at the other end, who's started off with 3 maidens and a wicket. And you're under a little bit of pressure then, aren't you, to try and back it up at his end, and he's done that so far. He's bowled very nicely on his debut. 3 overs into it. As Bailey bowls to Steele, that's worked into the onside. He's playing slightly across the line there, so there's a few oohs and ahs from the Lancashire slip fielders. Picked up at mid-wicket by George Balderson, who's of the 3 debutants last week at New Road. Lancashire played Leicestershire at the neutral venue of Worcester last week. And of the 3 debutants, George Balderson's the one that keeps his place in the team, but Ed Moulton and Tom Hartley dropping out for Lancashire this week. Bailey to Steele, who's forward in defence, and there is no run. Yorkshire have lost their first wicket at Trent Bridge. Adam Lythe is the man out, so Yorkshire is 6 for 1. They've got Johnny Bairstow playing from this week of Yorkshire. And Somerset have lost 2 early wickets against Northants. They're 7 for 2. Somerset. Looks like everyone's up and running today. No problems with the weather. everybody in action for this second round of the Bob Willis Trophy. Clipped away off the pads by Steele down towards fine leg. Just for 1. He's off the mark with that. And Durham move up to 8 for 1. Alistair Cook batting for Essex against Surrey this week. And coverage of all those games, live text commentary as well on the BBC Sport website and app. We'll keep you up to date with the scores of the other Bob Willis Trophy games and that run chase for England at Emirates Old Trafford. There's Bailey, right arm around the wicket. Oh, that's a terrific lead by Alex Lees. Right over the top of the stumps. Through to Alex Davis. That might have been a little closer than what he thought. Mark may have skipped a beat there, but it's a fantastic piece of judgment by Lees. Clearly leaving it on length. Disappeared over the top of the stumps. Durham 8 for 1 in the sunshine. Bailey trotting in. Thumps the pad of Lees. Again, there's plenty of enthusiasm from behind the stumps. Bailey's appeal quickly fizzled out, in truth.
I think a bit leg side-ish, that one.
Yes, he's right arm around the wicket, angling the ball into Lees. So Martin said he may well have been a little slide down the leg side from that. Somerset lost their 3rd wicket, 7 for 3. Tom Abel.
Looking at the replay there, might have been height more than the fact that it was leg side. I think possibly thigh padish.
Back in Bailey. That is down the leg side. And it is partially stopped by Alex Davis. He's done well, actually, just to get a little bit of something on that. And it's gone through for a bye off the glove of Davis, but he did well to stop it, because we'll been heading down towards the boundary for 4 byes. But run on the board for Durham. The end of the 7th over. Durham 9 for 1 with Alex Lees on 3, Cameron Steele on 1. Sean Dixon, the man out, caught superbly by Alex Davis for 2.
9 for 1 after 7 overs. Encouragement being shouted for Luke Wood, former Nottinghamshire player. Born in Sheffield. Left armour, blonde hair, comes in and bowls. And it's very much straight up and down delivery to Alex Lees, who plays it back on a length. No run. So the wicket to fall. Sean Dixon on 2 when he got an edge. And Alex Davis shot off towards his left-hand side, thinking it was going to go that way, and then suddenly realised it was going in the other direction and recovered and got a hand to it. Great catch. That's a nice drive from Lees. Slightly over pitch there from Wood. Ball played up past mid-off. And very clear no there from Cameron Steele. So the run out from last week is clearly still on his mind. And but good to hear clear communication from the two of them. Wood again, bowls. That's off the pads. The slip corner cheering there and appealing, but there was nothing from the bowler whatsoever. Which I think is telling. There's actually quite a crowd of people down below us as Stewie Pointer's having a chat to Graham Onions, the former Durham bowler, now with Lancashire. Chris Rushworth leaning on the railings down below us as well. Here comes Wood once more. Bowles, it's left alone outside the off stump. Can't work out who the other two are. I think one might be Matty Potts. Matty Potts and Paul Coughlin left out today. In comes Wood once more, comes in and bowls. And Lees defends, and that ball just runs out to Hurt at mid-wicket, no run there. Have you updated the good folk of Lancashire?
I have, yeah, passed on the news. The first wicket. How well Wood and Bailey are bowling here together.
Last ball of the over, and cut nicely by Lees. That's gone past point, that's racing off towards the boundary. There are two fielders chasing it. They're in the middle of the square, and it's quite a wide boundary, that one. And they run three. The ball just held up in front of the members' pavilion, or the members' balcony area of the pavilion. Durham 14 for 1 here on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Radio Lancashire. After 8 overs, Martin Emerson and Scott Reed with you. Umpires are having a chat. What are they discussing? Neil Malander and Neil Pratt, the umpires.
Yes, Neil Pratt is a new name to me.
Yeah.
You say he's been umpiring in the leagues around here?
Yeah, North Yorkshire, South Durham League.
Okay.
And he's done a few second team games in the county setup as well, and some Kia Women's Super, was it? Kia Super League?
Super League, yeah.
You've done a few commentaries of those, haven't you?
We did, yeah. I enjoyed doing them.
Doesn't come near here.
Well, it's no longer a thing, is it now?
Is it not? Right.
Bailey bowls a beautiful delivery to Lees, who plays forward. It just nips away into the gloves of Davis. No run.
So was the 100 due to replace it? Was that
yeah.
the plan?
Yeah.
Well, the 100, that's coming nowhere near.
Well, yeah, that's right.
There was meant to be a women's match at South Northumberland. I couldn't tell you who. What were they called? The Northern Superchargers or something? Is that their name?
Is that the team based at Leeds?
Yeah, the Leeds franchise.
Yeah.
What was the Manchester one?
The Originals.
The Originals.
Yeah, the Manchester Originals, which will be a thing.
Like Levi 501s?
Or Werther's Originals, either of the two. Yeah.
Right.
I think you could use either of the two. All put back to next year now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Bailey to Lees again. He's happy to leave alone through to the keeper, no run.
I mean, none of us have a crystal ball. Think back to the start of the year, and it was all about wildfires in Australia, wasn't it? And then floods here. It did feel like end of days sort of stuff, and then suddenly a virus that nobody had heard of. And how long will it be with us for? And how much will it continue impacting our lives?
Tom Bailey for Lancashire bowling. Back of a length to Lees, who leaves a ball that doesn't really get up on this occasion.
That was a bit low bounce, that, wasn't it? Something that players are going to have to keep an eye on.
Sneaked through to the Lancashire wicket-keeper.
One of the cameras is on the members' balcony. Just giving a side-on view of Lees there.
Bailey in the sunshine. Back into Alex Lees, who has to play this delivery. Plays it nicely, just defensively into the offside.
Now that pitched around about the same area as the previous delivery, but rather than staying low and going through, it nipped back in. That come in a long way, that one.
It's a testing spell, this, isn't it?
Yeah.
Bailey back to Lees, who clips it to mid-on. Richard Gleeson fields, and there is no run. Remains on 14 for 1.
Keaton Jennings, the former Durham opener, first slip with his Lancashire cap pulled sharply down to shield his eyes from the sun, got his sunglasses on as well. Croft is at third slip, is Willis at second slip? Who's that second slip?
Liam Livingston, I think, at second slip there.
Got a gully as well, point, mid-off, mid-on. Now mid-wicket's dropping out quite a long way to the boundary, Richard Gleeson, and you've got a fine leg as well.
Yeah, Bailey's pushed the man right back to the rope there, hasn't he, at square leg. Pushes this one wide of the off stump, and it's ignored by Alex Lees, and through to the keeper. Another maiden though for Tom Bailey. 5 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 1. Tom Bailey's figures. So terrific start for him, and backed up by Luke Wood at the far end. End of that over. Durham are 14 for 1. 9 overs of the Durham first innings have been bowled.
This is match number 32 between these two. Lancashire have won 15 compared to Durham's 8. I think Sussex and Yorkshire were roughly around about 15 wins as well. They all had the same record at one time, but Yorkshire have just beaten Durham last week, so they move on to 16, I think it is. They might actually be 17, thinking about it. I think they just nudged ahead of Lancashire a year or two ago. 8 draws between these two sides. So Lancashire have won 15 compared to Durham's 8. And last year's match at Sedbergh was also a draw. Wood in, bowls to Steele, and that's gone to Gully, and Steele moves out of his crease there as if he's thinking there might be the possibility of a quick single, and Villas at Gully tried to throw the ball back at the stumps while lying on his side. He's got is that a huge smear of sunblock on the side of his face, isn't it?
It is, yeah. He's well protected.
Yes, that's going to be really sticky, that. There'll be flies sticking to that and all kinds by the end of the day. That's total sunblock. As Wood comes in to Steele. Steele flicks one off his toes, and he's looking for a quick single out through mid-wicket, and Lees says no. It was stopped by Tom Bailey, although he didn't take it cleanly. He was fielding next to an old practice wicket, which looks a bit rough. And didn't quite take it cleanly enough.
Ground looks a picture though, Martin, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Absolutely superb.
14 for 1. Steele on 1. Now, he was in 2 minds what to do there. It looked like initially he was going to leave that and then played it anyway, quite late, down towards the gully. End of last season, I think virtually all the cricket was wiped out, wasn't it? The final round of matches last year. Of a 4-day game here, they managed a bit of play on day 1 and a bit of play on day 2 against Glamorgan, and days 3 and 4 were wiped out. I mean, day 4, they'd called it off before anybody even got here. I just came to the ground to retrieve everything, and the square was just underwater by then. And it stayed like that until about January. Wood again bowls. Ooh, Lees plays, Steele plays and misses at that one. Nearly had a tickle. I came here to see Marcus North, I think it was, the director of cricket, in about January, and I was stunned to see pools of water all over the ground. And we'd had quite a wet summer last year, then in the autumn it continued. October was really wet, and then, as mentioned, for instance, the floods that we had in February, you know, in Wales and the southwest and whatnot. But they were really starting to worry that the water wasn't going to drain away and parts of the field might die. Oh, again, Steele's being lured in. I don't know how he didn't hit that. There was a yelp behind from the keeper as it thudded into his gloves, and Luke Wood stood and watched him for a few moments there in disbelief, I think. So you do feel these last 2 deliveries, there can't have been much daylight between ball and bat there.
No, he's a little unlucky, Luke Wood here. He's not trying to nick one out because he's bowling really well.
Last ball of his 5th over, none for 10. Durham 14 for 1. Oh, Steele's padded up. There's an appeal. He's out. Well, he didn't look long for this world, did he? He's played it 2 that he wasn't sure whether he should have played at or not, and then he's left that one, and it's cracked into his pads, and Wood was away celebrating without really actually appealing, because it looked absolute cast iron plumb. And he did eventually have to turn to the umpire just to make sure he was putting his finger up. But Cameron Steele just didn't look long for this world there, and he's sadly heading off, and Durham, having elected the bat, are now 14 for 2. And in a similar spot of bother as they were in their first innings last week against Yorkshire, when they were all out for 103.
Well, first wicket for Lancashire for Luke Wood, and I just mentioned a few moments ago that I thought he was a little unlucky in this opening spell not to have nicked one out, and he gets some reward. I think he's bowled really well, and I think that's probably emphasised by just how well Tom Bailey's bowled at this end. And when you've got your opening bowling partner serving up 4 maidens and a wicket from his first 5 overs, that does put a bit of pressure on you to back it up. Plus he's on debut and you want to impress your new teammates, and I think he's done that really well, Luke Wood, and I think he probably does deserve that wicket. He's bowled well, gone past the outside edge a couple of times, but as you mentioned, Martin, it was a kind of it felt like a little nervous start for Steele. He didn't feel particularly well settled. He becomes the first victim for Luke Wood. It does back up a very good start for Lancashire. A bit of work for Durham to do here. 40 minutes into play on the first day. The runs have been absolutely few and far between. There's been so few scoring shots on offer. Bowling's been right on the money for Lancashire by Tom Bailey and Luke Wood. And Durham at 14 for 2. 40 minutes or so into play. On the opening day leaves them with better work to do here to try and settle things down in this morning session. But excellent from Luke Wood. That brings Bedingham out to the middle to join Lees, who's faced 37 deliveries for his 8 runs. But actually, the way he's played and his judgment and his ability and the decision to leave, the way he's left the ball in particular this morning, has been really impressive. Just what's required, really, from the Durham point of view.
Something's putting the batsman off, and he's walked away from his crease, and it's normally when there's conversation going on around him that Alex Lees walks away.
Don't blame him. So 3 slips, gully, point, mid-off, mid-on, square leg and long leg. Tom Bailey for Lancashire, right arm around the wicket into Alex Lees, who just clips the ball into the onside. And there's no run. Instantly puts his hands on top of his head there, Bailey, because he was just playing a little across the line and had not got that little inside edge onto the bat. Big appeal from Bailey, but he did manage to ease the ball to the leg side, but for no run. So 14 for 2. Bailey just starting his 6th over of what has been an outstanding spell of bowling to start things off for Lancashire. Back in again to Lees, who defends to Rob Jones on his 12th man, who's off the field. It's Richard Gleeson who's currently off the field. Jones at mid-on fields. And there's no run. Gleeson perhaps getting himself set for his first over of the day. He's going through a few stretches and cleaning his hands with some gel at the side of the ground there, just in front of the pavilion. It's Bailey from the Finkel end. On a bright sunny day. Moves into Lees again. His judgment's outstanding to leave that. I mean, that's terrific.
That's a cracking leave,
isn't it just? But he's judged the situation really well here.
Yeah, he has. More leaves than an autumn storm. Yes. You do feel one of them's going to jag back in, though. It's a very lovely day at the moment.
It is.
The sun is shining. We're in the shade and it's chilly in our room, but out there it's gorgeous.
Barely bowling from wide of the crease to Lees. Just squares him up a fraction, this, and it comes off the edge and works into the offside and gets through for 1. Moves to 9, 15 for 2 now. Yes, I don't think we're going to have kind of wall-to-wall sunshine for 4 days, are we? But it's a good start to the week.
Well, Liam Dutton, one of the TV weather presenters, has just tweeted. What does it say? 3 different models. The images below show the total rainfall predicted by 3 different weather models up to the end of Wednesday.
Barely into the new batsman, who leaves his first delivery through to the keeper, no run.
And there's some extremely nasty red and orange bits.
Oh dear.
They said, notice how they all pick up the signal for significant rainfall fall from thunderstorms, but they all have it in very different places, so there's a lot of uncertainty. So I don't know when that rain's meant to come, but that's by Wednesday, he says. So.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, that's fine. It can come on Wednesday.
Yeah.
We're done by then. Just don't want it to appear before then.
I've got a stat for you as well.
Okay. Final ball of Bailey's 6th over. It might be his opening spell done here as he bowls to Bellingham, who eases this one into the ground. Stopped at Gully by Dame Villas. That's the end of his 6th over and the 11th of the Durham first innings. Durham are 15 for 2.
The CricViz analyst on Twitter, so somebody's been out of the tape measure. Dom Sibley is batting 70 centimetres further down the track against Mohammad Abbas in this innings compared to the first. Setting up out of his crease, Sibley's average contact point is 2.5 metres from his stumps on day 2. It was 1.8 metres.
Excellent.
The fact those things are being measured is a little bit astounding, but I watched that Ben Stokes dismissal. He just went walking down the track, didn't he?
I didn't see it. No, I didn't see it. No.
They've obviously come up with a tactic to bat out the crease. As Wood comes in to start a new over here from the Lumley end to Lees. This is played to Hurt, short mid-wicket. But Stokes just sort of took 3 or 4 steps down the track and just played around a straightish ball, really, and just trimmed his bail. Scores on the doors. Shall we have a look? Essex, who are they playing? Surrey at Chelmsford. 27 for 1 after 10.5. Gloucestershire in Bristol playing Warwickshire. 23 for 1. It's Wood bowls to Lees. Lees drives up towards mid-off, and it is stopped. That was a slightly awkward stop for Tom Bailey because he is just behind a used wicket, and it's quite dusty and broken up there. And I thought for a second he was going to take one in the face. I think he thought he was as well. So as the ball was going into his hand, he was going backwards, and he ended up lying flat on his back as he stopped that one. He's now examining his right hand. He seems to be okay. Durham 15 for 2 here on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Radio Lancashire as Wood comes in and bowls. What are we, 855 on medium wave?
We are indeed,
yeah. On the AM dial?
Yep.
I wonder if they'll have a switch AM off. Do you know?
Well,
there was talk of it, wasn't there?
Yeah.
Well, there's some areas where it's probably the only signal you're going to get. We have listeners on Radio Newcastle who can pick us up in Holland.
How does that work? I mean, that's crazy.
You need a radio for a start.
Well, that does help. Yeah.
I remember
a big aerial.
A guy texting once when I was doing the drive time show to say he was listening. He was on a little island just off the main coast of Holland, and he was listening in his car. Wood in. That's played safely off the point. I think a lot of it's down to atmospherics, isn't it?
I don't know. I get confused by all this. I don't know how it works.
And pressure, air pressure. The signal bounces up and bounces back down again.
Okay.
Sussex 40 for 1 at Canterbury against Kent. Leicestershire 27 for 2 against Derbyshire at Grace Road in Leicester, where Durham will be next weekend. Leicestershire put out a press release about that game, calling it a top of the table clash.
Brilliant.
So technically it is.
It is, aye.
15 for 2. Wood in again. That's a rising ball for Lees. He gets up on his toes and fends it down into the ground. Middlesex 30 for 2 at Radlett against Hampshire. Somerset 18 for 3 after 11 overs against Northampton at Northampton. And Yorkshire 23 for 1 against Notts in Nottingham. of games. Worcestershire 22 for 2 at New Road against Glamorgan. And England 13 without loss. Targets 277 to beat Pakistan in the first test in Manchester. Last ball from Wood of his 6th over. Lees defends, ball just trickles out on the offside. That's been a very good spell from him if it is the end of his spell. 1 for 10, 1 maiden, and Bailey at the other end. As you say, they've been putting pressure on in pairs. Finishes that one with a maiden over there. I think Bailey 1 for 2.
Yeah.
Bailey he's gonna have another dart by the looks of things. Actually, he's going to continue on.
Yeah. I suspect Gleeson will be first change, and then Hurt. They've obviously, I mean, they've got stronger bowling stocks for this match, Lancashire. If you include, I mean, Richard Gleeson into your team, he was Lancashire leading wicket taker last year, a terrific year. And they're starting with Bailey and Wood compared to Bailey and Moulton, who was making his debut, but he did well on debut, Ed Moulton. There's Bailey into Bellingham, through to Alex Davis, and there's no run. Tough ask though, isn't it? You've got 3 debutants and all 3 are bowlers, and
yeah. Bailey needs 2 more wickets for 200 in first-class cricket.
Okay.
Best figures 5 for 12 against Leicestershire last year. He's had 9 fifers as well. Made his debut in 2012 for Lancashire from Preston, which has gone into local lockdown, I think, today, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has, yeah. Here he is, the big seamer from Preston, bowls to Bellingham, who's defending off the front foot, easing it up to Gleeson at mid-on, no run.
I wonder how far out that extends, because my friend David lives in Wheaton Village, which is halfway between Preston and Blackpool, the countryside. So
I have, yeah, I have spotted this. How far it goes. Obviously, we've had various different bits of information and briefing from the council as to how far it extends from the centre of Preston. Bailey to Bellingham. He's going back to force it through the offside, but the ball comes off the inner edge of the bat and rolls up to mid-on, and there is no run. Yes, there was a tweet which was I saw BBC Lancashire issued about the lockdown in Preston, because they've obviously had lots of phone calls about whether this applies to them because they're in certain postcodes, and does it apply to me. And Preston Council, as Bailey comes in and balls to Bellingham, it's a wide ball through to Davis, there's no run, and they said quite simply, if you have a wheelie bin that has the Preston Council logo on it, then this affects you. You're in that restriction zone. But, I hope everybody stays safe and well. It's a very uncertain time, and if a bit of cricket's bringing you some light relief and welcome break from all these uncertainties and unusual occurrences, we're pleased to be here to be able to bring you a bit of live cricket. Here's Bellingham just easing the ball out into the offside, and there's no run. 15 for 2.
Wonder if there's anybody in the gym.
Is he back open? Yeah.
It was the other day. Yeah. There was one guy in there, and he was listening to us.
Oh, lovely.
So I started to wonder, maybe he was in the gym because he was a cricket fan rather than in the gym to get fit, if you see what I mean.
Ah, yes.
He was on a walking machine. He did give us a wave. I can't see anybody in there today, actually.
That's quite a good idea. And just go for that little walk and watch the cricket at the same time. Final ball of Bailey's 7th over, just bangs running a little short this time. And that's played very neatly through the offside by Bellingham to get himself off the mark with that. It'll push through the covers for a couple. End of Bailey's 7th over and the 13th of the Durham first innings. 17 for 2.
It's just getting a little bit windy here, and all my papers are blowing off the desk.
Are you allowed to close that window in COVID-19 world?
Well, there is one next to you that's wide open, and the door's open as well, so I just think we're creating too much of a wind tunnel. It's still open, it's just I've closed it a little bit. $17 for 2. It's, what is it, 11:55, Saturday the 8th of August. We're doing an update for BBC Radio Newcastle in a few minutes in the news. Wood is going to continue, which, the way the two of them have been bowling, no surprise they're going into overs 7 each. This is defended by Lees up to... What is going on here? Everybody's running in with Wi-Fi passwords now, so... Store them up for later.
Aye.
It's a problem, this building, isn't it? On these lovely summer's days, we have our back to the weather. We're always in the shade in this building. People seem to think we come and sit at the cricket with our feet up, with a G&T in our linens, cottons or whatever. In comes the bowler. That's through the slip cord, and that should go away for 4. It was along the floor, and it does. Croft was diving to his left, but he couldn't get to it.
It's like the idea of you having a little gin and tonic in your linens.
Yeah. Being fanned. Carried in on was it a sedan chair? Mark, the photographer's in the sunshine at the front of the County Durham stand there. He's got his long lens trained on bunny onions, who is in his coaching fatigues for Lancashire.
He is, yeah. A few extra responsibilities for Graham Onions over the course of the last month or two, with Glen Chappell being away with England.
Wood comes in and bowls. This is turned off towards mid-wicket for a single. Late to it by the looks of things from Lees, with an inside edge there. You can tell the noise from some of the players of exasperation. We had a big debate last week. Is Middlesbrough in Yorkshire? Because I don't think it is. And quite a lot of people from Yorkshire were laying claim to Middlesbrough. Quite a lot of people who lived in Middlesbrough described themselves as Teessiders.
Okay.
And said they had no affiliation to North Yorkshire at all.
Right.
And the old boundary, of course, is right up to the north, to the south bank of the Tees, with County Durham, north bank of the Tees. Mentioning Glen Chappell there, that's a controversial one, isn't it? You think about the geography involved with Glen Chappell as Wood comes in and bowls. That's flicked off the legs and away by Beddingham. Was that a no ball signal there? He's coming back for a second. The throw's actually come back up to the bowler's end. Yeah, no ball signalled. When Glen Chappell was born, he was born in Skipton, Skipton General, but he lived in Earby Village, which was in Yorkshire. But the year he was born, Earby moved from Yorkshire to Lancashire.
Oh, did it?
Yeah.
Oh, right, okay.
In 1974. And my wife, who, when I met her, she was living in Skipton, she bought her wedding dress from a shop in Earby Village. So that, I think Barnoldswick, Barlick as the locals call it, that switched sides of the border as well. As Wood comes in, and Beddingham has a little cut at that and plays and misses to a rising ball which goes wide-ish and off towards the keeper and first slip. Keeper eventually taking that ball in front of Keaton Jennings.
It's a good ball, isn't it? You say, little extra lift from that as well. Impressive this from Wood on debut.
It's a decent bowler. He got a 65 with a bat as well in a match in 2015, I think it was, at Trent Bridge, where Durham were completely on top and then collapsed in their second innings and lost. Here's Wood again, the left armour to Beddingham, and Beddingham plays that off towards backward point. It was Beddingham and Lees who put together a partnership in Durham's second innings against Yorkshire last week for the third wicket of 136, with Beddingham making 77. He was giving out LBW to Steve Patterson to a ball that looked too high and looked like it was going down the leg side, and I said that's not out. I can't even believe they're appealing for it, and it was given. And it was one of those where you think, how's that been given? And look back at it a number of times on the replay and still couldn't understand it, but there you are, you win some, you lose some. And he was unlucky, I would say. As Wood bowls again, Beddingham drives an over-pitch ball and it just goes out towards the covers. No run there. Coming up to midday. Just heard Arcade Fire on Radio Newcastle. I think it's the first time I've heard them on there. Bryden Coles has had a net session and is just returning from the nets, walking down below our commentary position. So he's been in that England one-day setup, but he didn't actually feature and was during the one-day series against Ireland in the last week. He was actually here anyway. So change of bowler now. We're going to see Hurt for the first time. Right arm over. Number 22 on his back. Mentioned in our build-up to today's play, Liam Hurt, 26 years old, from Leyland in Lancashire. This is his second first-class match. He played against Leicestershire last year, scored 38, but he didn't take any wickets. And he was loaned to Leicestershire in 2015 and made his one-day debut for them against Durham. Holds the ball a long way from his body as he comes into ball, and that's pulled hard by Lees and out through deep mid-wicket and up towards the pavilion steps for 4 runs. Nice shot. Just slightly short of a length from Hurt. So his one-day debut for Leicestershire in 2015, I remember this match well for 2 reasons. Durham made 349 for 7. He took 2 for 59 and scored 15, but Durham's total, they won quite convincingly that day, was one of the highest scores in one-day cricket. And then I think it was a Thursday night they played that one, and then I had to drive from there straight to Scarborough for the start of a county championship match the next day. Hurt comes in and bowls, and Lees looks to pull that one in the same direction as the last shot, but toes it into the ground. No run. The news bulletin is on Radio Newcastle, so updating them shortly. In comes the bowler once again and bowls. Hurt again, halfway through this over. Let's play this time up towards mid-off by Lees, no run there. Just going to do an update for Radio Newcastle shortly. Looking at Liam Hurt's stats, he's played a lot for the Lancashire seconds recently. Update now. Well, they elected to bat in beautiful sunshine here, but it's been tough going. Seen some excellent bowling so far from Tom Bailey and Luke Wood, who've put real pressure under Durham. Sean Dixon, the first man to go, was caught behind for 2 off the bowling of Tom Bailey. The keeper, Alex Davies, initially went the wrong way and then somehow managed to dive backwards and snatch the ball one-handed. So Durham 3 for 1 at that point, and then they lost Cameron Steele. He padded up to a delivery from Luke Wood and went LBW for 1. So out there at the moment, Alex Lees has 18, David Bedingham 14. There's commentary on the BBC Cricket website and via the Sports app. Here he comes and bowls. There's a quick single here being called for. Bailey, hot potato job mid-on. He was looking to try and run out Lees, who was coming to the bowler's end, but the ball just spun out of his hands and he couldn't get hold of it. It was spinning around on his chest. Anyway, 1 run, end of the over, 33 for 2. Hurt here, here's an interesting one. In March this year, so I'm not sure how far into their trip into the United Arab Emirates Lancashire got, because Durham had gone on the way to Zimbabwe and came back after 2 days. But he played for Lancashire against the United States of America at the Cricket Academy in Dubai. And his club side's Clifton then, is it? So what's that? Just having a look, see which team he plays for in the Lancashire leagues.
Bowling change at the Lumley end as well, so Luke Wood's opening spell has come to an end, and he's been replaced by Richard Gleeson. Excellent opening spell from Wood on his Lancashire debut. Gleeson into the attack, first game of the season for him as well. Balls to Lees, but down the leg side. Stopped by a tumbling wicket-keeper, Alex Davis, and there's no run. Luke Wood's opening spell, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 19. And Tom Bailey's opening spell, 7 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 4. Lancashire's leading wicket taker last season, Richard Gleeson, is over the wicket and bowling to Lees, who just jabs the ball down into the onside. And there is no run. Finished the season with 47 wickets. That's an average of 20.
Best bowling, 6 for 43 against Leicestershire last year as well. Career best. From Blackpool.
He is, yeah. Blackpool lad. Bit of a roundabout way to eventually get to Lancashire and play in their first team. I've been played kind of minor counties and club cricket, and then Northants signed him. He bowls to Lees, so no ball.
Was he Cumberland? Did he play?
I think he did play for Cumberland, yeah.
There's a couple of the Lancashire players have played for Cumberland. Yeah, Cumberland, England Lions, Northants for 3 years.
It's been quite a bizarre few weeks for him, actually, and for Liam Livingston, because all they've just been in this kind of biosecure bubble at the Aegeus Bowl as kind of reserve players for England's one-day international squad. Into Lees, has worked off the pads, it's clipped into the onside. George Balderson's at mid-wicket and he fields, and there's no run.
They weren't allowed to leave the hotel or anything, were they?
No, so no, they were kind of...
Unless you wanted to nip home and get some clothes in Brighton. And miss the next test.
Yeah.
Stephen Croft's from Blackpool as well.
He is, yeah.
Don't think Liam Livingston could see them from his house in Barrow. It's probably just a little bit too far away.
Croft at third slip, Livingston's at second slip. There's Gleeson over the wicket to Alex Lees, up onto his toes and steers the ball safely into the offside. There's no run. Rob Jones is back on the field as 12th man. He's at extra cover at the minute. Bahanan just backward of point. Liam Hurt is at long leg. Villas, the captain's at mid-off. Luke Wood's at mid-on, quite tight in at mid-on, and Bolson's at mid-wicket. Some balls to Lees, who's playing it up to Dane Villas at mid-off, and there's no run. 35 for 2. Lees 19 from 63 balls faced. And Bedingham on 4. Wickets of Cameron Steele. LBW of the bowling of Luke Wood for 1, and Sean Dixon was the first to go. Caught by Alex Davis, caught brilliantly by Alex Davis. Off the bowling of Tom Bailey. Gleeson to complete his first over now. Pushed across Alex Lees. So he doesn't quite complete his first over. That's the second no ball, isn't it, of the over, I think.
I don't think we saw a no ball last week. It was 1 wide, probably on the final day. I don't think we saw a no ball.
So 2 in the over for Richard Gleeson.
Douglas Rain has emailed. Good morning, gents. Normal services resumed with the early loss of wickets, he says.
Gleeson will try and complete the over now. He does to Lees, who nudges the ball back down the pitch. And that is the end of the 16th over of the Durham first innings. 37 for 2. Bedingham on 4, Lees on 19.
So during the commentary last week, it's going to be difficult to judge players this year, particularly batsmen, because they're not really going to have that much time to try and get any form going, are they?
Yeah.
If you start off slowly or struggle at the beginning, then the tournament's going to be finished before you know about it. He said, since being hit on the head, which was last year, Cameron Steele got hit by Dwan Olafia in a pre-season friendly in South Africa and suffered concussion, and then missed the start of the season last year. I think it has rocked his confidence, but he says since being hit, Cameron has simply not regained any confidence. Is it time to take him out the firing line? Well, he didn't play in that many games last year. I think he only played in about 6 championship matches towards the end of the season. Hurt. Right arm over. And I'm not really sure what happened there, but in like a sort of invisible man type thing, that ball appeared to go straight through the middle of Bedingham. It ended up down the leg side.
It defied physics and went through the human being. It was an unusual one, wasn't it? Kind of waist high, but in the end down the leg side to the keeper.
I've just watched it again. I still can't. I think it might have gone under his armpit there. It did end up quite leg side-ish after it passed the stumps. Hurt balls. Bedingham defends on a length around about leg stump.
Yeah, I agree. It's tough, isn't it, for batsmen in particular, I guess, because there's just not. It's just the few number of games and the fact that they're all back to back. So if you start pretty slowly and you're on the back foot and you're struggling to try and find some runs and consistency and you're scratching around for form, the games are coming week after week after week. It's a pretty intense start.
Hurt balls. It's a shortish delivery this time, but it gets Bedingham back in his crease and he plays it down into the ground safely. No run. Well, you look through the scorecard last week, and in theory you could have taken virtually any of the Durham players out of the team and replaced them with others, but who do you bring in? 4 ducks in a row in the second innings, and rare failures from the likes of Ned Eckersley and Ben Rain with a bat. They were rescuing Durham quite often last season. Hurt up to the stumps. That's turned away by Bedingham behind square leg for 1 run, and it's chased across the field by who? Who is that?
George Balderson, I think that is.
So they've got 0 next to his name on my scorecard.
Yeah, it should be a 10.
Yeah. I thought they've missed his. They missed a 1 off there. Here's some gulls. Sounding quite anxious about something. The Anxious Gulls, the #2 album.
What?
So I say that this could be an album cover for the Anxious Gulls, couldn't it? Who would have sang that? Flock of seagulls. Around the wicket comes Hurt. This is played off towards point. Got ball. Croft collects it. It's easy to spot Croft because he's got one of those traditional Lancashire caps. His looks a little bit worn compared to the new ones of the lads next to him.
16th season
with that cap on.
Lancashire. It looks like it, doesn't it, with that cap? Yeah, it's faded completely.
Yeah, what colour was it meant to be and what colour is it now? It's a sort of faded maroon, maybe? You see Keaton Jennings' cap looks brand new. First slip. Hurt. Coming up to the stumps and bowls. That's played away by Lees through the leg side for 1 towards long leg. There was a yelp there, but I was watching that through the binoculars. It never got off the ground. And that is the end of the over. So Hurt's 2 overs, none for 9. Gleeson, none for 4 from his 1. Durham 39 for 2. Lees has 20. Bedingham 5. The wickets to go. Dixon caught behind by Alex Davies for 2 in the 5th over off the bowling of Tom Bailey. Davies heading off to his left, suddenly realised he'd gone the wrong way, adjusted himself in mid-air by the looks of things and made a Superman esque dive to snatch the ball one-handed. And then Cameron Steele never looked comfortable, played and missed it a couple from Luke Wood, and you just felt that Wood was going to get him that over. Had the measure of him, and he left one, and it thudded back into his pads when he was on one, so he departed with a score on 14 for 2. So he's put on 15 since then, and it's hand sanitizer time, Scott.
Okay, yeah, no problem.
Good sound effects, eh?
Right. Good habits to get into, aren't they?
Yeah.
Definitely. So there's some lively starts around the country in the Bob Willis Trophy. Somerset are 36 for 4. Middlesex are 41 for 3. Yorkshire 36 for 3. Leicestershire 48 for 3. Worcestershire 50 for 2. Essex are 49 for 1. Here, Richard Gleeson will start his second over. A couple of no balls in his first over. He's struggling a little bit, but he's into Lees, who's playing a shot very nicely off the pads out through square leg just for a couple. Liam Hurt coming up from long leg to field. Lees gets 2, so he's up to 20. Score moves on to 39 for 2. Correction, 41 for 2. Lees on to 22. I was ahead of the scorecard. 2 slips in Keaton Jennings and Liam Livingston, then Croft at Gully. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg, long leg. Gleeson for Lancashire balls to lead. He's back on a cross and defending. No run.
England have gone 10 overs without loss. Some kind of record, that. 22 for none. Certainly in the realms of this test match, there's only been one. There was one decent partnership, wasn't there, in the first innings? That was about it, wasn't it?
I noticed that Matt Merchant...
Somebody got a half century, didn't they, was it? Was it Sibley or...?
I can't remember. Gleeson just pulls away. He's just struggling a little bit, isn't he, Gleeson? There's a couple of no balls, and then he just pulls out. Maybe just struggling for a bit of rhythm early on.
It's a case of the yips.
Well, the last time he bowled in a competitive game. Oh, it was at the Big Bash. He played in the Big Bash during the winter. So he kind of going kind of January time, probably the last time he actually bowled in a competitive game. Into to Leeds, clipped away again, leg side for a single. Moves to 23, 42 for 2. Yeah, Matt Merchant, the Lancashire head groundsman, rang the bell this morning. I don't know if you saw that. He had the honour of ringing the bell.
They had Nasser Hussain doing it at the last test match with a surgical glove on.
Yeah, Matt had his surgical glove on as well. You have to have the old glove on, but he's done wonders there, hasn't he, really? I mean, they've had 3 back-to-back test matches, and they've produced 3 cracking pitches. Great effort by Matt and the team back in Manchester. Gleeson to Benningham, who's defending to mid-on, no run.
There's a few of the coaching staff from Lancashire on the far side of the ground. They're all relaxed there and enjoying the sunshine. One of them looks like John Lewis, the former Durham coach. Has he been working with them?
Oh, well, it's not that I'm aware of, but...
He appears to be sitting over there.
Ooh.
Next to Glen Chapel, a few seats away from Glen Chapel.
Looks like they're all topping up the tan, doesn't it? Gleeson from the Lumley end balls, and Benningham is edged behind, and he's gone. It's a
dreadful shot.
It was a loose shot, and instantly angry with himself there. Benningham, it'll feather through to the keeper, but it was a really loose shot, and he punches the bat in frustration. Gleeson picked up his first wicket, but it's a bit of a gimme, really. Caught by Alex Davis. Benningham out for 5. Durham are 42 for 3.
That was an awful shot to play. He didn't have to play at that at all. It was just a casual waft way outside of off stump. I think he's got a bottom edge. Durham last season started the season with 4 straight defeats in the county championship, which was something they hadn't done before. And then they actually set about quite the recovery and went on an 8-match unbeaten run, which took them to the fringes of promotion before a fairly one-sided defeat at a gloomy Northants. And that ended any hopes they had then. Northants went up and will play First Division cricket next year if we do return to a 2-division county championship. I think there's a little bit of a suggestion, you know, that they might be thinking about heading in the direction of regionalised conferences.
Yeah.
And I know some of the players would be for it, but if you take into consideration this year, if you were to play each other twice, that would be only 10 games compared to 14 that we have had for the last 2 years, and that was down from 16 when you had 9 in each division playing each other twice. I wouldn't want to see less first-class cricket, because what would inevitably happen is they would fill the spare days with something else, wouldn't they?
They would, but I wouldn't at all be surprised if they stuck with this formula. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a few things that kind of get rolled into next year. Final ball of Gleeson's second over. Gareth Hart, the new batsman, who's defending right in behind it to play it up to mid-on. It's the end of a wicket taking over for Richard Gleeson. So 18 gone now, the Durham first innings, 42 for 3. Lee's on 23, Hart on yet to get off the mark, but just face that one delivery. Yeah, there's no indication yet that that's going to be the case, that they won't revert back to Division 1 and Division 2 for next season, but as you say, it depends where we're up to next year, doesn't it, with all the problems that we're currently having.
He is hurt round the wicket from the Finkel end to Lees. It's a shortish ball. Lees just leans into it and turns it off to long leg for 1. Gareth Hart played well actually last week when a lot of the batsmen was struggling. He came in the first innings, and of a score of 103, he was one of only 3 players to get to double figures, and he got 3 times more than anyone else. He made 33, and then in the second innings he was on 29 not out when Durham were all out for 266. They had been 221 for 3, 266 all out. Burnham went LBW. Burnham, sorry. He was bowled, wasn't he, by Matthew Fisher as bowler comes in here. That one's pushed away. Dot ball. Yeah, he was bowled because he lost 2 stumps. Absolutely cleaned up to a Yorker, which knocked him off his feet, and he ended up doing a forward roll down the wicket. I have never seen anything like it. And then he went for 2, and the next 4 batsmen got ducks. Hurt in. That's left alone outside the off stump.
Yeah, Yorkshire look a strong team, don't they? Even stronger this week with Bairstow in their side.
Yeah, I mean they're quite a youngish side as well. That's the thing. A bit reminiscent, really, of the young Durham team of 2013, who really added up to way greater than the sum of the parts on paper. You know, they just gelled and knitted together. It was sort of Mark Wood's breakthrough season, Jamie Harrison, a few others, and they just came together, and everybody had them written off as relegation certainties at the start of that year, and they won the title. That's gone down the leg side, taken by the keeper, and the side that all the national press tipped for the championship that year was Surrey. And guess where they ended up? Along with Derbyshire, they were relegated. Durham won the title. That included Durham's only win at the Oval in the championship. They have beaten Surrey away at Guildford, but their only win at the Oval. 2 balls left of this over from Hurt. Durham 43 for 3. Comes in and bowls. This is defended by Hart out towards mid-wicket, no run. They need some runs from somewhere here, Durham, because those who've gone have made 2, 1 and 5. Partnerships of 3, 11 and 28. At Marty Cricket on Twitter, at Scott Reed on Twitter. You can email weircricket@yahoo.co.uk. Traffic's a bit quiet this morning, Scott, which I'm wondering is that to do with the test match? Has hurt balls. Slightly short of a length. Hart gets up on his toes and gets on top of that one and plays it off towards point safely. Dot ball.
Yeah, we've got a bit of competition, haven't we, today with the test match? Yeah. Good finish there.
They'll all come flooding in tomorrow. I was thinking of you. Yeah, whatever.
England have lost a wicket, I think, haven't they? I think so.
Yeah, 22 for 1. Burns LBW for 10 to Abbas.
Be a good series, that. Pakistan look a really good team, don't they?
They've got some good bowlers, haven't they?
Yeah, they just. Yeah. Gleeson, over number 3 for him. These just helped it into the offside, no run.
I remember the Pakistan touring in 1992, and I went down to Lord's. We were sitting in the stand next to the media centre in the lower tier, right behind the likes of Waka Yunus and the in-swingers they were bowling. Just remember Gatting getting one and Ian Botham now on unplayable deliveries. That was some team, that.
Gleeson in the sunshine balls to Lees, who's in behind and defends into the offside. There is no run. I shall have to leave you for an update.
And Pakistan side won the World Cup in 1992 in Australia, beat England in the final. Zimam ul Haq smacking it around. And I was at the game at Adelaide where England bowled Pakistan out, I think for something like 79. And England were about 24 for 2 or something like that when it absolutely chucked it down. But had they gone on to complete the game, that would have been the end of Pakistan. They would have gone out of the tournament. So Gleeson comes in and bowls. It's left by Lees. And as it was, Pakistan ended up playing England in the final in Sydney and won. Of course, England wouldn't have been in the final if the rules had been different with regards to the rain delay, which basically ruined South Africa's hopes of beating them in the semi-final. That brought them out the Duckworth-Lewis system. Here comes Gleeson again it's another no ball to Lees. He's just struggling with his footsteps, Gleeson. Sun continues to shine in Chesley Street, just the odd little fluffy cloud. There's nothing really at all in the sky. Tiny little fluffy clouds dotted about here and there. Not many of them. And that's gone from Lees's outside edge down towards the third man area for 1. (46-3) Durham. Dixon went for 2, Steele for 1, Beddingham for 5. It was the middle order that failed to turn up last week. Well, it was everybody in the first innings more or less, but certainly there was no middle order in either innings last week. But they've got off to a struggling start here, Durham. Alex Lees is on 25 and he's watching as Hart faces here and defends Gleeson. On off stump, plays the ball back to him. The partnership definitely needed for Durham here. Half an hour to go to lunch. Last ball of the over. Gleeson comes in and Hart plays the ball into the ground and down to the gully area where it's collected by Willis, and that is the end of the over. 46 for 3.
Well, important little half an hour now, isn't it, for Durham, if they're going to try and piece together something in this first innings and get some runs on the board. Lee's clearly pivotal to that. Faced 76 deliveries for his 25 so far, but his judgment's been excellent, his defence and the way he's left the ball. They're going to give themselves a chance after lunch with wickets in hand as Hurt comes in and bowls, but down the leg side he's asking the question as to whether that was clipped away by Lees, but
gave up halfway
he
through
did.
his appeal.
Yeah. Wasn't entirely convinced by his own appeal there, Liam Hurt.
Lees is on 25 from 76 balls, strike rate of 32.9.
Century, wasn't it, for Lees last week in the second
Yeah,
innings?
106. Be quite nice to get that against your former team.
Here's Hurt, right arm around the wicket, left alone by Lees. Nestling into the gloves of Alex Davis, and there's no run. Yeah, the Alex Lees and Adam Lythe partnership from a few years ago when Yorkshire were winning county championships. They were great together.
That 2013 season, they were piling on the runs, weren't they?
They were, yeah. 2 slips behind him in a gully as well. Stephen Croft at gully, Jennings and Livingston at slips 1 and 2. Bowls to him, plays away from his body but safely steering it into the offside. Bohannon's at point to field and there's no run. 46 for 3. Liam Hurt in the side for the first time this season, just his second first-class match. He played against Leicestershire in the final game of last season. He's now got a change of line here. He's bowled right arm around the wicket. It's going to come over the wicket to Lees. There's a little conversation with Tom Bailey, who's at mid-on. Comes bounding in again. And Lees drops the ball back down the pitch and there's no run. It's slightly peculiar action, does Liam Hurt. Well, at least his approach is slightly peculiar.
Well, I was saying before, the way he holds the ball away from his body.
Yeah.
It's as if he's got like a used nappy in his hands. Just get at the bin.
Having never dealt with a used nappy, I can't...
No, well, sorry.
I'll just bow to your knowledge of that.
Yeah, I've dealt with thousands of them.
I can imagine, yeah.
So.
It's not something I'm familiar with. Here he is with his used nappy. In and bowling to Lees. Left alone by the Durham opening batsman.
I'm trying to think of a test player who used to bowl like that. Somebody in the 80s used to run in and right-hander, and the ball would be way, way out from the body. Who am I thinking of? Somebody remind me. At Marty Cricket on Twitter.
If you're watching on the live stream, you'll be able to see Liam Hurt running in with his right arm and just jagging outwards as he comes into bowl. Lees waiting. It's muscled away through mid-wicket by Alex Lees. Balderson will chase after that. Already come back for a couple. Bolton slides down and scoops the ball up and got across the ground pretty quickly there, George Balderson. Alex Lees gets 2 for that.
I wonder if it's a cunning ploy. I wonder if he's holding the ball out wide, so as he's running in towards the umpire, the batsman can't see the ball because the ball is being held behind the umpire.
Well, it could be. I mean, that'd be a very elaborate plan, wouldn't it? But could be. End of Liam Hurt's 4th over, 21 overs of the Durham first innings. So they have 99 overs left with this new rule of the Bob Willis Trophy. Each side in their first innings, restricted to 120 overs. 48 for 3. Lees 27 and Hart on 0.
Gleeson, start of his 4th over, comes in and bowls. And that's defended by Hart. Ball just runs across towards the covers, no run. How many no balls have we had from Gleeson now?
It's at least 2, isn't it?
Yeah.
Could even be 3, but I certainly think of 2 in his first over.
Gleeson from the Lumley end to Hart. Oh, that nips back in sharply, but there was obviously a bit of bat on that late on because he was raising his arm to celebrate an LBW, which I think he thought was absolutely cast iron, but then it must have dawned on him that it had deflected off the bat and onto the pad. In comes the bowler there. Yeah. I think it's flicked onto the thigh pad. The angle they're showing us was with a back to the batsman, or his back to the camera. That's an edge along the floor to first slip. Bounced just in front. .48 for 3. Gleeson now to Hart once again, and that's played back past the bowler and stopped just behind him. Tumbling stop from Wood.
Yep, all the bowlers together there, aren't they, with Wood at mid-off and Bailey at mid-on, both chatting to Richard Gleeson. Where's the captain? Dame Villas is at gully. Is Villas.
Two balls left of the over. Here's the first of them. And oh, Hart's going for a single, and Alex Lees is a bit surprised there. He was daydreamy. He's come through, and there's been a shy at the stumps from Tom Bailey, who's missed the target at the wicket-keeper's end, but I don't think for a minute there Alex Lees was expecting that. It was Hart's call because it was in front of the striking batsman.
Yeah, a little flat-footed, wasn't he? I think Lees, you say, wasn't perhaps expecting that single.
49 for 3. Durham really can't afford another wicket before lunch.
No, I agree.
Gleeson 2 Lees on 27. This is his 83rd ball. And that's off the thigh pad and down towards fine leg. That will be signalled as a leg by. And that is the end of the over. 50 runs in 21 point... Well, 20... It's got 21.6 overs, so 22 overs. 50 for 3 in 22 overs.
Yeah, important now that Hart and Lees get Durham to lunch. Maybe a change, actually, with Liam Hurt. He's bowled 4 overs. That's his opening spell. 4 overs for 12. So George Balderson's going to replace him from the Finkel end of the ground. He's bowled okay, Liam Hurt, but he's not quite looked as threatening as perhaps his captain would have been hoping for. A little 4-over burst for Hurt, and Balderson replacing him. He's a right-arm seamer in his debut last week. In that game, picked up 2 wickets in the first innings. 2 for 75. Didn't bowl in the second innings. Balderson. But here he comes, the first time today. Right arm of the wicket and bowls to Lees, but down the leg side, gathered by Alex Davis, tumbling away to his right-hand side. Picture perfect scene here with a bright blue sky. There's just the odd cloud floating around, but it looks terrific. Quite a strong breeze. The flag on the roof of the pavilion is blowing quite firmly.
Imagine these southern types getting sunburnt today.
Balderson for Lancashire to Lees, clipped off his pads through square leg for a single. 28 not out and 51 for 3.
Do you like the sun?
Yeah, I love the sun.
I can't sunbathe. I don't like that sort
No?
of. No.
Okay.
I've been badly burnt a couple of times,
Right.
including one day just at home in the garden on a breezy day with the, the wind coming off the sea. Hadn't realised. So trying to stay as far away from the sun as I can.
Well, I can tell by the colour of you. It was Balderson to Hart. It's a wide ball through to the keeper, no run. Actually, I remember a game between Lancashire and Durham at Southport the other year where it was
2016. We just roasted that week, didn't we?
Well, yeah, and you did make a noise about it, didn't you?
Well, it got so hot, we had absolutely no protection from the sun at all. Couldn't put an umbrella up either because there were people sitting in the room behind us. And it got so hot, we were trying to protect our computer equipment, and my iPad turned off.
Balderson to Hart, who defends to cover, no run.
Just sitting on the steps of the little tennis pavilion. And I think the next time you were there, the following year, it was hats and gloves, wasn't it?
I think it was, yeah.
But at that Southport game, which was July 2016, there was a massive tree on the far side of the ground. And one afternoon I had a wander around there and managed to get in the shade, and there was probably about 2 or 3 trees on that side, and there was hundreds of people jammed in under those trees.
Balderson for Lancashire. It's pushed wide of off stump and left by Hart, and it's spilt by Davis.
That's wobbled. That was Trafalgar Road, wasn't it? Is that what they call it?
That's right, yeah.
Well, that's where Durham and Lancashire should have met last year, wasn't it? But because of the World Cup, they decided they wouldn't have time to work on the wicket out there as well. So Sedbergh School came along instead.
Yeah, Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. It's a lovely venue.
Yeah.
I like going there.
That was a good week as well.
It was.
It was, but as you say, it was so hot, and we were melting.
It was lovely. Nice and toasty. Balderson into Lees, who's worked it off his pads to the left of mid-on for a single. He's pinched the strike as well. Lees to 29. That completes the 23rd over. And Durham are 53 for 3.
Well, across the road from the hotel where I was staying with the team, there were the old baths, and it was brilliant in there. I went in and just transpired by sheer fluke, what the guy who was running it with his missus is the brother of one of our presenters, who's originally from Southport.
Okay.
I had no idea. I got chatting to them and I signed in and put 2 and 2 together and whatnot. Anyway, it's this big old Victorian building, and you go down underground, and there's all these individual little changing areas, and there's about 3 or 4 different pools in there. And jumping into the cool water one night, after frazzling all day long, it was so lovely. It was really nice in there. New over from the Lumley end from Gleeson, who has taken 1 for 11 so far. This is his 5th over.
So that's part of the hotel, is it? Or
well,
separate to the hotel?
it was across the road from the hotel, because the hotel joins a casino, is it? But they had an agreement from the hotel. You could go and use those pool facilities across the road. It's like the old spa. It was a lovely old building.
That was a little B&B in Southport.
Comes Gleeson again to Lees, who drives at the ball, but it only goes up as far as mid-off. Didn't quite time that. Sounded a bit woody. Well, that was a silly bit of planning, wasn't it, that match? Because Durham were here against Northampton a one-dayer. You were at Leicester.
That's right, yeah.
And then I don't think I left this ground until about 8:30 at night, something like that. Got down the A1 towards Scotch Corner, and it was closed, so we ended up having to detour through all these villages around County Durham. Eventually rejoined the road near Bowes somewhere. Gleeson again to Lees. Ooh, Lees plays towards that one as it leaves him outside the off stump and nearly tickles it to the keeper. Keaton Jennings at first slip, hand hands on head there in disbelief that he didn't get an edge. I think I arrived at the hotel at about 2:30ish, something like that. And as I was walking down the hotel corridor, Glenn Chappell was walking towards me, and he had been at Leicester, and I think they must have left either right at the end of the Leicester match or just before the end. And he was in a car, so he'd got there about the same time. And I think some of the Lancashire players then started to arrive. As Gleeson comes in and bowls, played off the hips out towards square leg to Hurt, no run there. And then I was trying to get to sleep, but you can't sleep at that time. No matter how tired you are, you're driving along and you're desperate for your bed. And then you get to bed and you can't sleep because your brain can't turn off because you've been driving for the last 3 hours or whatever. So I don't think I slept that night. And then about 3:30 I heard all the Durham players arrive. I think they'd come by coach. And the match was only delayed by an hour the next day, wasn't it? It started at midday.
Midday, yeah.
Two balls left from Gleeson of this over, and he bowls to Lees, who plays that to square leg. It's a dot ball, collected by Hurt, went along the ground. Yeah, well, I did, because of the weather forecast that week, and the fact I wasn't sure if we had any protection, I took lots of long sleeve shirts with me, and wore those because, honestly, it was just so hot.
Oh, it was lovely.
And I felt sorry for the scorers and the PA announcer in that little portable unit. They were melting in there. I think William nearly passed out one day, the Durham scorer. It was a cracking game of cricket, which Durham won narrowly on the final session of the 4 days. Comes Gleeson, that's chopped away to point dot ball, end of the over, 53 for 3. And I've got in my stat pack here,
which is very impressive again, Martin.
the photograph of the Durham players having a game of cricket with a load of local kids. There's
oh, tremendous, yeah.
Collie and Ben Stokes and various others, and Jimmy Anderson was playing in the match, wasn't he? And
he was, yeah.
Another photograph, people under umbrellas on the far side of the ground to where we were, and this is the big tree that everybody was trying to shelter under. Durham reached their target on the final afternoon. That was a beautiful drive home, back across the tops. I went via Burnley and Colne and Nelson, and then over past Skipton. I went that way home. It was a gorgeous night that night. Just as I was about to pull on the M6, it looked like there was a massive traffic jam, and I thought I could be sitting there for a long time, so continued on past Blackburn and Burnley along the straight mile. You been to Burnley recently? How is Burnley these days?
I've not been for a while. No.
Not been through lockdown?
No, I've not. No, I've not been for a while. I've not seen my dad since March.
Wow.
There's Balderson. He's over the wicket and bowling to Hart. That's defended up to mid-off, and there's no run. 53 for 3. Well, it's back in lockdown again.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, Burnley is?
Yeah.
I know Blackburn is, isn't it?
Yeah,
Blackburn.
Restrictions on people, being allowed into your house and into your garden, all that stuff. Turned 65, my dad, this weekend.
Happy birthday.
I'll be able to see him. Balderson to Hart again, forward in defence, and there's no run.
We had 4 birthdays in our house during lockdown, and every time we ordered a meal delivered from a local Italian, and it was absolutely scrumptious, really nice food. But I did notice between the first ordering for a birthday in April to the 4th ordering, which was my birthday, it had gone up by about 10 or 15 quid. And I think it was exactly the same stuff. So
George Balderson is in a bowling. It's pushed wide of off stump, left by Hart, through to the keeper, no run.
But the restaurant in question, very nice restaurant and normally very busy, and rather than close down and put everyone on furlough, they decided to keep going to try and cater for their regulars, their loyal customers, and they were doing, I think, about 250 deliveries a day.
Wow. Balderson to Hart. It's nicely played up onto his toes, striking it pretty cleanly, but to mid-off, and there's no run.
I was in our local restaurant on the marina last night talking to the owner, Adam, and they were absolutely stowed off on Monday night because of this new voucher scheme, half-price meals, you know, and government are paying half of it and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So they opened earlier. I think they opened about 5 o'clock and then extended the amount of sittings they had to get everybody in socially distanced.
Hart waiting for Balderson. That's turned off his pads into the onside for no run.
And you sometimes wonder how the restaurants are going to be able to cope, because obviously they've got less tables and chairs in, but they've really put their mind to it there, because they bring all the cutlery and everything in a steel container, and you know, each table's got its hand sanitizer and all the rest of it, and socially distanced around the restaurant, and you know, only one person in the toilet at a time and that kind of thing. They've really put their mind to it.
Final ball of Balderson's second over. Little Fuller, and he's half appealing for LBW's George Balderson.
So then what did that hit? Because there was a shadow there as well, as the ball pitched around about the shadow.
Maiden, that one for Balderson. 53 for 3 at Durham, as we about 10 minutes away from lunch on the first day.
I think possibly just did too much and was angling down the leg side.
Yeah.
Around about the top of the pad, thigh pad area. But a little moment for Hart there. Yeah, I think it's just done a little bit too much. Gleeson to bowl his 6th over, 1 for 11, 1 maiden as well, as he comes in from the Lumley end, and that's loose ball, and it's driven by Lees, and initially I thought that was just going to absolutely motor away to the cover boundary for 4, but a very good diving stop, one-handed from Willis across to his right on the edge of the square, fielding with his back to the health club, of which it doesn't look like there's been anyone in there today. There's nobody up there. I wonder if it's closed. It was open last week. Gleeson up to the stumps, and turned by Lees out through mid-wicket for 1. Just jogs down the other end. A no ball. So it's the 3rd or 4th, isn't it? Let's have a look at the full scorecard. How many has he done now?
Definitely a couple in his first over. So it's either 3 or 4. Just finding his rhythm, Richard Gleeson.
4 no balls now.
As I say, I reckon it's probably the Big Bash the last time he'll have. I think he played for one of the Melbourne teams. It might be the Renegades. Richard Gleeson played in the Big Bash during the winter.
Here he comes. Hart up on top of the ball and plays it off towards mid-off. What have you brought for your lunch then? Where did you go to a local shop or something? Or?
Bit of fruit.
Fruit?
Yeah, bit of fruit. Some
Is that it?
That's it. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Hey?
Some mango.
Yeah.
And then there is a berry medley.
A what?
A berry medley.
Wow.
Of
Is that from sort of ram's bottom berry or the other? It's just a medley of black puddings, is it?
Strawberry, raspberry and blueberries.
Right.
Yeah, that's all I've got.
Gleeson comes in, and it's gone off to Gully. Stopped there by Willis. Well, that puts my pork pie to shame. My lard sandwich. Yeah, you'll struggle to find anything like that around here tomorrow. With your posh Lancashire grub.
Bit of fruit, that's all it is today. Yeah. Being well behaved.
That's the one thing we'll miss at Leicester next week. The lunches there are cracking, aren't they?
They are, yeah, that's true.
So Gleeson comes in and bowls. It's played towards point this time by Hart. There's a misfield and he's going to get a run. And a little bit of a mix-up there between Willis and Hurt. The ball just ran between the two of them. Leg and lamb and all kinds at Leicester normally. Fantastic.
Yeah, delicious, yeah.
Fantastic, but bring your own next week. It'll be a sandwich from a garage around the corner probably. Few balls of the over to go. Gleeson in. And it's a bouncer through to Lees. He almost tripped over as he bowled that there. Lees just watched it go to the keeper's gloves. 57-4-3. We are 4 minutes away from 1 o'clock and a berry medley.
And a decent sized breakfast at the hotel. That set me up as that.
Yeah. You went full bifter, did you?
Well, vegetarian.
Yeah. Here comes the bowler, and that's played by Lees up to Tom Bailey at mid-off, and Tom Bailey diving to try and stop it has not got it cleanly, and it's run away from him, and Lees gets 2 as the ball continues on towards the boundary at the far end of the ground. Are you veggie now?
No, I'm not. No, I just didn't fancy the sausage and bacon.
I was going to say, because that had ruined me plans for tea.
No, not a veggie.
You'll have to take all those steaks back. There's a white butterfly battling against the breeze outside, trying to avoid coming to our window. Disappears upstairs somewhere instead. The first pied wagtail of the day is here as well. 59 for 3, 26 overs gone here on BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Radio Lancashire and Manchester.
Yes, and on the live stream, very good service on the live stream. It's open up to everybody. You don't need to be a member to access it. Balderson starts to Hart. And it's a wide ball which he leaves. Multi-camera setup, there's replays. There's even a camera on me and Martin.
Yeah, so we've both stood up and moved away.
just to stretch the legs.
Yeah, leg was getting a bit numb actually.
So you can get to Lancashire and Durham's website and you'll be able to find the live stream. Balderson to Hart again. He shoulders arms through to the keeper.
How close was that?
Moved back in a fraction, did that from Balderson. Judgment from Lees has been impeccable so far in the game, and Hart leaving that one well. 2 minutes to 1 o'clock, so chance that this will be the last over because he's got 4 balls left to bowl.
That was swinging away when he left that one. He's batting about a foot outside of his crease here, Hart.
Balderson over the wicket to Hart, a little wider this time, taken by Davis, who skips in front of first slip.
Stephen Croft, the polisher of the ball, not allowed to use spit these days,
no.
But some of them are still doing it just by habit. I've never spat on a ball, to be honest. Stephen Patterson last week was getting sweat from the back of his neck and rubbing it in.
You need to find out who your sweatiest player is, don't you, really? Balderson to Hart, he's forward in defence and there's no run. We spoke to Graham Onions last night on the build-up programme on BBC Radio Lancashire between 6 and 7, and Graham joined us live for a bit.
I messaged him last night, but he never got back to me.
Oh. And he was saying that his habit, which he has, and it's just a thing he's done for years and years now, when he gets to the top of his mark, he just licks his finger and puts it on the seam, and that kind of sets himself. That's his little trigger movement. Balderson to Hart, down the leg side, he gloved that, taken by Davis. Balderson asked the question, but the umpire says not out. But yeah, obviously, when eventually he does play in the Bob Willis Trophy this summer, he says it's a habit he's going to have to try and get out of. It's just kind of instinctive, where he just puts his finger onto his tongue, and just that's the way he just starts his approach. But a habit he shall have to get out of when he's playing. So here we go. This will be the last ball, I think. It's seeing a replay of that catch down the leg side, but he'll flick the thigh pad perhaps. And this one's pushed wide outside off stump by Balderson, and that does complete the morning session. So a maiden over from George Balderson, and Durham have got to lunch on the first day on 59-4-3.
Just do an update briefly in a moment for Radio Newcastle and the news, but pressure from Lancashire. And, Alex Lees has done well, 32 from 96 balls.
On this week's edition of Chatting to a Lanky Legend, we have our most famous son, all-time fast bowling leading wicket taker and all-time leading wicket taker for England, the lad from Burnley himself, James Anderson. How you doing, pal?
I'm good, thanks, Eggy. How are you?
Not a bad introduction, that was it?
Nice, yeah.
Sounded like some off Sky Sports.
Exactly, yeah.
What have you been up to, mate? I mean, what have you been doing with yourself?
I've just been trying to stay fit, really. That's been the main thing. Obviously, I've got 2 young girls as well who've got a lot of schoolwork to do, so I've been trying to be helpful with that. I'm not sure I've been that much use, but yeah, I think staying fit's been the biggest thing. Obviously, we don't know when we're going to get back out there, if we're going to get back out there this summer. So as players, we've just got to try and stay fit. So if we do get the call, then we're in a decent place to start playing cricket again. But I find it difficult because you'll know it yourself when you've not got the sort of end goal. I guess you don't know when you're going to be playing next. It's hard to sort of motivate yourself for that sort of stuff, that keeping fit sort of stuff.
Definitely, and you've always been someone who's kept yourself really fit as well. And thrived really on a dressing room banter kind of competition and trying to beat your mate and
Yeah.
I suppose when you're on your own like that, it's hard. You've got Danielle and the girls like you said around you, but that for me that competitiveness has been really hard to be done without really.
Yeah, it is hard. It's hard, but I guess it's just a different challenge, I guess. So we've been. Like I'm on a couple of players groups, obviously the Lancs players group, and we've got an England players group as well. And there's been there's still that kind of when a lot of lads are Instagramming their runs and the times that they're getting and stuff like that. Some of them I'm not sure, it could be slightly fabricated, but it does keep that competitive edge up a little bit and I think you need to keep that going. And it is a different challenge for everyone at the minute, not just as cricketers. There's so many challenges for people staying at home. And it's just a case of trying to find the best way of getting through it and trying to keep in touch with people. And just getting on with it as best we can.
Now, I've seen a load on, like you say, on social media. The England boys are doing the press up challenge and they're doing the music. I saw Ben Stokes had done one, and I think that keeps people going in these bad times as well. And we as cricketers and custodians of the game really have got to keep cricket at the forefront of everyone's mind during this time of no cricket.
Yeah, I agree. It's hard, and there's sort of certain ways we can do it. We've got to try and keep a positive mindset through all this. And there's been bits about as well. I enjoyed the Sky playing the last day of the head in the game. Yeah. Obviously, an amazing day's cricket and the World Cup final the day after over the Easter weekend, and TMS are doing similar stuff on the radio.
Yeah,
I think that's been good just to keep people sort of attached to the game. And obviously, at a time where the season would have started, we're into the season now. And people are missing cricket, so giving them a taste of what what a summer's normally like. As we were talking about earlier, the weather's been amazing as well. So, being out in the garden with the radio on has been quite nice.
Yeah, it's been lovely, hasn't it? And like I said to you, my happy hour's been starting earlier and earlier every day, and I could do that because I'm retired. But like you say, yeah, it's frightening. Let's talk about your early life in cricket, mate. You know, you came from a real historic area of Lancashire that's synonymous with cricket, really. The Lancashire League and Burnley Cricket Club. What are your memories of that?
I've got great memories of starting my career at Burnley. You know, as you said, historic part of the world, historic league. And I was lucky. I sort of got the back end of some amazing overseas pros. You know, the guys that I started my career against. Roger Harper was still playing.
Yeah.
Joe Scuderi, who we both played with at Lancs.
Yeah.
You know, these guys that you know, just were amazing cricketers, and a real test for it, especially, you know, for me as a 15, 16-year-old coming into the side. You're playing against these guys you've seen on TV. It was a real challenge, and luckily I got the back end of that, because obviously in recent times that standard's just slightly dropped a bit because of the amount of cricket around the world.
Yeah.
It's been difficult, but I just remember that the early days. I remember, you know, every ground you turned up at, there'd be pictures on the wall of these pros as well from back in the day, and just incredible, you know, to get that sort of standard of player, and the Lancashire League seemed to attract those players.
It did, and I think that's a trait that goes right the way through the leagues in Lancashire. You know, you're playing against Test one-day international cricketers from all over the world, and like I said, now with a lot of the franchise cricket, all these players are taken away, and there's more opportunities for them to play on the biggest stage. But you've mentioned it before. You were very proud, a proud Burnley lad, and I still now know your best mates are the lads that you grew up with.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I try and see them as much as possible. Try and get back down to the club if I get a chance. And yeah, I think still having those mates from back then, that helps. That's helped me during my career, especially to keep my feet on the ground and just remember where it all started. I think, and that's been a really important part of my journey. And it's nice to still have loads of mates back there that I can keep in touch with.
Yeah, and not a lot of people will know, especially people who are listening to this that are out from outside the area of Lancashire, that the Burnley Cricket Club backs onto the famous Turf Moor, and it's when you go there, it's amazing to think that there's a cricket ground directly next door and sharing the same area as a Premier League football club.
Yeah, again, I mean that's been a huge part of my childhood as well. The football ground. You know, I had a season ticket there as a kid.
Did you? I didn't know that.
Yeah, in the cricket field stand as well. Yeah, but yeah, it's been and now it's still a massive part of the club. It you know, it's a place where they encourage away fans to go, a safe place for them to drink before games. So it actually it provides a lot of revenue for the club and helps the club keep going. So again, it was difficult times for them at the minute, but. Yeah, I mean, it's got a fantastic history, and like the players you know, that have played for going back to, I mean, there's pictures on the wall of Charlie Griffiths, West Indian fast bowler. You know, and again, that growing up with that sort of history and hearing stories about him from all the members, is, you know, just inspires you as a kid to want to be like them.
And what about, like you say, you were a first team cricketer, 15, 16 at Burnley in the Lancashire League. Who did you aspire to be like as a kid? Who are your heroes or your idols? A good question, that, because you're probably good mates with the lads that you looked up to. Yeah,
well, I mean, I was a massive Lancashire fan as well back then, and obviously with the success we had in the 90s. I was just a huge fan of that team. So Peter Martin and Glenn Chappell were two bowlers that I was really keen on. Neil Fairbrother, you know, I was a left-hander batter as well. Wanted to be like him.
Yeah.
There was probably only you that I didn't want to be a wicketkeeper. So
you're probably a good judge, mate.
Yeah, but I remember I went to the I think it was '96 final against Kent.
Yeah.
And it was I think Graham Lloyd took the last catch, and then everyone sort of ran onto the field after, and it was just one of those memories that you'll never forget. I think I was like 14, 15 at the time. Big trip down to Lords with my dad and my uncle, and yeah, it was amazing. And I think that team, you know, the amount of games, not just the success as well at that time, the amount of brilliant games that Lancashire played in. The semi-final at Old Trafford against Yorkshire. Did you hit the winning runs, or Digger hit the winning runs?
I was actually my only gold award I ever won. That only gold award, and Digger hit someone over point for 2 over Michael Bevan's head, and then was running in treacle trying to get back, and we it was brilliant. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, so some amazing cricket to watch, and I feel lucky to have grown up in that period, because I didn't get to go to a lot of games at Old Trafford, but there was quite a lot of cricket on the BBC at that time.
Yeah.
So being able to watch it was really, just brilliant from a fan's point of view. I think the Lancashire team of that era was a big influence on me, wanting to, really want to play for Lancashire. It was obviously being a Lancashire lad.
Yeah.
It was a big dream of mine to play. And looking further afield, I think there was a lot of brilliant fast bowlers around that time as well. Alan Donald, someone that I really looked up to, and was lucky enough to work with him. He was bowling coach for England for a bit as well.
Wow.
I've lost my train of thought now. Waz was another one, obviously, amazing skills. And again, to see him play for Lancs was brilliant. So I don't think there's one person that I looked up to. I think that's actually helped me, the fact that there wasn't one person that I thought I want to be like him. I just tried to watch everyone and try and work out what was best for my game.
You've always been your own bowler. Ever since I know you, you've always been your own bowler, and you've got a good cricket brain. You work things out for yourself, and what's right for you as a bowler. But like you say, let's talk about, you've come from the Lancashire League. You aspire to that team of the 90s, and you watch some great games. All of a sudden, 2002, you're walking down the steps, famous steps to Old Trafford, with a red rose on your shirt, playing for Lancashire. What's that all about?
Oh yeah, it was incredible, really. I think I've got Neil Fairbrother to thank for that, because 2 weeks before, I played a second team game, and Harv was injured. We played a second team game at I want to say Formby, but I forgot. It was around there, you know.
Somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, played a second team game against Northampton, got 8 for, and it was reverse swinging, and I think Harv had a word, and then a week or 2 later, I was in the first team.
Yeah.
It was just incredible, really, to make my debut. Obviously, a lot of nerves. But one thing that sticks out from that time was how welcoming everyone was. And I know that I'm pretty sure it was still first and second team dressing room then.
Yeah.
But it was still, everyone was still really welcoming, and a huge help on the field as well. I think to have the experience around that there was, that was a huge help to me as a 19-year-old, I think it was. Because I remember I was working a lot with Mike Watkinson at the time on swinging the ball. So there was occasions where you'd come up to me and go, right, forget swinging it, just bowl as fast as you can.
Yeah, remember.
Swang it down as fast as you can. And that really helped me. It's, it helped me, because I think I have got a good cricket brain now, but when you're starting out, it's hard to think clearly in those situations, I think. So to have that experience around you to say, right, now just forget about being accurate. We just want you to bowl as fast as you can. that really helped me, and I love that.
I remember them days because we you know we us start wicket keeper. You got Neil Fairbrother, and then you've got who else? A Crawley or a Galleon stood at third, whoever it was, and we loved pace. We just wanted to see pace, and we know what you could do. So we loved it when you were inflicting this pain on other batsmen flying up through here. And then in the early days, that was your strength. And I've always said to people when they talk about you that your actual strength was your speed. Early doors, it was speed, pure speed, and pure speed gets batsmen out, doesn't it?
Yeah, it can do. Yeah, definitely. I remember, because it's strange how my game plans changed over the years, because now I hate going for runs.
Yeah.
And I think back then I did hate going for runs, but I just thought, you know what, everyone was saying to me at the time that when you bowl quick, you're more likely to go for runs. So I'd go at 4 and over.
Yeah.
But I would take the odd wicket in a spell. So I think your game does develop like that. But I'm so glad that I had that opportunity to bowl quick, because it was so much fun.
And from where we were stood.
And the square's getting back to where it was, I think, now. Right. But when it was the other way around, the pitches were absolutely rapid.
Lightning.
There was something in it for everyone. If you batted well, you'd get runs. If you could bowl quick and hit good areas, you get bounce, and it was quick, and then it would reverse swing as well. So it was a brilliant place to learn my trade on.
I knew what was to come in the future during a game. We played at Blackpool, and you probably remember it. It was one of your, like I say, I'm quite clouded of when exactly it was, but we played, and I'm sure it was Somerset we played against at Blackpool, and you just bowled the speed of sound on a featherbed wicket, and just beat batsmen through the air with your pace and your movement. And I thought then, we ain't going to see much of this lad in future.
Yeah, I think, I mean, again, it was great memories for me, because I just being encouraged to bowl quick, and that, because at the time there's no fear of failure. I think as you go on in your career, you get that fear of, right, I've got a job to do here. I've got to do it in a certain way. I can't go for runs. I've got to bowl maidens and create pressure, etc., etc.
Yeah.
But then it was literally like, right, we've got Glenn Chappell, Peter Martin. They're gonna go for no runs whatsoever. So you can just come in and bowl as fast as you can and not worry about anything. Just try and get people out.
Yeah.
And it was a brilliant feeling. I absolutely loved it. And I remember that day well. And yeah, it was just, you know, I remember bowling bad balls, but I knew that eventually there'd be a good ball in there that would just will get people out.
And they were punching them off the nose end and fending it to short leg and nicking it. It was brilliant to watch. And I remember, you know, let's just move on a bit. Your Lancashire career for you, mate, was something that you were really proud of. But playing for England is every professional cricketer's pinnacle. And I remember watching, I think it was your debut in One Day International. It was your debut. It may not have been your debut. I don't know. I'm getting old. I'm 52 now. But you swung it around corners at Newlands, and I'm sure it was. Was it early doors in your career? That?
Yeah. So after my first season for first class cricket, 2002, I went on the academy in Australia. Then got picked for England because there was so many injuries that winter.
Yeah.
Made my debut at the MCG at the end of 2002. And then it was the World Cup in South Africa 2003, like in February, March time.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was one of those days when the white ball swung.
All over the place, didn't it?
Yeah. And yeah, it just went, I remember it just went really well. It was an amazing night. Lots of English fans there.
Yeah.
It was the same game. Shoaib bowled 100 miles an hour.
That's right, yeah.
So there's a lot going on in that game.
Our captain? Was Nasser captain?
Nasser was captain, yeah.
Yeah, Nasser. So we've been joined by my dog in the face, a pain in the backside. Does it every time, doesn't he? So sit down there, Raf. Sit down. It's called Rafa. Not after the Liverpool manager, but after the Ninja Turtle, Raphael. So, yeah, and then let's talk about then your England career just took off, didn't it? I mean, you played did he make your Test debut in 2003 as well against Zim or someone like that?
Yeah. So that after that World Cup, what happened then? Yeah, so when came back home summer of 2003, made my Test debut against Zimbabwe at Lords.
Yeah.
And it went really, like the start of my career went really well, but then it wasn't all like smooth sailing after that. So I kind of started picking up a few niggles, and because I was enjoying myself so much playing for England, I didn't want to lose my place. So I thought if I tell them I'm got a niggle, then I might not play the next game, and then someone comes in, takes my spot, and I don't play again.
That's a tough thing as a young player.
Because because I was 20, 21 years old. I just didn't know any better at the time. So I lost a bit of pace, and then I ended up getting dropped anyway because of form. In sort of 2004, 2005, I was in and out of the side. We had an amazing bowling attack, to be fair, in that period, where the likes of Simon Jones, Hoggard, Harmison, Flintoff. It was a hard attack to get into.
Definitely.
But yeah, it was frustrating, a frustrating few years, and then I ended up getting a stress fracture 2005 or 6, maybe 6. And then that's probably 2007 onwards is probably when I started feeling a little bit more like I had a secure place in the England team.
And then the rest is history. England, the world's most successful fast bowling, in terms of wicket taking, and that lad from Burnley, playing as a 15, 16-year-old lad. Did you ever think that one day you'd surpass the great Glenn McGrath in wickets taken? It's unbelievable, isn't it, mate? It's knowing you like I know you from that lad that turned up at Old Trafford to play for Lancashire to become the most successful fast bowler ever. It's pinch yourself moments, that.
Yeah, it is, and I don't think it's sunk in really, to be honest. It's still I still find it a bit strange, but it's been amazing. The last few years, I think that the last sort of 7 or 8 years, I've absolutely loved, because I've felt so in control of what I'm doing. And I've, obviously last sort of 18 months, I had a couple of injuries and stuff, which have been frustrating. But before that, just felt so I've loved playing the game, and I feel like I'm coming into my peak, into my 30s, and I still feel like that 15-year-old kid that tried to bowl fast at Burnley. I still love, turning up and trying to, now it's slightly different. It's not trying to bounce people out and bowl fast Yorkers. It's trying to be a bit more subtle than that.
Yeah.
But I still love the battle with the batsmen, and I still love playing the game as much now as I did when I was 15.
That's really refreshing to hear. And the young lads that come into the England setup and of course the Lancashire setup, they look up to. Do they ask you for advice and on your thoughts and techniques and stuff like that?
Yeah, quite a lot do. Yeah, I've to be honest, the last few years I've really enjoyed that sort of responsibility of trying to help out if I can. I don't force myself on people. I don't try and tell them what to do. But obviously, we've got Glenn Chappell as our coach, who's had an amazing career himself, and he's now a brilliant coach. So he does a lot of the work, a lot of great work with the lads. And I'm, when I'm around, I try and chat to them if they want me to, if they want any advice or anything like that. But certainly with the England group, we've got a brilliant group of bowlers who we constantly talk about the game. Whether it's in training, on the field, in the dressing room, or even at dinner, if we're on tour or whatever, we'll be talking about the game and trying to learn from each other. And I still learn from them, as much as they learn from me. And I think that's how you develop a good group of not just bowlers, but a good group of cricketers, is by allowing that communication to flow. And keep talking about it.
Brilliant. But we look at 4 or 5 years on ahead now. You're still plenty of cricket left in you, both international and domestic. Would something like coaching be something that you may be interested in, going down around the world?
I'm not sure. I still don't really know what I want to do when I finish playing. I like focusing on like now and what's going to happen in the next few months rather than looking too far ahead. But obviously I'm getting to that stage where I need to start thinking about what I'm going to do. I've enjoyed doing some media work with I've done a bit of TMS and stuff like that. So trying to, maybe going down that route. But I love talking about the game. I love talking about bowling. So definitely coaching's on the radar in some sort of shape or form. Yeah, and I've also used the net to a bit of a bowl into it as well.
Oh, yeah.
Just trying to keep the turn. At my age, mate, you've got to try and turn the arm over, make sure it's a bit well oiled. Because if I don't bowl for 2 or 3 months, then I'm just going to stiffen up and turn into a tin man. So
I find that Guinness helps on that, Jimmy. it stops me seizing up.
Yeah. Fair point.
Brilliant. And what about cooking? I mean, I don't know about you, but one of the things I miss is going out. Who's doing the cooking? And do you miss you and Daniela and the girls going to restaurants?
Yeah, we're lucky that we both do a bit of cooking, so we quite like it as well. And we've been trying to get the kids to do it, to try and so just so that they can start cooking for us, and it feels like we're going out. So we're just. I mean, it's an unusual situation for everyone, and we're just trying to make the best of it. And so we're just we're winging it really. No one knows what. I've not stayed at home this long ever, I don't think, because we're usually away playing cricket somewhere or training and stuff like that. So it's been a bit different. But yeah, it's been really enjoyable, and the cooking. I've enjoyed the cooking side of it. The housework I'm not massively keen on.
Forget that. On that.
Thanks everyone for tuning in. Hope you're all safe and staying at home. Hopefully we'll get some cricket in soon for you all to watch.
29 for 3 at lunch. Dixon went for 2, Steele for 1, and Beddingham for 5. Dixon falling to an excellent reflex catch behind the stumps to the keeper off the bowling of Tom Bailey. Alex Davies had gone down towards the leg side thinking the ball was coming that way, and suddenly had to change direction and snatched the ball one-handed low. Steele played and missed at a number from Luke Wood, and basically gave the appearance that he wasn't going to be long for this world, and unfortunately he then left one which thudded into his pads and he was out LBW. And Beddingham will regret the shot he played. It was just a half-hearted sort of attempted a cut at a ball from Richard Gleeson that should have been left well alone, and he left his bat dangling way out the line of the stumps and clipped it to the keeper when he was on 5. In contrast, Alex Lees has been very watchful and patient, and he has 32 from 96 balls. Gareth Hart survived an appeal for LBW just before the break from the bowling of George Balderson. I think Balderson was absolutely convinced he had him. No doubt it was given, and he is on 2 from 31. Durham desperately need a partnership here. Partnership so far of 3, 11 and 28. So here's Wood to start the afternoon session. Left arm over from the Lumley end to Lees, who plays that ball up to Hurt at mid-on. Dot ball, a reminder of the teams. It's Alex Lees, Sean Dixon, Cameron Steele, David Beddingham, Gareth Hart, Jack Burnham, Ned Eckersley, Ben Rain, Matt Salisbury, Chris Rushworth and Bryden Carse for Durham, with Carse and Salisbury coming into the team at the expense of Paul Coghlan and Matty Pott. And a number of players have returned for Lancashire, Liam Livingston among them, having been with England for the one-day setup, along with Richard Gleeson. They're playing in this. Wood's making his debut as he bowls now to Lees. Lees plays that up to Hurt. So they are Keaton Jennings, the former Durham man, Alex Davies, the keeper, Josh Bohannon, Rob Jones, Dane Villas, Stephen Croft, George Balderson, Luke Wood, Tom Bailey, Liam Hurt, Richard Gleeson and Liam Livingston. And as far as the scorecard is concerned, I'll give you the bowling figures so far from the morning session. Bailey 7 overs, 1 for 4 with 4 maidens, very tight work from him. Wood 1 for 19 from 7 overs, 2 maidens from him. Hurt none for 12 from 4 overs as Wood bowls this one. It's played to point, and a bit of a stumble there from Bohannon, and he falls backwards. He's in the dust and the edge of the square on a used strip, and as a result Durham get a single. Hurt none for 12 from 4, Gleeson 1 for 17 from 6 with a maiden, and Balderson none for 2 from 3 overs with 2 maidens as well. Scores on the doors.
Yes, I think Lancashire should be pretty happy with the morning's work. Alex Lees batted really well for Durham this morning.
3 slips tightly together here for Wood as he bowls to Hart. Hart takes a big stride forward and plays the ball safely along the ground to mid-off to Hurt. 27 wickets fell around the country this morning in the Bob Willis Trophy mini county championship. It will not be classed as the county championship this year, but I think there were fears among a number of people who wouldn't see any first-class cricket at all. But Tim Bostock, the Durham chief executive, and Richard Gould from Surrey came up with this plan to try and get a regionalised competition going, and eventually it was given the green light. In comes Wood again, and driven by Hart straight to Hurt. Hart to Hurt at mid-off, no run. Slight changes to the format, really to try and protect the bowlers. So the day's play is 90 overs, not 96, so it's 15 overs an hour. The new ball will not be available for 90 overs, so you won't see a new ball inside a day. It'll have to be taken the next day. This is to try and limit the number of overs the fast bowlers bowl. The first innings for each team will be a maximum of 120 overs, and the cut-off point for the follow-on goes from 150 to 200 runs. Wood bowls to Hart. Hart defends and the ball trickles behind him. For a second I thought that might roll onto his leg stump there, but actually it's just rolled safely away from the leg stump. And that is the end of the over, 60 for 3. The points are the same, other than it's 8 for a draw instead of 5. And the cut off 4 points is still 110 overs.
Yeah, I think credit to everybody, the two people you mentioned there, but I think the will across all 18 counties to try and play some first-class cricket, and there was some reservations and there were some points that I think needed to be ironed out and concerns that had to be eased, but I think credit to everybody for getting a competition underway.
Yeah.
Because as you say, it looked well, it looked unlikely, didn't it, really, the chance of playing first-class cricket or seeing first-class cricket this year.
Yeah, I mean, Tim said to me quite a few months ago he still held belief there would be something.
Okay.
He's still... But then when the cricket season did come around last week, he then said he worried that it wouldn't, so...
It's Tom Bailey to open up from the Finkel end of the ground balls to Lees, who's defending back down the pitch, and there's no run.
I have to say, I mean, I certainly wasn't as optimistic as he was, but, you know, the clubs were in discussion with the government, and I think they were given a bit of a steer as to, you know, what was likely to happen and when. I mean, we're now getting a number of local lockdowns again, so that could impact on who can play where.
Bailey right arm around the wicket, balls, and Lees defends, and there's no run.
There's parts of West Yorkshire and Lancashire in local lockdown again. Leicestershire just has been, so Durham initially were due to play Leicestershire here, but then as things were relaxed in Leicester, that game is now going to take place there from next Saturday. But I mean, we could see some twists and turns yet with regard to venues and where we can and can't go. And interestingly, there's been a spike in cases down in Middlesbrough in the last few days, so they've set up a drive-in testing centre in Middlesbrough, and they're warning people to be careful there. Look what's happening in Aberdeen this week as well. So
Bailey to Lees, and just hopping back into his crease and defending, full face of the bat, pushing the ball back to the bowler. No run. Yeah, I suppose one of the reasons why the T20 fixtures aren't released yet, you know, just trying to piece together as to who can play where and when. I mean, logistically, it must be so difficult to be able to put something together.
Well, there's a number of things I've heard about the T20 as well, because I've been told the TV company only want to...
Bailey back into Lees, clipped away off his pads, nicely played by Lees. It beat the man at square leg, and runs out towards the leg side boundary, and they've come back for 3, so nicely clipped and nicely run by Alex Lees. He adds 3 to his total. Score moves on to 63 for 3.
Yeah, I think Sky want to show as many of the T20 matches as they can, but only from 3 venues. So this was the thing, this was something I was told a week or 2 ago. So if that's still the case, you could end up, say, you know, Durham against Lancashire being played in Derby or somewhere like that, you know.
Yeah, I've heard that myself. Yeah, it could be games being played at neutral venues, and perhaps more than one a day played at neutral venues to assist with the television coverage at some point.
Well, that wouldn't be a bad idea, would it? I think it's sensible, that, really.
It's Bailey over the wicket to Hart, who defends, and there's no run.
If you're going to show the games, you could have 2 matches on a day quite easily. You know?
Yeah.
One starting early afternoon, and then another one on the night time or whatever. I mean, with this round of games in the Bob Willis, it looked like Durham were going to have 4 home and just 1 away. But now they will be going to Leicester and Nottingham.
Bailey to Hart, who's forward in defence, and there's no run.
So when you were at New Road the other day, that was your home game?
It was, yeah. Right. Yeah, it was Lancashire's home match.
And it was you and Richard Ray in the commentary box. Was anyone else there?
Nope.
Nobody?
Nope.
That was it? Just you 2 in that building?
Yep.
Really? Was Bradders there?
No. Bradders wasn't there.
We haven't had any PA announcements in these games. There's been nothing. There's no stadium announcements, just the scoreboard. I suppose the only people who are announcing it to is us or the players.
Yeah, exactly. That's true.
Or the ground staff.
Yeah.
Somebody in the gym.
Lancashire's game next week against Nottinghamshire has been switched from Emirates Old Trafford to Trent Bridge, and that is Lancashire's home match. at Trent Bridge against Notts. I mean, it seems utterly bizarre.
So you could have a really, you could end up with a terrible home record if you were to say lose those matches without actually ever playing at home.
Yes.
Bizarre.
It's a bit strange.
Anyway, this is a Durham home game.
Are we sure?
Well, we think so. As Lees plays this one from Wood off towards the square leg boundary for one.
You just got to be a bit flexible, haven't they? And Lancashire were quite hopeful of playing a game in Manchester, but because I think of the restrictions in place now across Greater Manchester, and obviously they want to keep the need to keep Old Trafford biosecure for international cricket. I think probably safer all round just to move it to Trent Bridge.
Well, I tell you, I mean, Michael Gough's been ensconced in that biosecure bubble for weeks now, because he was there from the moment the West Indies arrived. The umpire. Wood to Hart. Hart turns that towards fine leg. Is there anybody around there? There is. It should get cut off by Balderson. 2 runs. Keeper lost that in the sun there, didn't he?
He did.
He's looking in there. He's ended up dropping the ball and he clipped him on the chin. If you want to get in touch, it's at Marty Cricket on Twitter, weircricket@yahoo.co.uk on email, or at Scott Reed on Twitter. Like some local league scores, please. So Lancashire Leagues and North East Premier Leagues. Tell us what's going on at varying grounds. We'll read them out for you. Durham 66 for 3 here on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Radio Lancashire as Wood balls to Hart. Hart plays that behind point, and Lees has to get a move on there. He's a bit slow to start again on that occasion. He just made some sign back to Hart there. Looked to me as if he was doing a cross over his chest. I'm not aware he's a religious man, but maybe he's thankful that he wasn't run out on that occasion. Victor Main still in his huge deck chair.
It's enormous, isn't it?
Red and white stripy deck chair. I think it was supplied by a brewery.
I mean, it's the best seat in the house, isn't it?
Yeah.
Little afternoon snooze.
Lees on strike as Wood comes over the wicket from the Lumley end. And that's played back into the ground, and the bowler tries to snatch it. It's actually run off slightly to Rob Jones there, who's got one of those old caps on as well. He's fielding in the covers, so he was trying to snatch at that quite hard there, Wood, to the point where he actually shifted the ball about 15-20 yards away from where he was. Wood again comes in and bowls, and Lees finds a gap on the offside through the covers. We'll get 1 run. Brings Hart back on the strike on 5. 33, not out, and 29 not out last week, Gareth Hart. And so far has consumed 38 deliveries for his 5.
Yeah, he did well, didn't he, in that last half an hour up to lunch, because it was imperative that Durham didn't lose a 4th wicket. Last
ball of the over. 3 slips in place as Wood bowls to Hart. Hart gets behind the line of the ball and plays it out towards mid-off. And that is the end of the over. 68 for 3.
Is anybody else allowed to sit in that giant deck chair, Martin, or is that very much his and no one else is allowed in that, do you think?
Have
you ever seen anybody else in it apart from
No.
him? Right, okay, yeah.
I mean, he's miles from everybody else, because he's sitting on the deep mid-wicket to a right-hander, back to the east stand. He's about, the rope's about 20 yards in from the edge of the field, so there's a little white picket fence where the ground staff bring their machinery onto the ground, so he's sitting just in front of that. The rest of the ground staff are in the far corner, bottom corner of the County Durham stand on our right-hand side. James Franklin and Matty Potts, I think, going for a net session here, just having to run down in front of us to get out the line of the bowler and the batsman.
There is Tom Bailey running in from the Finkel end as we look on, and forward comes Lees. Plays a handsome looking punch into the offside, but gathered by Dane Villas, the Lancashire captain, at cover. No run. Shining the ball is Villas, using the sleeve on his left shirt. Chatting with his bowler. 68 for 3, having kept wicket and captain Lancashire last season, Dane Villas. He might be enjoying the freedom to be able to get up and have a chat with his bowlers more regularly than obviously he could do when he was keeping wicket. This one's left by Lees, whose judgment I think has been superb in the game so far.
Just thinking back to the when we were looking at the Lancashire staff sitting in the stand earlier on, and John Lewis was with them, former Durham coach. When he left here, which was Christmas a year ago, they basically restructured the coaching organisation and they offered him a newish role which he didn't want to take, so he left and joined up with the Sri Lanka setup, and he had applied for the Sri Lanka coach's job in about 2014. It was around about the time he ended up as the outright Durham coach after Jeff Cook retired and took a back seat.
Bailey to Lees, again content to leave the ball through to the keeper.
So there's the only cricket going on anywhere at the moment is in England, isn't it? So Sri Lanka won't have anything happening at the moment, and of course lots of foreign coaches and physios and support staff have ended up disappearing back to the countries they're from because of lockdown. Durham had just started a new Australian physio, and he had to leave the tour of Zimbabwe because Australia was going into lockdown and hasn't come back, and Cameron Bancroft hasn't come this year.
Bailey to Lees, a straighter ball which he does play, defends it to mid-on, there's no run.
Farhan Bahadian is meant to be coming, the South African. The last thing we were told last week, they were still trying to sort his visa out.
Okay. I think most counties have kind of decided to at least postpone their overseas players, haven't they, for this year? Or their coal-pack players.
Sensibly, really, I mean.
Yeah, yeah. Well, especially when there's only potentially 6 matches.
Yeah.
Just the 5 in the group stage. 68 for 3. Breeze blowing through a little gap in our window. It's quite chilly breeze, isn't it? As Bailey's into to Lees. That's guided into the onside, stopped at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
I'll tell you what I've noticed today with some of the Lancashire fielding on this square. There's 3 wickets that have been heavily used for nets by the looks of things, and they are rather raw, aren't they? And there's been a number of misfields around the edge of the square up towards the pavilion side of the ground, where the ball's just catching those rough surfaces.
Yeah, George Balderson stood there at mid-wicket on one of those pitches.
He went down to pick that one up there and it went straight through his hands. Breeze is just picking up again.
It is.
It's a northeasterly by the looks of things. Blowing a cool breeze in off the sea, which is like a giant fridge.
Bailey pushes that mid-wicket out towards the boundary as he comes into Lees. Push full, but a fraction wide of off stump and left alone by the Durham opening batsman to complete the 31st over of the Durham first innings. Maiden for Tom Bailey, 68 for 3.
Do you have a 2 o'clocker?
I do have a 2 o'clocker, yes.
Yeah. That's it for me for updates for Radio Newcastle today, but I do have live updates this afternoon in BBC T's Sport, Summer Sport.
Yeah, cricket's the only sport in town, isn't it, really?
Yeah, in this town. Somebody was pointing out the other day that you weren't allowed any members of the public in this ground, yet half a mile away up Ropebury Lane there were hundreds watching Chesley Street in the North East Premier League last weekend. And apparently the bar did a roaring trade. Our club Whitburn initially opened up as a huge beer garden originally, because I think the first action they actually had in league format this year was the under-11s against Gateshead Fell. As Luke Wood bowls here to Gareth Hart. So Marcus North, the Durham director of cricket, was coaching the Gateshead Fell side because his son plays for them. And there was a big crowd to watch an under-11s game, and the way they're doing it at Whitburn Cricket Club is they've got a one-way system. You go in through one door, up the stairs, into the bar. They have a sort of slalom type course inside the bar where there's this queuing system around tables, and people have got to stay a few feet apart. And then once you have your drink, you leave by the fire escape and go back outside again, so nobody's actually sitting in the clubhouse at all. There's Wood Bowls, and that's defended by Hart. I think it was a couple of weeks before league cricket actually began at a senior level, so it was around about the penultimate weekend of July, I think. It's nice to see people sitting in cricket grounds watching something going on and being able to socially distance, whether picnic tables or whether they bring their own deck chairs and sit a bit further around the boundary or whatever. Wood up to the stumps and balls, and that's defended by Hart.
Another recreational game. I've been itching to get going for weeks and weeks prior to eventually being granted permission to start.
Well, Boris couldn't decide what the problem was, whether it was the tees or the ball, could he? So then eventually, suddenly the go-ahead was given.
Indeed.
And everybody was, hooray. Wood again comes in and bowls. And that's played up towards Hurt, who dives in from mid-off, quite a tight mid-off, behind the batsman at the non-strikers, and it looks like he's going to try and run him out, but Lees was in his crease. At the moment, very slow progress from a Durham point of view, but you have to look at the bigger picture. It is progress, because they're only going along at 2.1 and over at the moment. Having said that, they were 42 for 3 when these two came together, so 68 for 3 now. They've gone from the end of the 18th over up to this one. As Wood comes in, and that is cut by Hart past point, and he should get 2 here. As the ball is chased by Richard Gleeson. So what over are we in now? This is the end of the 32nd coming up in a moment, so that's a sizable partnership, isn't it, that they've put together?
It is, and important that they got through that half an hour or so prior to lunch.
It's nearly 14 overs old now, and it's brought about 28 runs. Wood to Hart from the Lumley end, tries a Yorker. Hart digs it out. Jack Burnham should be watching that one, how to play the Yorker. Did you see the Burnham dismissal last week?
I did, yeah. It's pretty comprehensive.
It went viral, that one, as we said it would in commentary. I think somebody tweeted, there's no need to refer this one. But, and then there was a Nick Gubbins one, and he tried to play a sweep shot, a reverse sweep shot, and basically fell over. He fell sideways off the wicket while the ball took his middle stump out of the ground. He sort of lay there on his front for ages. that was quite a humorous moment. But the Jack Burnham dismissal took some beating. 2 stumps out the ground. One of them snapped.
Did it? Oh, right. Okay.
Him cartwheeling down the pitch.
Yeah, it was emphatic.
Yeah.
Bailey to Lees, through to the keeper, and there's no run.
The daft thing is, Jonathan Doidge interviewed Matthew Fisher at the end of the day's play, and he said it was an accident. He hadn't meant to bowl it like that, and he said when the ball came out of his hand, it felt like it came out all wrong. I thought, if that wasn't intended, I'd love to see the ball that was, because it was carnage. Well, they've got an exciting young bowling attack, Yorkshire, with Ben Coad and Matthew Fisher. Stevie Patterson still trundling in with his stiff leg deliveries, still doing a job for the team.
Bailey from around the wicket, left by Lees. Yeah, I suppose that's perhaps one of the reasons why they let Bresnan leave, to try and open up an extra path in the team for some of these younger guys. Bresnan was in the wickets and the runs, wasn't he, last week for his debut for Warwickshire?
Get 100, didn't he?
He did, yeah. I shall have to leave you for an update.
In comes the bowler again. Oh, now that's a funny one. Where's that gone? It's gone well wide of off stump, and it pitched and never got up. And the keeper was so low down trying to get it. He nearly did a forward roll. It bounced off his glove. Comes the bowler again, and this is played away by Lees. Back to Bailey. Dot ball. Wind just catching our microphone slightly, just the St George's flag on the pavilion. It's blowing towards Pelton Fell, so there's a bit of a northeasterly breeze pushing it to a southwesterly direction. Sacriston around that sort of area as Bailey comes round the wicket to Lees. That's defended. Lees on 38 from 117. So a bit of a cooling wind off the sea. Of drama outside our house this morning as the lifeboat was scrambled to an incident on the River Wear. Plenty of rescue vehicles and paramedics and Coast Guard and police. Last ball of the over, and they have dropped George Balderson out towards deep mid-wicket for Lees, and Lees actually plays it in that direction along the ground, and he gets a single. Just drifts behind square leg in the end. 1 run. So that's the end of the 33rd over. Listening to BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Radio Lancashire, and Durham 71 for 3. Rush with having a wander around the boundary here. So sunglasses have got bright green arms on them. It's a very pleasant day indeed if you're outside. It's a bit chilly indoors, but with the window open, but rather pleasant. And there's the hand sanitizer has been brought out for the Lancs players. Bournemouth have appointed Jason Tyndall as their manager following Eddie Howe's departure. A bit of a delay while the hand sanitizer is distributed and chats go on the field. Tom Bailey having a chat with Luke Wood about tactics. Bailey 1 for 8 from 10 overs, 5 of them maidens, and Wood 1 for 27 from 10 overs, 2 of them maidens. 71 for 3 then at the start of the 34th over here in Chesty Street. 57 remaining today, and Lees is on 39 from 118 balls and is on strike as Wood comes in and bowls. Lees defends on off stump. No run there. Matthew Mullen says cracking commentary. Great banter, keep it up, he says. Wood turns. Comes up to the stumps and balls. This is flicked off towards long leg. For 1 by Alex Lees. Victor Main's got company now. Will he not be liking that?
Nobody in the deck chair, only him in the deck chair. Belongs clearly to him.
He's talking to Cameron Steele, and Chris Rushworth's gone and he's lying down next to them on his front, chin on his hands, watching the cricket at worm height. Wonder if Vic's given Cameron some coaching tips. Woods to Hart, who's on 7. Oh, Hart pushes at one outside the off stump there, and it's gone through to the keeper. He's not really played any loose shots at all so far.
No, he's tempted at that one, wasn't he? Just reaching for it.
England 70 for 1 a couple of minutes ago against Pakistan, chasing 277 to win. Test match special says this is finally poised.
Good finish, isn't it? Cracking game. But I think it's going to be a really good series, that. Pakistan, as you say, have got a fantastic bowling attack. A couple of outstanding batters in the team as well.
Wood in, bowls. Hart turns towards mid-wicket. He's gone for a quick single. And initially it looked like the throw might be a hard one at the stumps, and in the end it's just a lofted sort of lobby throw back towards the keeper. In an instant, all pressure disappeared.
They've done well, these two, haven't they? They've just taken the zip out of it for Lancashire. 40, what were they, 42 for 3? No, 73 for 3. So in the context of where Durham were in that first hour and a bit this morning, this is a good partnership, this. Calmness from Alex Lees. He's batted really nicely. Well supported by Hart.
This is played out through mid-wicket by Lees. He'll get 2 here. Hurt. The throw back from the eastern corner of the square. Durham move on to 75 for 3. So Lee's on to 42. Got 106 last week in the second innings against Yorkshire. He only made 8 in the first. He's doing a job for his team here.
He is.
Pushing towards the half-century mark. That's an erratic delivery from Wood. That's left down the leg side for 4 pies. He bounced it down the leg side. Lees watched it go. The keeper had no chance of getting across to that. And that's the end of the over. And 79 for 3 the score.
The interesting thing with the new rules, the fact that it's 120 overs per first innings, it just brings a different kind of dimension to it, doesn't it, really? Because teams can afford just to sit in a little bit here and be patient. You don't need to take 10 wickets. You don't need to bowl the team out in the first innings, because you've got that limitation on the number of overs. So you can apply different tactics. You don't have to go full out trying to bowl the team out cheaply. You can afford just to sit in a little bit and be a little bit defensive and conserve runs, and not have to be too concerned about the wickets column if that dictates it during the course of that of the play. So I think that's be interesting to see how that all unfolds as the group campaign continues. Hart just dabbing this ball into the offside as Bailey continues. Starting a fresh over from the Finkel end. 79 for 3. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the that rule is adopted and used. I think it worked well for Lancashire last week at New Road against Leicestershire, because I think Leicestershire would have just carried on batting and would have maybe batted Lancashire out the game. But the fact that they had to stop at 120 overs, I think, helped Lancashire. It certainly felt that way at the time. Hart pushing at this next Bailey delivery, just opened at the face of the bat a little and steers the ball back with a square on the offside for 1 run.
Colin Ackerman did the damage, didn't he? The second innings.
Yeah, he was excellent.
Around. What did he get? 73 and 41 balls.
Yeah, he got a 95 in the first innings and a 73 in the second, and chipped him in a couple of wickets. He had a great game. Colin Ackerman for Leicestershire played really well across the 4 days. They were better than Lancashire. They they outplayed them for 4 days, really.
Where did the teams stay then?
They were in the hotel.
They were all in the hotel
on the ground as well, yeah. He's barely around the wicket to Alex Lees, who's forward in defence.
It's got decidedly more expensive, that hotel, over the years. But it is a nice spot to be in. Walking out of your bedroom and into the commentary position in about 3 minutes,
Yes.
4 minutes.
Ideal, yeah.
Not quite like the room I had at Southampton the last time Durham were there in 2016. It took me 35 seconds to leave my room and be in my commentary position.
You cannot be late, can you,
No.
really? No excuses.
Well, the excuse for being late is that you're too close to the venue. That's what happens.
Yeah, so you leave it too late.
Yeah.
Bailey to Lees, who's defending again. There's no
I remember going for a training course somewhere and it was rush hour traffic and I was the last one to get there, and some of these people had come from Cumbria and Teesside, and I thought, yeah, but, you know, they've set off and probably given it 2 hours, whereas I gave an optimistic 40 minutes to what turned out to be nearly an hour-long trip, you know, so traffic and all that kind of thing.
Aye.
But local knowledge, I suppose, can be a dangerous thing at times.
You can backfire.
Yes. Any knowledge for that matter.
80 for 3, Durham.
Oh, where's that gone?
And that's off the pads by Lees. It's just in front of square on the leg side. It's rattling its way towards the boundary. It's timed beautifully. Lovely shot by Lees, clipped away square of the wicket for 4 runs. And he's edging to what will be a very good 50. I mean, a really good 50. When his team was struggling this morning. 46 not out from 125 balls faced. 84 for 3. And 1 ball left of the 35th over of the Durham first innings. Barely 1 for 13. Actually, he's left Bohannon out on that leg side boundary now as Tom Bailey is bringing across. He's captain from cover to mid wicket. 2 slips, gully, point, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, deep square leg and a long leg for Bailey. Oh, gets that one all wrong.
No, the umpire's going to have a word. That was a beamer. It
It
wasn't
was.
intentional, and he
No.
looked shocked when it left his hand, to be
He
honest.
did, yes.
That might be hand sanitizer moment. He's not signalling a no ball or anything there.
He didn't see that, no.
Surely that's a no ball. That was a
Well,
beamer.
Yeah, completely slipped out the fingers, that didn't it? As you say, maybe a sticky fingers for the hand sanitizer, perhaps, but he looked as surprised as anybody, didn't he, Tom Bailey, when that...
Well, it was overhead height and down the leg side, but other than that, fairly legitimate to the degree.
End of the over, 84 for 3.
There's a helicopter just heading towards us. Way above it, an aeroplane, so... But that was rather an erratic ball there. 18 minutes past 2 on this fine Saturday afternoon. Durham 84 for 3. Hearts on strike. He's about to face his 50th ball. He's got 9 runs. But he and his partner are doing a very good job from a Durham point of rescuing positionary. Came together earlier towards the end of the 18th over with Durham on 42 for 3. So they've taken them on to 84. There's a bit of a delay before this next ball is bowled. You hear the aeroplane just going past us now as bowler comes in, and it's a change of bowler. It's Gleeson replacing Wood. So earlier today, Gleeson 1 for 17 from 6.1 overs.
Yeah, he seemed to struggle a little bit, didn't he, Gleeson, with his run-up? He had a couple of no-balls, and a couple of times he kind of pulled out halfway through. And
It was 4 no balls, I think, in the end, wasn't it? Up to lunch. Gleeson again bowls former North Hants man. That wraps Hart in the pad. Hart's a bit angry with himself there. He's trying to play a leg side-ish delivery. I think it might have been a little bit of an inside edge under the pad. Hart goes for a little walk. pleasant day indeed here in Chester Street. Blue skies, tiny little wispy bits of cloud way up in the stratosphere, high as you can probably get really. As Gleeson comes in from the Lumley end, and Hart turns that behind square leg and off towards the boundary. He's going to go for 2. Good running. Have to keep that tight.
Was good running, which they did well actually this morning. I thought where possible they're able to rotate the strike. Hart's played really well here. I mean, he's got 11, but he's faced 52 deliveries, and he's just allowed a partnership to develop with Lee. So it's a good combination between the two of them so far.
Gleeson turns. He's going to come in here. Right arm over to Hart from the Lumley end and bowls. Hart defends that one on a length.
Right, look at some of the other scores. The Bob Willis Trophy. England are 72 for 1, need 205 more runs to win. But as Martin mentioned, there were plenty of wickets fell this morning, and they continued to tumble as well for Somerset, who were 99 for 7 against Northamptonshire.
Who's got the wickets there?
Let's have a little look.
Gleeson, formerly of Northants, bowling here to Hart. Hart cuts that one, and he's gone behind point, and that's a nice shot. That might run away for 4 down to third man. Hurts chasing it, and it's beaten him to the boundary. Boundary rope's about 20 yards in from this corner of the ground, just down below our commentary position. Hart moves on to 15 from 54 balls. Durham 90 for 3.
Ben Sanderson's got 4 for 18 from 13 overs.
Ben Sanderson, yeah?
Ben Sanderson, yeah. And Brandon Glover.
He got a few against Durham last year down there, Ben Sanderson.
99 for 7, Somerset.
Yeah, it's hard going around the country today. There was 27 wickets fell this morning. So, Gleeson too hard. Hart again plays the same shot as previous 4, but might be stopped this time. I heard the ball slowing down towards the third man boundary. They run 2. And, partnership is 50. I was about to say this is turning into a decent partnership, and up on the board 50 from 111 balls.
Yeah, that's excellent by Lees and by Hart. Needed that, Durham, when these two came together.
That's the end of the over, 92 for 3. So Lees is a blow away from 50.
And it would be a terrific 50 as well. Wickets tumbling in the morning session at the other end, but he kind of got his head down. I thought his judgment, his defence, and the way he left the ball this morning in particular was really impressive. And he's now within striking distance of a very good half century, backing up a ton from last week. You see Liam Hurt replaced Tom Bailey from the Finkel end of the ground. He bowled 4 overs this morning, then Dame Villas took him out of the attack, so he comes back. 4 overs for 12 this morning for Liam Hurt.
I am reliably informed the T20 fixtures are out in about 4 days' time.
Okay.
So then we'll get our maps out and see where we're meant to be going. Route planner will be hammered for a few weeks.
Yeah. And I think it's still the regions, isn't it? I think it's the regional groups and home and away.
Yeah, so there won't be a silly trip on a Friday afternoon to Worcester, which takes 8 hours. The journey from absolute hell that was. At least I got there, which is one of the Durham players never made it. And Chris Rushworth arrived just as the teams were going out on the pitch. First game against Lancashire, August the 27th. See you again soon, Scott, then.
Aye, look forward to it, Martin.
You don't have too much of a thing, you know.
So Liam Hurt, right arm around the wicket, bangs one in short to Lees, and he just shovels it off his hip towards backward square for 1 run. Takes him to 47. Durham and 93 for 3. So yeah, because it starts, doesn't it, in between the fourth and fifth rounds of the Bob Willis Trophy.
Yeah.
The T20
Because
Blast.
the final round's in September, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think it's August bank holiday, is it? Is that right? When's the 27th then? What day? Hey? Thursday. Right.
Hurt over the wicket and balls. And Hart pushes into the offside. No run. 93 for 3. Hart on 17. So yes, we look forward to the release of the fixtures. T20 Blast. It'll all be a bit strange. T20 cricket without anybody there. One or two counties are hoping to get some fans in. Follow ball by Liam Hurt to Gareth Hart. And he glances that one down behind square on the leg side for 1 run. Moves up to 18. And Durham move on to 94 for 3. I know that Lancashire were hopeful that towards the end of September they might be able to get some supporters inside Emirates Old Trafford, but who knows, it's a lot to be.
Yeah, I think that when the fixtures come out, there'll still be some question as to where some of the matches are played, of course.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Indeed. Yeah, there could be a few TBCs next to the, next to the name. Hurt around the wicket. Oh, big appeal for LBW. He's convinced, as indeed a Davis and
Now then,
Jennings.
I was expecting the finger of doom there. I'd like to see that one again. It stayed a bit low.
Yes, one or two have from this end today. A big appeal. See if we can catch that one back on the replay.
Just watching it now. Possibly outside of off stump. Difficult to see actually as the ball pitched where it was and it hit. I think he was standing just outside the line of off stump when it hit him. But that was one of those where you wouldn't have been surprised to see the finger of doom.
To Lees. Is that stopped at backward point? It is. Pick up and throw. That could be a run out. It is a run out.
Hart's run out. What a throw.
I think that's George Balderson, I think.
Never run off a misfield, and they've just done it, and it's paid the price.
It's a great pick up and throw at backward point. And Hart run out for 18, and Durham have lost their 4th wicket. Pretty sure that is Balderson just behind square on the offside, just at backward point. Stopped it, did well to stop it, and then the way he got up and threw down the stumps with Hart running towards the wicket-keeper's end. It was a very smart piece of work.
I did not want that, Durham.
That ends a really good partnership. It just reached 50 between Hart and Lees.
Just watching the replay here, and they think he's not going to get to the ball. He's at full stretch, and he snatches at it, and it just bounces out, but he's able to get the ball and get up and throw it hard at the stumps, and Hart was, well, he was short of his ground. Finger went straight up there, and that's very disappointing from a Durham point of view, because those two had been going along really nicely. No real concerns at all. Told that at school, weren't we? How many times we told that at school? Never run off a misfield. And that brings out to the middle Jack Burnham, who could desperately do with a confidence boosting few runs. Partnership ends at 52. Jack Burnham last week cleaned up by Matthew Fisher for 2 in Durham's 2nd innings, and in the 1st innings he made 7, bowled by Ben Code. And it is he who is on strike to Hurt with 1 ball left of this over. Here comes the bowler, and Burnham defends it. That is the over, 94 for 4. here on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Radio Lancashire. Anyway, the T20 fixture's out in about 4 days' time. So it's a tight turnaround that if we don't get to see them for 4 days, and then it starts 27th. New over from the Lumley end, and it's Gleeson to Lees, and Lees has hurt himself here because he's jabbed the ball onto his foot, and that has caused him some pain. That may take a while to subside.
Ouch, yeah.
Right, while you're back, I'm going to do an update for Tees.
It was Bohannon, sorry, not Balderson with that run out, Bohannon.
To tip X.
Sorry, my fault, my fault.
Provincial sloppiness.
Yeah, I know, early season sloppiness.
Good job I bought the tip X the other day. Right, I'm going to have to take this headset off to put another one on to do tees. So,
shall I continue then?
Yes.
I shall continue. It's at 94 for 4. Yeah, frustrating for Durham. Goodness me, that was a really good partnership. That was actually becoming a little frustrating for Lancashire, that partnership. But Hart and Lees were excellent. But a little bit of magic, hoping to break the partnership. Gleeson into to Lees off the back foot, just easing it into the offside, and there is no run. And 94 for 4 Lees on 47 is. Played a little blinder here for his team, but he'll need to bat deep into the day. Durham are going to get themselves a good score on the board. 3 away from a very tidy half century. Oh, it comes back into fractions. He tries to work it into the onside. Rolls back down the pitch, and Stephen Croft comes up from behind the stumps. Just looking at that run out again, I thought it was Balderson. It's been given by Balderson on the ECB website. Lancashire have said it was Bohannon on their Twitter website. Yeah, I thought it was Balderson, but now I'm uncertain as to whether, because Lancashire have tweeted Bohannon. It was Gleeson, worked to mid-on by Lees, but for no run. Either whether it was George Balderson or Josh Bohannon, it was a very fine piece of work at backward point. 1 ball left of the 38th over. 94 for 4. Crick in for us saying Balderson as well. So maybe we'll go with my initial instinct. He got mobbed. He was surrounded by Lancashire players, and I couldn't see who was in the middle of it. But my first instinct was Balderson. There's Gleeson to Lee. He's just off the back foot. He's pushed up to mid-off. That's the end of the over. So 94 for 4. Maiden from Richard Gleeson, who I think is just settling in. I mean, I mentioned before lunch, actually, I think he was searching for it a little bit, but he's not bowled for ages. He's not bowled in a competitive game since kind of January a little bit, and he's just spent the last 3 weeks, apart from working in the nets, kind of sat in this biosecure bubble at the Aegeus Bowl, so he might take a little bit of time to to find some kind of groove and find his rhythm. Yeah, that was a maiden. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 25. Richard Gleeson's figures. So Jack Burnham on strike. Here is Liam Hurt from the Finkel end of the ground. A couple of slips are in place. It's nicely hit. Driven straight. That's 4. It's a glorious shot. What a lovely way to get off the mark by Jack Burnham with a on drive. He's mid off, mid on, trying to come across to cut that off, but neither able to get to it. Lovely shot by Burnham for 4. Gets him going. And Durham move up to 98 for 4. Just looking elsewhere, I'll keep you across not just the other Bob Willis Trophy games, but the Test match at Emirates Old Trafford. England have just lost their 2nd wicket. Hurt comes right on over the wicket and balls to Burnham, who defends, and there's no run. So Dom Sibley out for 25, I think. Let me just confirm that for you. Yes, Sibley out for 36 rather. So Burns 10, Sibley 36. And England are 86 for 2, so they need a further 191 runs to win. Just confirmation it was George Balderson, but he was mobbed by his teammates. But great work by the young man. Burnham defending, but kind of reaching for it. It may just have kept a fraction low. The way he kind of played that, maybe just a little late onto it. He comes down the pitch and has a little look at the surface, Jack Burnham. He's a tall man and reaching for it with his bat in front of his pad. Pushing it back towards the bowler. No run. 98 for 4. Burnham taps his bat. Liam Hurt brushes him past the umpire. The ledges, it squirts behind square where Bohannon fields. And there is no run. Somerset at 8 down now against Northants. 111 for 8. Crikey, they've been it's a pretty torrid day with the bat for Somerset. Games taking place at Wanties Road in Northampton. 111 for 8, Somerset. In the North Group, Yorkshire against Nottinghamshire. It's Hurt balls, and that's nicely played again by Burnham to the right of mid on. A full length delivery, just clips off his toes into the onside where Gleeson fields. The umpire spins round and signals a no ball. We've seen a few of them being racked up today. So because of that no ball, 2 runs added to the total. It brings up the 100 for Durham as well. 100 for 4 in their first innings. But looking at that Yorkshire Notts game at Trent Bridge, of course Yorkshire came here and won last week, and Nottinghamshire lost at home to Derbyshire in what was a fantastic finish there as well. Absolutely went right down to the wire, didn't it? The final ball, I think, in the end. I think they won with 1 ball left. Yorkshire 123 for 4. Hurt comes around the wickets, balls back of a length to Lees is in behind and defends, and there's no run. Johnny Bairstow out for 5. Davin Milan for 9. Tom Corler-Cadmore for 21 and Adam Lyth for 4. So Yorkshire 123 for 4 against Nottinghamshire. And the other North Group game is that top of the table clash. The 2 winners from round 1, Leicestershire against Derbyshire. And Leicestershire made 135 for 5. Well, that's what the current score is, 135 for 5. Just drifted onto the pads there, it didn't hurt, and Lees helps it on its way behind square on the leg side for a single. Keeps the strike, moves to 48, and the score moves on to 102 for 4. So the men out for Leicestershire, Azad for 5, Slater for 0, Dearden for 70, Ackerman for 12, Rhodes for 5. So 135 for 5. That in the North Group of the Bob Willis Trophy. End of the 39th over for Durham. 102 for 4. Lees on 48. And Burnham on 5. It will be Gleeson to continue.
Here he comes then, Lumley end. Right arm over, cut by Lee, straight into his own foot again. He's going to need some ice on that later on. He's still on 48 from 138, still to get to that half century. So it was Balderson with the run out. So you did call it right. What happened was the scorers suggested to the umpires that maybe it was Bohannon.
Right.
So they went with that initially before correcting it and saying, yeah, Balderson. Okay. So we began with a B.
Oh, it's great work, wasn't it? Terrific pick up and throw.
Yep. In comes Gleeson. And where's that gone? That's... Well, he's suddenly struggling here, Alex Lees, to time the ball. And ever since he got hit on the toe in the previous over to Gleeson, that one, he's played it late, and I think he's played it off himself again, and it's trickled back towards the bowler's end. Let's see the action replay. No, it's angled in and hit his pad, but it was going down the leg side. Gleeson. 2 Lees. That's gone down the leg side and is taken by the keeper.
Yeah, he's looking quite frustrated here, isn't he, Richard Gleeson? He's just not quite got it right yet. Kind of apologised there to Alex Davis as he sent that one down the leg side.
Now they seem to have managed to link up the cameras that the production company have brought with the analysts' cameras, so we now do have the angle behind the bowler from the Lumley end, whereas this morning on our TV screens we were only seeing the back of the batsman. And this is a quick single off to square leg for Lees, and a throw from Hurt towards the bowler's end misses the target. Takes him on to 49. So the live feed is via the Lancashire website or the Durham website. Otherwise, the usual methods of listening to us via the BBC Sports website and the app. And we're live event 2 on TuneIn. Some people still using TuneIn. If you're abroad, it's quite often the preferred method of listening. I have to say, on the correspondence front, it's been very disappointing today, and I'm not happy with any of you, to tell you the truth. As Gleeson comes in now, tries a York-length ball on Burnham. I wonder where he got that idea from. Burnham keeps it out, though, digs his bat down onto the ball, around about off stump, plays it to short mid-wicket.
Can see yourself to be told off by Martin Emerson for lack of communication.
On the BBC Tees Sports show today, the football quiz, which team plays at Wadden Road? And I did have to think about that for a few moments, and then just to back myself up, I actually looked it up to see if I was right. And so the bowler comes in now, and that's left well alone by Burnham outside of stump. My initial thought was Barrow, and then I thought, no, that's not. Are they Holker Street or something? Barrow?
That's right, yeah, Holker Street. Yeah.
And I thought, no, it's one of those Midlandsy typey teams, and I haven't been to the ground, and I thought, Cheltenham started to ring a bell. End of the over, and the score is 103 for 4, with Lees on strike now on 49. Now, just to give you an idea of what Lees has done in his first-class career, his 106 against Yorkshire last week was his 16th century, and there have been 27 half-centuries as well. He got 899 runs last year, and started today with 6,178 in first-class cricket.
It's Hurt to Lees, onto the front foot with an angled bat. He steers it out to point, and there's no run.
So this will be the 44th time he's got to 50 if he gets this single. Yeah, anyway, You can contact us at Marty Cricket on Twitter, or weirdcricket@yahoo.co.uk, or indeed at Scott Reed on Twitter. I don't want to hear that you've been watching England, because quite frankly, you know, some of us in this relationship are putting the effort in and others aren't.
Hurt to Lees, who's to the front foot, little half shuffle forward and then pushes to bed off, no run.
You been to Wadden Road?
I have.
You have?
I have, many moons ago, but yeah. For a pre-season friendly game there.
Ooh. I've been to Cheltenham to the cricket a couple of years ago. When was it? It was that hot summer of 2018. It was melting there that week on that balcony. They have a canvas cover on the balcony, and it's got very sticky under there.
Hurt to Lees. Check drive into the offside, but for no run.
Oh, it's lovely doing the Cheltenham Festival. They did that year. They played Sussex one week and then Durham the next. And each morning before the start of play, they had myself and Bob Hunt, the BBC Radio Gloucestershire commentator, in the marquee, talking to supporters and doing a little sort of 10-minute question and answer. It was really good fun, actually.
Nice. Nice little spot, isn't it?
Yeah.
Round there as well. Yeah. Some nice little pubs and restaurants at night. Hurt into Lee, just flicks this one off his pad down towards fine leg, and he'll come back. He wants 2, and that will bring up bring him to 50, bring him to 51 to be precise. That's a really good half century, and proper battling half century from Alex Lees.
145 balls.
3 fours in it. 186 minutes, but that's an excellent half century by Alex Lees. It's tough going this morning. He lost wickets at the other end, but he's stuck at it. He'll be hoping for further reward this afternoon. But 51 not out. That comes into him, plays nicely forward in defence, and there's no run. Yeah, in the morning sessions, Dixon, Steele and Bedingham all being dismissed for 1, 2 and 5. And it was tricky, but his judgment, his defence, the way he left the ball this morning was really good. And that cautious, careful, patient start has been rewarded. More runs for him here, towards deep backward square leg. And a roll of the wrist and clips the ball along the ground to Bohannon, who's lurking in front of the scoreboard, the electronic scoreboard. Keeps the strike as well. It's the end of the over. 41 overs into the Durham first innings. Lees has 52. Burnham has 5. And Durham are 106 for 4.
Well, if you're looking for positives, they're 3 runs better off than they were against Yorkshire when they were all out for 103. Ooh, so question 1 was Cheltenham Town.
Yep.
Question 2.
Okay.
Name the only football team to sack Sir Alex Ferguson as a manager.
Ooh, I think I know that.
Who do you reckon?
I think it's St Mirren.
St Mirren. Gleeson from the Lumley end to Lees. Gleeson nearly trips over as he bowls that one. Lees plays it up to mid-on, no run. He's the last manager to have any success in winning the league in Scotland other than Rangers and Celtic, with Aberdeen in 1984.
It's a good start.
Pakistan getting on top of England now.
Another one gone.
Root's out. Joe Root for 42. 96 for 3 now. Gleeson to Lees. Appeals from wicketkeeper and first slip Keaton Jennings, but absolutely nothing from the bowler. There was certainly a sound of bat in that. Gleeson in to the stumps and balls, and that's a drive from Lees straight into the ground and into the cover area, and collected by Willis. No run. We have an email.
Ooh. Hey.
Ah.
Oh.
It's from the Durham chief exec. Gleeson to Lees again. Lees turns this to mid-wicket, no run. The Lancashire coaching staff walking around the ground here. That's not Glen. Is that Glen Chapel there near to us?
No.
No, I was going to say. His hair suddenly looks a different colour. Is he here?
Yeah. He was back for the first game of the Bob Willis Trophy.
Right. I think he was sitting next to John Lewis this morning then, when there was 4 of them in the stand on the far side of the ground. 106 for 4. Gleeson to Lees. Lees looks for a gap through the covers. Villas cuts it off, but he's sliding along the floor and trying to stop the ball, patting it up in the air to stop it getting away from him. Gets a single. Mark, the photographer, wandering around at the front of the pavilion. Who's he going to train his long lens on next? There's somebody manning a camera, which is a deep mid-wicket. It's on what would be normally where the members would sit, on the members' balcony, just in front of the members' room. Burnham on strike now as Gleeson comes in and bowls, and that goes along the floor to Croft at third slip. Matty Potts just walking back from the nets, having had a session with James Franklin and Alan Walker, one of the Durham bowling coaches. Enjoying an apple as well. Vic's still on his deck chair. Victor Main, the Durham groundsman, in his shorts. He's got quite a tan going there. Hope you got the factor 50 on Vic.
Where's his cap? He's not got a cap on, has he?
Yeah.
Get your cap on.
He and another, I think there's a Mark, one of the other ground staff. There was 2 of them while everything was in lockdown, just coming here and cutting the grass and watering the field. This is the driest place in Britain.
Here's Liam Hurt around the wicket again, just banging it into the deck. Doesn't really get up as Lees tries to swivel and pull through the onside. Just hits him on the thigh pad and pops back down the pitch, and he comes wandering down the pitch to Alex Lees to have a look at where the ball pitched.
Well, Tyne and Weir was the driest place in Britain in the spring.
Was it?
And it broke records going back to 1829.
Okay.
And I watched day by day as our garden just disappeared.
Oh dear.
Not helped by the kids riding the bikes over the grass out, but
yes.
it was so dry, it was incredible.
To Lees, who's in behind the delivery and defends into the onside, no run.
I think it got to the point where there was one night it must have rained a little bit during the night, and I came out the next morning to see a little bit of dampness on the grass, and I was surprised to see it. And it was just one passing cloud, and that was it for the whole of April and May. And then you get to June the 1st, and boom, here's all the rain back. The industry started to return.
Yes, I remember the weekend of the 12th of April, which was due to be the start of the county season.
Yeah.
It was absolutely glorious.
Yeah, Easter weekend, wasn't it?
Another short ball by Hurt, and Lees ducks underneath it.
We'd, it's an old ball, we'd planned, and now for some reason I was just never confident about this plan. So the week before Easter, our daughter was meant to go on a skiing trip to northern Italy, and originally they had been due to go on a ski trip to Austria with the school, but quite a few kids pulled out. So the original plan, they were going to be away in the first week of the Easter holidays. So my wife mooted this idea that the 4 of us could go on an alternative holiday while she was away.
Hurt in again to Lees, who defends, no run.
And I just started I thought it was a good idea, and we did start to look at varying places, like, you know, maybe a quick week in Mallorca or something like that, and I booked the time off work, and then I don't know why, and I'm not going to say I have premonitions about anything, but I just had this unease. The skiing holiday wasn't going to happen for no other reason than I can think of, that at the last minute something would happen and it wouldn't be happening, or my worst fear was that we'd be in another country.
Hurt to lead. It's a fuller ball this time, which he plays back down the pitch, and there's no run.
If we're away in Spain or somewhere, and say something happened on the skiing holiday and they all had to come home, or, you know, an injury on the ski slopes or something like that. So in the back of my mind there was this nagging reason not to book a holiday. Anyway, right up until the week before they were due to go on their ski holiday, it was still on, and then eventually Italy started to be closed down, and then it was knocked on the head about maybe a week, 2 weeks before. So we never booked anything.
Hurt from around the wicket, another short ball down the leg side, taken by Alex Davis.
So had we booked something, we wouldn't have gone anyway, because we were in lockdown by then. But whatever reason I had, just in the back of my mind, we never booked the holiday, so I suppose it worked out well in the end from that point of view, because there will be a lot of people, many people, still waiting to get money back from holiday firms and airlines. And are you one of them, are you? Where were you meant to go?
Well, we were in Bangkok. We were stuck
right.
stuck in Bangkok trying to get a flight home.
Were you?
Final ball of Hurt's 8th over. Around the wicket it comes again. As Lees defends a ball that's a fraction fuller and into the offside. And that is the end of the 43rd over. Durham 109 for 4.
So where had you been?
Bangkok. We went. The plan was to go from Thailand to Bali to Australia to New Zealand.
All right.
And by the time we landed in Thailand, everything was shut down.
Oh, nightmare.
Yeah, it was a bit.
So you flew from England to Thailand, and everything closed overnight while you were in a plane?
Effectively, yeah.
Right.
We knew that we couldn't get to New Zealand when we left Manchester, but
right.
by the time we landed in Thailand, we couldn't get to Australia or Bali.
Right, and you had to go, because otherwise you would have lost your money, would you?
Well, lost the money anyway, yeah, because the flight was still on. So.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing. Ian O'Brien, 4 flights to get home from New Zealand around about the same time. I don't know if you saw that.
I did.
He ended up doing a GoFundMe, didn't he? The former New Zealand bowler who now lives in the Derbyshire area. 109 for 4 then. Burnham on strike on 5 as Gleeson bowls. Burnham defends on off stump. The ball runs off towards the leg side, no run. Yeah, so he had a flight and then that was cancelled, so he contacted the airline and they said, oh, that flight's not going, but there is another one, book onto that one. So he booked onto that one, then they cancelled that. Then he switched companies and that got cancelled, and then eventually he had to do the GoFundMe thing. He was offering to try and help people with, he said he would come and do some coaching, cricket coaching somewhere, if people could help him get home. But I think his plan was to then quarantine in a camper van on the drive. So Gleeson bowls and Burnham plays that to mid-on, no run there. Sometimes it's just been such a strange year, weird year, and there's obviously not been anything like this in my lifetime. The last major flu pandemic was Hong Kong flu in 1966 or 68 or something like that. I mean, there's been SARS, but it didn't have any impact here. We had a bit of the swine flu thing in 2009, but it wasn't anywhere as virulent as this. I caught that at the end of the cricket season in 2009. I was in bed for about 10 days. Gleeson in bowls, edged, and did that carry? Has it carried?
I don't think it carried,
I
no.
don't think that carried.
No, I don't think it carried.
And I don't think Keaton Jennings thinks that carried either.
Nope.
And it's a good thing from a Jack Burnham point of view, because he could have been on his way on 5 there. He edged the ball to first slip, but I think that bounced. Going to see the action replay here now.
I think Keaton Jennings clearly thought it was bounced. He didn't appeal, did he? It looked like it bounced about a 6 or 7 inches.
It's one of those where did he get his fingers underneath it or not?
Actually, yeah, looking in the back, he's closer than what I thought. But
yeah, and I'm not sure that Jennings knows either way, to be telling you the truth. That might have been out, you know. Gleeson in again, and Burnham leaves that one alone.
Well,
although Jennings didn't make a fuss
no,
of
he
it,
didn't.
though, did he?
No, and if Jennings thinks he's caught it, he's celebrating, isn't
Yeah.
he never moved, did he, Jennings?
There was a yelp.
Well, Davis and Livingston were kind of going up to congratulate the bowler, and Keaton Jennings just stood his ground. And
can we see a replay of that by any chance, TV people next door on our monitor? Nice to have a look at that again in a moment. As Gleeson turns, 109 for 4. Burnham 13 balls for his 5. Here's the bowler that's left alone outside of off stump.
There's a bit of a frantic look behind by the batsman, wasn't it? To see if the ball had carried.
The 2 deliveries after that, he's just been able to leave alone. This is the last ball of the over from Gleeson. 1 for 27, 2 maidens. That's a drive towards backward point along the ground, dot ball. End of the over, 109 for 4. BBC Radio Newcastle with you, and BBC Radio Lancashire. It is 3 o'clock. Do you have an update?
I do, it's about 5 past.
Ah, okay. Nice to see you relaxed about that and trusting your own timing that you won't forget between now and then.
They ring me anyway.
Do they?
Well,
what, if you're not there, they ring you?
no, so I can hear them, hear the cue.
On this day, 18 years ago, Stephen Harmison made his debut for England. A test career spanning 7 years. He ended up with 226 wickets. He was in 2012, no it wasn't, 2004, the #1 ranked test player in the world, bowler.
It's hurt to Lees, who's forward in defence, and there's no run. Well, the previous Liam Hurt delivery, over rather, to Lees was a mixture of short and full deliveries, but the short stuff he bowled, and they've got to feel set for it, with a kind of short mid-wicket, and there's a deep square leg and there's a long leg, and Hurt's bowling right arm around the wicket and trying to bang the ball in to Lees to ruffle him up or to get him to try and pull or hook and mistime something. Looked like a part of the plan. Okay, it's another fuller ball which Lees leans into and pushes up to mid-off, and there's no run. It's perhaps something that they did lack actually in the game down at New Road, was the ability to try and bowl a spell that's like this, which what Hurty's trying to do. And hit the deck hard, bowl quickly, set the rhythms of Lees, who's been terrific so far. Hurt into him, another 4 balls. The 3 of them have been full as he plays it back down the pitch. And there's no run. I'll be expecting a short one at some point. Albeit the ones in the previous over were not particularly well directed. Lees was able to kind of duck and weave out of the way of most of them. Started this over with 3 fullish deliveries. 1 slip in the gully, 3 on the offside at point, cover and mid-off. Hurt in, just leaning into it and guiding the ball into the offside is Alex Lees. Liam Livingston's at cover to field, no run. 53 not out from 163 balls faced. Excellent effort by Lees on the back of a century against Yorkshire in the opening Bob Willis Trophy fixture last week. He's got Jack Burnham at the non-striker's end, leaning on his bat. Hurt again. This is a short ball, but doesn't really get up. And Lees can clip it pretty calmly through square leg for a single.
Balderson was at
point, backward point.
When the run out came?
Yeah.
So Lees played the shot and came to this end, and it was
Hart running.
Hart running thing.
Yeah. 110 for 4. Final ball of the 45th over coming up. And Burnham on strike. He's not bowled to Burnham too often, hasn't Liam Hurt? It's a ball which he's allowing to pass through into the gloves of Alex Davis. That completes the over. 110 for 4 after 45. Lee's on 54. And Jack Burnham on 5. Liam Hurt 9 overs for 28. And Gleeson's bowled 11 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 27. Yorkshire have lost a 5th wicket, 137 for 5. And I shall leave you for an update.
Gleeson, 12th over from him, 1 for 27 so far, coming in right arm over, bowls, and dug out by Lees to wide mid on for 1. The leading edge of the bat, that one, bottom corner. Comes Gleeson to Burnham. Burnham plays that to the covers. It's a dot ball collected by Willis. Still got that huge smear of white sunblock right across his cheeks and his nose. Noise of the traffic in the background on the old A1, the A167 running through Chester Street, heads across to Durham as Gleeson comes in and bowls. That's defended by Burnham on off stump. Bernard's asking, did Steve Harmison's career begin and end in New Zealand? Not sure his last test was. As Gleeson comes in and bowls. Oh, that's worth a shout. And there's the end of Burnham for 5. Another sorry departure from him. Played around the ball. Nipped in low. And he goes. And he can't buy a run, unfortunately, at the moment. Possibly going a little bit down the leg side, but it was low enough. He's played it round the ball. He's given out, though, by umpire Neil Pratt, and walks off for 5. And Durham, in the biggest scheme of things, are 111 for 5 now. And this is not good from them again. Do feel a bit sorry for Jack Burnham there, as he looks rather forlorn heading up the pavilion steps. Weight of the world on his shoulders. Now, Ned Eckersley last week, a rare failure with the bat from him. He was out for a duck in Durham's second innings. Second ball, LBW to Matthew Fisher. And in the first innings, he only made 6. Yet last year, he regularly came in and mounted rescue missions from the middle of the order. And he got 720 runs in 2019. Where was he? Where's he gone? Got 104 50s. Highest score in 2019, 118 against Sussex at Hove. That was in a win. Previously with Leicestershire from 2011 to 2018, and now skippering Durham in the absence of Cameron Bancroft, who hasn't come back this year because of the coronavirus situation. Partnership was worth 17 for that wicket, so 3-11, 28, 52 and 17.
Yeah.
Burnham never added another run from the moment that it looked like he could have been caught in the slip cordon. Did it carry or did it not carry? We were asking the previous over. He didn't add a run, and Gleeson got him anyway.
Decent kind of last half an hour for Lancashire with that run out.
Yeah.
And the LBW just then.
Just shows what one incident can do. Brings all this pressure on a team again. So Gleeson bowls to Eckersley. Eckersley defends on off stump. It's, you know, it's always about ifs and buts, isn't it? Cricket, but when they were going along, they'd launched a rescue mission, and then suddenly a run out, and that one wicket has led to another fairly quickly.
Yeah, just a little bit of magic, wasn't it, for Lancashire? That run out. Sometimes that can change the feeling of a passage of play, and it'd been a good hour either side of lunch for Durham up until that run out.
Gleeson in again. That's left alone outside the off stump, and that is it.
Yeah, decent comeback that from Gleeson. It felt like this morning he was perhaps struggling a little bit in his two spells, but got a couple of wickets now. First one was a bit of a soft one, really. David Beddington wafting his bat at one, and Bellingham caught behind by Davis. It was a pretty poor shot. And the second one was a good delivery by Gleeson, trapping Byrne and LBW. But yeah, all kind of sparked into life with that run out. That, George Balderson pick up and throw at the stumps, and that ended the partnership. 52 runs between Lees and Hart. And a couple of wickets, well, another wicket since then, so 111 for 5. Chat between the Lancashire captain, Dane Villas, his bowler. Liam Livingston's having a say as well before Hurt gets set to start his 10th over. 9 overs for 28. He tried to bowl a particular plan, I think, to Lees, a mixture of full and short deliveries with a leg side field set. And looking at how Lancashire have lined up here, Hart comes in and Hurt comes in and bowls to Lees. Turns it into the onside. There's no run. I suspect he might try something similar once more, because there's a short square leg, short mid-wicket, deep square leg and a long leg and a mid-on, so quite a hefty leg side field set here. So Hurt bowling right arm round the wicket to Lees. Might be an attempt to try and bowl a little bit more short stuff to Lees. Hurt in, but there's a foolish ball on off stump, which he pushes into the offside, where Livingston fields at cover.
Time's your next update?
1:30.
Right.
And there is no run. There are 111 for 5. These 55. New batsman is Eckersley, who's yet to get off the mark. Coverage on the BBC Sport website and app, and the live stream on Lancashire and Durham's website. It's Hurt balls. Here it is. This is a little short, but again, it doesn't really get up. Ball deflects into the offside. There is no run. And on medium wave on 855 in the northwest of England. So there's lots of different ways of accessing coverage of this opening day of the Bob Willis Trophy game. If you're able to watch the pitches and listen to the commentary, it's a great live stream which Lancashire are providing for this match. If you can't stick with the live pictures, you can take us out and about with the BBC Sport website and app. Hurt bowls short down the leg side, taken by Davis, the keeper, skipping a few paces to his right hand side, and there is no run. 111 for 5. Sun beating down. It's pretty warm in the sun, but that breeze just taking the edge off the warm temperature a little bit, blowing towards us in between the Little gap in our window here in the commentary box. Got a great view, peering over the right shoulder of Liam Hurt as he snakes his way in and bowls another short ball down the leg side, which Alex Davis takes, and there is no run. He's got Keaton Jennings at first slip, and there's a gap to Stephen Croft. He's not quite at goal, he's kind of fourth slip position. Balderson's at point with his hands behind his back, content with his work to run Gareth Hart out. Liam Livingston's at mid-off, quite wide at mid-off. Balls to Hart, clipped into the onside. And Dane Villas at mid-wicket fields. And there's no run. The first maiden over for Liam Hurt. 10 overs, 1 maiden. It's gone for 28. Durham 111 for 5. And the bright blue sky, the flag on the roof of Lumley Castle is fluttering out in the distance to our right hand side. Sun reflecting off the castle, surrounded by thick trees. Just loop around the edge of the ground. It's a picturesque venue at Chesley Street. Lancashire have claimed 5 Durham wickets so far. And Gleeson will start his 13th over, 2 for 28. Richard Gleeson, he's got 3 slips. Make that 4. Dane Villas goes to join Stephen Croft, Liam Livingston and Keaton Jennings. So 4 slips for the new batsman. Gleeson bowls to Eccles, leaves forward in defence, and there is no run. 47 wickets for Lancashire last season in Division 2 for Richard Gleeson, leading wicket taker. And had a little trip out to Australia for the Big Bash. Certainly it was one of the Melbourne teams. I think it was the Renegades, the Melbourne Renegades, that Gleeson played for. I'm sure he enjoyed his time in the Big Bash. Back into Eckersley, who defends to mid-on. And there is no run. Luke Wood just going through a few stretches at mid-off. It's a relatively lengthy little burst, this, from Gleeson, from the Lumley end of the ground. He's at the top of his mark now. Eckersley tapped his bat a couple of times. Slips are in position, 4 of them. Gleeson bowls to Eckersley. It's turned away into the onside. And it's fielded by Josh Bahanan at square leg. And there is no run. We've got Tom Bailey at mid-on, Luke Wood at mid-off. And George Balderson down on the long leg boundary to our left-hand side, all by himself. Not a teammate in sight. Faced 5 deliveries so far. Eckersley yet to get off the mark. Gleeson rigorously polishing the ball on the top of his right thigh. 2 for 28 for Gleeson, who's striding back in. Balls again to Eckersley, played nicely through the covers. He's off the mark with that. Might get 4. Luke Wood is chasing after it towards the wide long off boundary, and he will just get a fingertip to that and scoop the ball up. Eckersley's run 3, but off the mark with that little push through the covers. And Durham move up to 114 for 5.
Bernard's question about Steve Harmison, did his career start and end in New Zealand? No, because his debut was in Nottingham against India, and his last test was at the Oval against Australia. So he did 2 in New Zealand. His last first-class match was 2012 for Yorkshire against Leicestershire.
Gleeson balls to Lees, drives to mid-off, no run.
He went on loan towards the end of his career here down to Yorkshire for a couple of months. And England were playing South Africa in a test match, I think it was. South Africa, I'm sure it was. So that would have been 2012.
Final ball of Gleeson's over. Clipped a little uppishly by Lees, but safe enough behind square on the leg side for one run. He keeps the strike as well. Moves to 56, not out. And the score moves on to 115 for 5. 48 overs gone of the Durham first innings. 42 remaining in the day's allocation.
So on that occasion, where are we? It was August the 2nd to the 6th, 2012, South Africa against England. Match drawn in Headingley. Player of the match, Kevin Peterson. Debutant, James Taylor. Saw James Taylor's England debut without realising it. Hurt bowling here to Lees, who plays it off towards mid-off, no run there. Anyway, I messaged Harmy because I suddenly realised that we were going to be around the Thirsk area for a few days and we had a babysitter. And there was a chance we might be able to hop on a train and bomb down to Leeds for a day of the test. So I just messaged him and asked, was there any chance he might be able to sort out a couple of tickets for me. Hurt comes in and bowls. This has gone wide of the keeper, off the thigh pad by the looks of things, and it's gone for 4. Oh, it's off the bat. Looked like Neil Mallender was about to raise his leg and whack it with his hand there, but he didn't. So a very fine tickle from Alex Lees, keeper at full stretch across to his right hand side. Couldn't stop that one, running away down the leg side for 4. So Lees moves on to 60 and Durham 119 for 5. Yeah, so I thought the game would have been sold out. It would be very difficult to get tickets because it was only a day or two before, and you know, because these days you don't really walk up to a test match anymore like you used to years ago. You could go and watch England in the 90s knowing fine well they'd never sell out, and you could just pay on the gate. I did it many times, but in more modern times generally that doesn't happen as much. So I asked if there's any chance he would get me a couple of tickets, just on account of if there's anybody from the Yorkshire side who might have a couple of spares or whatever, you know. Anyway, I got a message back saying, I've sorted you some tickets, enjoy your day. I was like, oh, thanks very much. As Hurt comes in and bowls. This is defended by Lees on a length, plays it off towards point. So we booked the train, and me and my wife took our packed lunch and everything, and had tickets in the East Stand, which is where I like to sit at Headingley. Anyway, when we arrived, we had to go and collect them from the indoor school, and the lady had them in an envelope, and she said, oh, here you are, Alistair says he hopes you have a nice day. And I said, Alistair who? And she said, the captain. And I said, which captain? She said, the England captain, Alistair Cook. And I said, why are you telling me about him? She said, well, these tickets are from him. I said, oh, right. So Hurt balls, and that's played off to mid-off, no run. Is that a no ball signal there? Neil Mallander's holding an arm out now. Is he just messaging his co-umpire? I think he is, yeah. So anyway, I hadn't realised, but apparently Steve Harmison and Alistair Cook were the best of pals and used to room together, and Alistair Cook was Harmy's son's godfather. So Alistair Cook sorted us out the tickets, which was very nice of him. And not only that, there was a wristband and there was a free meal in the indoor school at the lunchtime.
Happy days.
So we took our packed lunch and never ever got it out the bag. We had a lovely day. Hurt coming over the wicket now to Lees, and it's a wideish Yorker length ball which Lees looks to try and chop as it goes through to the keeper. I remember the guy who was sitting next to us on the table, because you went upstairs into the indoor school to eat, and I think he was the chief executive or chairman of Nottinghamshire, and some of the other players on some of the other people on our tables, they were the families of the players, so we mixed it with the hoi polloi that day.
I'm sure you felt very at home. doing all
Well,
that?
if I'd realised, I would have dressed up. We were just in sort of jeans and fairly casual looking, really. As this is played off the legs by Alex Lees out towards the square leg boundary for one, off hurt. But it was a nice day out, and so that was 2012. So then I saw the Ashes test here in 2013. I don't think I've seen a test match since. Too busy with this. Well, we have been, haven't we, since this all started in 2013. Doing every game, home and away. So bizarre occasions when, you know, there's an international game on here and you're in Hove or somewhere like that. But it comes with the territory. Vic's left his seat. Where's he gone? There are two members of the Durham team around near Vic's empty deck chair who could nab that seat now.
Yep.
Prime position at deep mid-wicket.
You'd be straight onto that, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Lay claim to it.
Yeah.
Bowling change. And Gleeson's spell has come to an end.
Luke Wood it is back in. So what did James Taylor get? 34, bowled by Morkel. A.N. Peterson. Who was he then? Got 182 for South Africa.
Alvaro,
yeah.
Here is Wood bowling to Lees. Left arm over the wicket and defended to mid-on, no run.
Didn't he play for Lancs for a few
He
years?
did, yeah,
Didn't he?
yeah.
Well, him and Graham Smith that day put on 120 for the first wicket. Hashim Amla played. Jack Callis, A.B. de Villiers, Dale Staines. Canny team this. Jack Rudolph.
Wood from the Lumley end, slipping a gully waiting. Into Lees, edged, and put down by Keaton Jennings. Playing away from his body. It's a rare loose shot really by Lees.
Yeah, Jennings just went the wrong way there, and he started to drift off to his left and realised the ball was going to his right. Dropped on 61 in the infancy of his innings.
It's about the only chance he's offered up,
Yeah.
really, Alex Lees.
Oh, that should have been taken. It was knee high.
Yeah.
It's popped out.
On 20 for 5, Wood to Lees, who's in behind this ball and steering it out to point. And there's no run. Yeah, it's about, as Martin mentioned, about knee height to Keaton Jennings to his right-hand side, but he looked like he was a little off balance. You may have heard on the effects mic the yelp of frustration from Keaton Jennings. Got both hands to it, about knee height, but...
It reminded me of my daughter when I tell her it's time to go to bed. And she announces at that moment in time, but I've got something important to tell you. And I was like, no, bed. And she goes,
Wood to Lees, backing across and defending into cover, and there's no run.
or it's a but, and slams a foot down on the floor. But, no, you're not listening to me.
I shall have to leave you for an update, but I won't.
Okay.
I won't do a sound.
Paul says Richard Gleeson played for Melbourne Renegades in the Big Bash in 2019. Something that Scott was trying to remember earlier. Woods to Lees. Lees plays that up towards mid-off. Still 40 overs to go today after this next delivery. So we've passed the halfway point because one more ball and we'll be 50 overs into the innings. With Durham 120 for 5 and trying to exist at the minute really. The run rate 2.4. Last 10 overs 1.8. In comes the bowler. And that is defended by Lees, and that is the end of the over. Just looking back at this South African team from 2012, that was a canny side. Alvaro Peterson spent many years playing in the county championship, played for Lancashire. He made 182. Graham Smith 52. Remember Smith joining Surrey, but then had to go home for an ankle operation and didn't come back. Hashim Amla, Jacques Callis, A.B. de Villiers, Dale Steyn, Jacques Rudolph, who holds the record for the highest score by a Durham player against Yorkshire in a T20, and the highest score by a Yorkshire player against Durham in the T20, and it was the same score in both innings. JP Duminy, Vernon Philander, he's been around for a few years, Morny Morkel, and Imran Tahir, who was at Durham 2 years ago. I think Durham became his 6th county side or something like that. It was a joint record with Marcus North, and I think he's gone on to play for 2 more now, so he's out ahead of everybody else. So that was the test in Leeds in 2012. Change of bowling at the Finkel end as well now. George Balderson is going to come back into the attack. Non-4-2 just before lunch. He bowled 3 overs and 2 maidens as well. Here he is, right arm over, and comes in and bowls. That's wide of off stump and is left alone, and the keeper ends up between first slip and second slip as he's gone across to take that. Quite a way across indeed. George Balderson is 19 years old. He's played for England under 19s recently. Born in Manchester, made his debut at Leicestershire last week, or against Leicestershire last week in Worcester on that neutral ground. From Cheadle, made his debut for the Seconds at Lancashire in 2018 and plays his club cricket for Hyde in the Cheshire Senior League. In comes the bowler again, and that's a wideish delivery which Ned Eckersley watches through into the keeper's gloves. Two wickets to fall since lunchtime. Hart run out by George Balderson for 18. A direct hit from backward point after a misfield which tempted Lees to call Hart through, and then Burnham LBW to Richard Gleeson for 5. Durham 120 for 5 as Balderson bowls another wideish ball. And so far, of the 3 deliveries he's bowled in this over, not one of them has needed playing. They have been quite some distance from the bat. Meerkat Katie says, I was at that 2012 game at Headingley as well, only my second test experience. If you remember, Andy Murray won the Olympic gold medal in the middle of it, and most of the Western Terrace were watching that instead of the cricket. Yes, I think I was a bit surprised by that at the time. As Balderson comes in and bowls. Ooh, now he's got a tighter line that time, and Eckersley, trying to leave one, nearly nibbled it behind. Ah, the summer of 2012 and Rule Britannia and all that malarkey. The London Olympics, which I think are now, aren't they the most tainted Olympic Games in history because of all of the subsequent drugs tests and everything that's been in athletics particularly?
It was a good do though, wasn't it?
Aye, can he? Balderson to Eckersley and bat on ball for the first time in the over. Delivery number 5. Yeah, what a cracking summer that was, wasn't it? And the Saturday night when Mo Farah won the time trial with Bradley Wiggins.
Super Saturday.
And then the not so super Sunday when Mark Cavendish and the Great Britain cycling team got boxed in on Box Hill. In comes the bowler. It's turned off towards mid-wicket. Eckersley's got to be quick here. If that had hit, I think he would have been out. Hurt, though, has missed the stumps from mid-wicket, aiming at the bowler's end, and that was extremely risky, and that could have been the end of Ned Eckersley. As it is, he survives just. I don't know why they're taking on these risky singles. There's no need for it.
Yeah, it was a pick up and throw in one motion, wasn't it, by Liam Hurt, kind of underarm towards the stumps. Well, in a tight one. Maybe you're right, Martin. Direct hit, he might have been out. Looking at some of the body language of Lancashire, they suggest that would be the case, but you can't always necessarily go off that. Can be a bit of kidology around it. But it was a tight single. Already had one run out. Gareth Hart run out by George Balderson for 18. 121 for 5. You don't want another one. Eckersley on 4. Will be on strike for this fresh over from Luke Wood. Just recently back into the attack, replacing Richard Gleeson from the Lumley end of the ground. 2 slips, Keaton Jennings and Liam Livingston, then Croft at gully. Wood out in the distance, blonde-haired, left arm seamer. Comes charging in and balls to Eckersley, who's tucking the ball into the onside towards mid-on. It's fielded by Tom Bailey. And there is no run. 121 for 5. England have lost 5 wickets in pursuit of this target of 277 to win. So 139 for 5, England. With Joss Buttler on 23 and Chris Woakes on 7. So absolutely thrilling end to the game at Emirates Old Trafford in Manchester. Take a look at some of the other scores in the Bob Willis Trophy. Wood bowls again. Just pushed out into the offside by Eckersley, playing away from his body up onto his toe, just easing it gently to cover. And there is no run. The other North Group games, Yorkshire against Nottinghamshire and Leicestershire against Derbyshire. Yorkshire 173 for 5. Games at Trent Bridge. And Harry Brook 61 not out. So 175 for 5 now. Yorkshire against Nottinghamshire. And I'll bring you a score update on that Leicestershire game. As Wood balls to Eckersley, who leaves the ball a little tighter to off stump. And gathered by Davis, there's no run. Leicestershire 162 for 8 against Derbyshire. That's at Grace Row. They're the other 2 games in the North Group. Somerset managed to get to 166. They've been, I think they were 99 for 7. Or was it 99 for 8 at one stage? But they managed to scramble up to 166 in their first innings before being bowled out. Wood to Neckelsley. The big appeal for LBW. It was generated from Davis and Jennings behind the stumps, and then belatedly Luke Wood joined in, which tells you the bowler wasn't necessarily convinced at the start of that appeal. Difficult to tell from here. I wonder whether height might have been a slight issue with that. But Slips and the keeper are interested, and as I say, Wood kind of joined in, didn't he, towards the end. Looking back on the replay, it's not a bad shout. 121 for 5. 5 wickets for Ben Sanderson for Northamptonshire today. Wood to Eckersley, but down the leg side. Taken by Davis, and there's no run. So Somerset 166 all out. That's in the central group, isn't it? Elsewhere in that group, Gloucestershire 118 for 5 against Warwickshire. And Worcestershire 182 for 3 against Glamorgan. So they're going quite nicely. The game's at New Road, isn't it? It is today. Brett D'Oliveira on 59 and Jake Libby on 83 not out for Worcestershire. 182 for 3 against Glamorgan. I'll bring you some scores from the South Group shortly, but this is the final ball of Luke Wood's 13th over. Eckersley just pushes away into the offside, but for no run. Maiden over for Wood, and a big appeal for LBW in the middle of that as well. 13 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 31. Durham 121 for 5. So the South Group then. Essex 170 for 5 at Chelmsford. They're taking on Surrey. Surrey lost their opening group fixture. Lost at home to Middlesex in the first round. Playing Essex today, 170 for 5. Sussex are up against Kent at Canterbury. Sussex are 210 for 4 after 53, so they've gone along pretty nicely. Ben Brown 39 not out. And the final game in that South Group is Middlesex against Hampshire. This is at Radlett. And Middlesex are 178 for 4.
Durham were meant to play Middlesex at Radlett this year in the one-day cup. Might have been round about now, actually. As Balderson comes in and bowls. Defended. I did notice the other day that I hadn't gone to a game in Tunbridge Wells that I wasn't aware we were playing at. So
You managed to miss that one on the fixture list, did you?
Well, no, I remember there was going to be a trip to play Kent away in the one-day cup, but they obviously never said originally when the fixtures came out where the fixture was going to be.
Okay.
And at some point, since then and lockdown and everything, they decided it would be at Tunbridge Wells. As Balderson comes in and bowls, and that's turned away Off towards square leg by Lees for 1. So there's a chapter on Tunbridge Wells in my Marty's Memories on the Durham website, if you want to have a look at that. Went to a game there in the year 2000. Lovely town, got some friends who live there, so been there 2 or 3 times to stay with them as well. But fantastic setup with the rhododendron bushes, which back in the day when the Nationals would have a whole host of reporters at a county game, there was a competition between the writers on the national papers that week to see how many gratuitous mentions of the rhododendron bushes in bloom they could get in their column inches. Eckersley's on 4 as Balderson bowls to him, and he pulls that out towards deep mid-wicket. In fact, it drifts down towards deep backward square leg in the end. 1 run. And the ground the week before, there'd been a lot of rain in the Kent area, so this was May, the early May bank holiday 2000, and it had been raining really heavily, and part of the ground had been underwater, and there was a question mark as to whether the game should go ahead. And I think when the Durham players turned up there, I remember Martin Spate telling me, he was the wicketkeeper at the time, they didn't feel the game should have started. It ended up being a fairly low scoring, tough contest for both teams really, and it ended sort of midway through the Saturday afternoon with a defeat for Durham. They were skittled out pretty cheaply in their second innings, I think it was, as Balderson bowls. But when we arrived on the ground the first day, there was parking for the press and the players and some members of the public in an adjacent field. And I got there and decided that I would just park on the top of the road on the main road. I found a spot and I thought I'll go there because it looked a little bit muddy in the field anyway. At the end of the day, they couldn't get any cars out because they'd all sunk in the mud, so some of them were stuck there for 2 or 3 days and eventually had to be towed out by a tractor or something like that. But the place where we reported from, the press room was in the roof of the pavilion, and we were in like an atrium, if you like, and the clock for the ground was in the room where we were, and it tick tock, all afternoon like that. And of course, when 1 or 2 of the reporters had been on the free relays, as some of them are known to, it's a dot ball as it's played to mid-off, stopped by Willis off the bat of Lees. Yeah, there were, I'm sure, I am absolutely cast iron certain that on one of my reports one day when they threw to me, I was the only person awake in the box and the rest of them were all snoring, and you must have been able to hear their snoring on air. Must have been. It was a cracking week away. It was the first time I'd done a game at an out ground. Really enjoyable week away. As Balderson comes in, this is played by Lees up to mid-off again, dot ball. And that is the end of the over. 123 for 5 on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Radio Lancashire. I was asked by the Durham press officer way back in very early days of lockdown if there was any chance I could maybe do a Marty's top 5, you know, the best 5 matches I've seen, or you know, top 5 players, something like that. And I don't like compartmentalizing things like that, and these things that start with 5 things we have learned, you know, which has become the way in recent years. Who's to say you've learned 5 things? What if you already knew 4 of them? You know what I mean? So it's a little bit objective, isn't it, as to, or subjective, should I say. So I thought, well, I'd rather sort of do more of a feature type thing.
As Luke Wood starts his latest over, it's pushed across Eckersley, who leaves it through to the keeper, no run.
So when I thought about it, I thought, well, if I did a chapter about the season Durham nearly won the championship in 2007 and did win the one-day cup, you could follow it up the following year with a 2008 win, so having nearly got there the year before they do. Then they won it in 2009. Then you've got the one-day cup of 2014, and you've got the championship, the surprising championship win of 2013. So I thought, well, there's a few weeks worth. So I started typing away, and then ideas enter your head before you know you're thousands of words in. So
well, Wood bowls and forward goes Eckersley in defence, and there's no run.
There's probably now, I reckon, about at least half to 2/3 of a book there now. So it's, do I continue with it for my own ends and finish it as a book and have it on my computer, or do I leave it where it is? So anyway, I did all those sort of featured seasons, and then I thought it'd be nice to do some stories about some of the outgrounds we visited as well. So reporting from underground at Stockton in 2006 in the cellar under the bar, Is there any place I could get a phone line? Sedba last year.
Wood back in, because he turns the ball across his pads into the onside through mid-wicket, and Tom Bailey at mid-on has to go chasing after that, out towards the gym.
It's the longest run on the ground, that.
He's got to it, but not before Eckersley's run 3. So the score moves on to 126 for 5. Eckersley moves up to 8 not out.
That boundary's got to be a good 100 metres from the middle there. Anyway, because some of the chapters ended up quite long and detailed, and I ended up having to do a bit of research, and rather than just rattle these things off in an hour or two, they became day-long events to write them up. But it helped fill a lot of spare time that I had during lockdown, and I really enjoyed it, going back through some of the old scorecards and reports.
Luke Wood left arm over the wicket to Lees, guides that out to mid-wicket. There's no run.
Anyway, the final chapter is it's a two-parter. So the first bit went on last Sunday. I think the next bit will go on tomorrow, and it's about how sort of my family upbringing in cricket and the family links to the game, and playing in the Durham Senior League, and my granddad and my dad all playing in the Durham Senior League. And there were that many things that I ended up with that chapter, and little anecdotes and silly stories. That ended up being a 2-week job as well. So
It's kept you busy then.
yeah.
Wood to Lees, just weaves this one down through gully where Croft fields, and there's no run.
So I really enjoyed writing it and going back down memory lane and digging out some of those old scorecards and looking back at my match reports and things that were happening years and years ago. So if you want to have a look, it's in the features section on the Durham website, Marty's Memories. The last chapter could actually be the first chapter, because although it's at the end, it's the beginning, if you see what I mean. So.
I think I'm just about following you.
Yeah.
Final ball of the over, Wood to Lees. Let's work down to long leg for a single. 63 not out, Alex Lees. From 133 balls faced, they're in 127 for 5, 36 overs remaining in the day's allocation.
Now the players are walking off for their hand gel, but the hand gel man isn't on the pitch yet. When's tea going to be? Another 4 overs?
Go on, Martin, have a squirt.
We're having a squirt, are we?
Yeah, have a squirt. Yeah.
Hope this stuff doesn't seep through your skin. Doesn't half clear your nose, mind. It's potent stuff,
yeah.
isn't it?
Yes.
The chapter that went on last week, a little teasing link to you. A man who played football for England and managed Charlton and brought South African footballers to play cricket in the Northeast in the 50s. Here's a good one for you to try and work out. Now, when I went on to do the update on BBC Tees a few minutes ago, the St Mirren was right, so well done.
Thank you, excellent.
Alex Ferguson, the only club who sacked Alex Ferguson, St Mirren. Next one, the Welshman, who featured in 7 relegation battles as a player and 3 as a manager.
Oof, right.
I'm trying to think of Welsh managers. Tony Pulis, who was at Stoke.
Ah, that's not a bad shout.
Now he was at Borough, so they could have chucked that one in there, couldn't they?
Yeah,
Local
that's
link.
not a bad shout, though. Yeah.
It's definitely not Leighton James, because that was my guess and I got it wrong. Here's Balderson to bowl to Lees after the handbrake break. Dot ball off towards mid-wicket. Mark Hughes went into management, didn't he? But where did Mark Hughes go after Man U as a player?
Chelsea, I think, wasn't it?
Chelsea. Yeah, he wouldn't have been in a relegation battle with them, would he? Who else is there? What about the former Arsenal and West Ham centre forward? Balderson into Lees. Lees plays this to Villas at mid-off. It's a dot ball. Centre forward in the late 90s, early 2000s. Television pundit now.
Smith? Alan Smith?
No, he wasn't Welsh. He was from
No, he
Alvechurch, near Bromsgrove.
Francis Jeffers?
No. Hartson?
John Hartson?
Yeah. In comes the bowler. Now that's gone off down towards long leg for 1.
I don't think he's managed, has he? I don't think he's managed.
No. I'm trying to think, because he would have been in the odd relegation battle, wouldn't he?
A suggestion from Daniel Gidney, Lancashire's chief executive. Chris Coleman.
Chris somebody Coleman. That was read out on air, and that was wrong.
Oh, yeah. That's a good shout, though.
Yeah. I think it's a sneaky little question, that one.
It is, yeah, it's tricky, that one.
Anybody's got any ideas? The Welshman who was in 7 relegation battles as a player and 3 as a manager. Could have been 7 relegation battles with Newport County, though, couldn't it? You know? Into cable tell. Balderson to Eckersley. Defended on a length. The ball drops down into the ground. .128 for 5. Looks a very pleasant day out there. It's warmed up slightly in our room now. Maybe the sun's just catching the front of our building. Balderson again to Eckersley. That's wide of off stump. That's left alone. Dandelion head drifting past our window. And they become those little fluffy white balls.
It was warm in the hotel room last night.
Was it?
And the window was open when I got into the room.
But was it does the window face west?
Oh, I
could have had all the evening sunshine.
Right.
And it was quite muggy last night anyway, wasn't it?
Oh, it was, yeah.
Last ball of the over, Eckersley forward and defends, and that is the end of the over. So there was a single halfway through it from Lees, and the rest were dot balls. So 128 for 5. At Marty Cricket on Twitter, weirdcricket@yahoo.co.uk, or at Scott Reed on Twitter. Are England lost yet or not? Where are they?
They were 5 down last I noticed.
5 down, were they?
Yeah. Still 5 down. Need 117 more runs to win. With 5 wickets remaining. Butler 26 from 27. With 4 fours. Chris Wilkes is 24 not out. Thriller. A cracking test match. Be a good series, that.
Just come up on my Twitter feed that a pub near Easingwold in North Yorkshire's closed down because of coronavirus as a precaution.
And here's Luke Wood bowling to Alex Lees, full of length, and just turned into the onside where Liam Hurt fields and there's no run.
Now the pub in question is near Benningborough Hall, and we were there a fortnight ago with the kids, and we nearly went in there for a pint afterwards. Ended up going back towards Borough Bridge instead though, and had a drink there, but it's a nice little village that, right in the middle of the countryside. Very rural around there.
Wood from the lonely end bowling to Lees, who's right in behind it, just dabbing the ball back to Luke Wood on his Lancashire debut, no run.
They've been using one of those cloud cleaners in this building and in the ground, and they go around with this machine that sprays a cloud of antibiotic stuff, germ killer thing.
Oh right,
yeah.
Crikey, right.
It's quite powerful stuff apparently, because once it's been sprayed, you can't come in the building for 4 hours.
Oh.
So I think the windows have got to be opened as well.
Wood to Lees. No, he's appealing for an LBW there, but that sounded like he got bat on ball.
Yeah.
Just kind of playing half forward, Lees, and defending. I mean, Lancashire look a little upset that that's not been given out, but it did sound woody.
Well, it was, yeah, there was certainly a woody noise in our ears. Now, secondly, it was the slip cordon that started that appeal, because there was nothing from the bowler until they began, and then he joined in. So I think it's jammed between bat and pad, and it's around about the top of the pad, so the question would be, did it hit bat first or pad first? And I think it hit them both about at the same time. A bit of
well, enough doubt for the umpire to say not out. Wood left arm over the wicket to Lees, who's forward again, pushing it back to the Lancashire debutant, Luke Wood, with 1 wicket so far. Cameron Steele, LBW for 1.
We have 2 overs and 2 balls to tea. So it's going to be a 4 o'clock job for tea, so you're looking at a 6:30 job for the finish. A little bit of cloud and haze drifted into the north of us, but still beautiful sunshine here.
Lee stands still in the crease, waits for Wood. No ball, not for the first time today. There's been a few of them.
Now that might have been worth a shout. Lee's playing across the line there.
Yeah, Gleeson struggled from that end with a few no balls, and now Luke Wood on 30 for 5.
It was going down the leg side, I think.
Yep. Wood over the wicket to lead. It's a short ball. She's down the leg side and taken by the Lancashire wicket-keeper Alex Davies, who took a terrific catch earlier on today. Sean Dixon edging a delivery from Tom Bailey, which is a lovely ball by Bailey. Took thick edge. And Davies going one way. His body momentum was taking him one way, and he quickly had to adjust and go to his right. Took a good one-handed catch into the right glove of Alex Davies. It was super work by the Lancashire wicket-keeper in the morning session. Final ball of the over for Wood, who's into Lees. It's worked off the pads behind square on the leg side. And that is the end of the over. He's pinched the strike again as Alex Lees. He's done that a few times. He's up to 65 not out. Durham 131 for 5. Eckersley on 8. Wood's now bowled 15 overs. 4 maidens, 1 for 38. George Balderson will continue from the Finkel end. He's bowled 6 overs so far. Made his debut for Lancashire last week against Leicestershire at New Road. Picked up 2 wickets in the first innings. Didn't bowl in the second innings, but 2 for 75 and batted nicely enough. And he's the only player actually from that 3 who made their debut to keep his place in the team. Tom Hartley, the spinner, Ed Moulton, a seamer. Not featuring today, but Lancashire boosted by the return to fitness of Luke Wood and the availability of Richard Gleeson.
So a group of players just down on the pitch to our right, watching the game. Jack Burnham among them. Graham Onions lying there as well. As Balderson comes into bowl here to Lees. Lees plays the ball back towards the bowler. No run. Other Durham lads there too. Cameron Steele. I think that's Paul Coughlin as well down there. Vic is back in his seat. Now armed with his phone. Got his reading glasses on with his sunglasses on the top of his head while he reads his phone. Balderson again comes in and bowls, and that's punched away past square leg by Lees for 1 towards the boundary. That's Tom Bailey way out there. 132 for 5 here on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Radio Lancashire. Coming up towards 4 o'clock. Balderson up to the stumps and bowls. It's left alone by Eckersley. The keeper flicked the ball to second slip and he didn't see it coming. It's bounced off him and ended up on the floor. Glenn Chappell's watching events from a row of green seats right at the far end of the ground, just beyond the end of the health club. As Balderson comes in. Oh! Well done, Ned Eckersley. Make a brilliant footballer, sign him on. He's played the ball down into the ground And as it was about to bounce onto the stumps, he's volleyed it away with his right foot, right into the top corner. Keeper had no chance. What a scare that was. That was a situation a few years ago where, you remember Ben Stokes did that and then hit the ball away with his hand and was given out.
Yes, yeah.
Cracking reflexes there from Ned Eckersley. He was backpedaling as well.
It's a very good effort.
To have your pads on and all the protective gear and still be able to flick the ball away from the stumps with your foot, falling backwards and not hitting the stumps, done well. Oh, now then, Alex Lees is in no man's land there and he's out. Well, what a silly mix-up that was, and to lose another wicket like this just before tea. Alex Lees on 66, too much hesitation between him and Eckersley. Eckersley's now looking at Lees as he heads off after 205 balls. But Eckersley played the ball more or less straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. Sets off for a run, Lees says no, and then Lees, rather than running out his captain, has reluctantly set off because Eckersley's charging down the track towards him. And that is the end of him. And that is another error in judgment which could prove very costly, because Alex Lees is the only one today who's looked like he's had any idea how to play this game.
Well, he's batted very nicely for his 66. 205 deliveries, 261 minutes and 4 fours.
Who threw that at the stumps? It went to mid-wicket.
Dane Willis.
Just before tea as well.
Yeah, so from Durham's point of view, that's a bit of a shocker, really.
Did we just hear an expression of anger there as he was heading up the steps?
Not surprised. But calm enough from Villas. He knew he had time because he knew that Lees was way out of his ground. So it wasn't a wild throw. It was nicely played, thrown to Davis, who had time to clip the bails off, and he has to depart and make his way back. So nice calm reactions from Villas, the Lancashire captain. But the second run out for Durham, you know, and Durham's at 130 for 6 now, and 2 of these have been run outs. He's not ideal. And bearing in mind the previous delivery, Eckersley did well not to chop the ball back onto his stumps. He had to really react well to kick the ball away from the stumps. So it was a little bit of a let-off with that. And then the next ball, it's a rather rash-looking single. And one of the coolest men on the Lancashire team is the captain, Dave Villas, and he produced a good throw.
So the new batsman is Bryden Carse, and the first ball is bowled to him by Balderson, and that is the end of the over. It's played out towards the covers. So Durham, with an over to go, the tea have got themselves in a pickle here.
They have. Lancashire have enjoyed actually quite a decent second half to this afternoon session, because just prior to lunch, that half an hour leading up to lunch, Lees and Hart batted really well. It was very a calm partnership. It was just what was required for Durham, and that started straight after lunch and continued into the early part of the afternoon session. But since the run out of Hart and then the LBW of Jack Burnham and now the dismissal of Alex Lees, Lancashire have enjoyed a pretty decent hour or so towards the end of the afternoon session. We've got Durham 6 down as we approach tea on the first day. 132 for 6. 2 slips in a gully with Eckersley on strike. Here comes Luke Wood, left on over the wicket and bowls, and left alone through to the keeper, and there is no run. So Bryden Carse, that new batsman, to join Eckersley. But Lancashire have chipped away throughout the course of the day. Good first hour, then the recovery either side of lunch, and then Lancashire eking out 3 wickets relatively quickly. Hart, Burnham, and then Lees. We're approaching tea on the first day here at the Riverside at Chesley Street, as Luke Wood
No more.
sends up another no ball again. Ball full of length, swinging in towards the batsman, dug out nicely by Ned Eckersley, but the umpire sticks out his right arm to signal to the scorers in the box a few to the left from us that He overstepped the mark. 134 for 6. Into his 16th over is Luke Wood. Running in towards us, Lumley end of the ground. 2 slips waiting. Brings Eckersley forward. That just goes past the outside edge. Onto the front foot, having a little nibble at that is Eckersley. Taken by Davis, who hands it to Liam Livingston. And then in lengthy conversation with Livingston and Keaton Jennings.
I don't know why Lee set off for that single, because it was never on. And it was only fractionally to the right of Willis as he hit it. Eckersley. It's Eckersley's call because it's in front of stumps, but Lee should have screamed no.
He should, yeah.
He seemed to be caught sort of daydreaming, really.
Eckersley defending this next delivery from Wood, who then very cutely tries to deflect it onto the stumps just in case Cast was out of his ground.
Even if Lees had set off at full pelt from the moment Eckersley started to run, he still wouldn't have got to the other end. I mean, he gave up because the keeper was there and the ball went straight in the keeper's gloves, but even at full pelt he wouldn't have got there.
No, Willis had time to pick the ball up, steady himself, didn't he? It wasn't a direct hit, it was into the gloves, and then Davis took the bails off. Wood over the wicket, ball's a shortish ball to Eckersley, who's spinning onto the back foot and ducking underneath it, taken by Davis. There's no run.
To have 2 run-outs in an afternoon session. It's careless, particularly in the situation that they find themselves in. Not good at all.
134 for 6.
Tony's emailed to cricket@yahoo.co.uk and he said, Martin, I'm sorry, but the batting performance from all but Lees, with 2 silly run-outs as well, is so disappointing.
Luke Wood balls, and because he brings the bat down, it squirts through to the keeper.
Nearly hit off stump. He said, take Lees out of the picture and we need about 4 to 5 batsmen. Am I the only one to think this way? Well, I mean, it's an obvious question to ask, isn't it? But like I've said, it's difficult to draw any conclusions this year. But I think the easy thing for some people to say is they'll point to the players who were struggling last year and see that they haven't got any runs yet this year and think, well, there you go. But it's a 5-match season, effectively. In first-class cricket, it's going to be here and gone in no time.
Wood balls, Eckersley again, kind of half forward. The ball is past the outside edge. A good end to the over that for Luke Wood, and a good end to the session for Lancashire, having picked up those wickets, and the last one crucially for Alex Lees, because that is tea on the first day. And on the stroke of tea, Alex Lees run out by Dane Villas for 66, and Lancashire will disappear back towards their dressing room, feeling a little happier, having had a good end to the afternoon session. We got to tea on the first day with Durham 134 for 6, with Eckersley on 8, Cast on 0. Wicket for Wood, a couple for Gleeson, 1 for Bailey, and a couple of run-outs as well. So 134 for 6 at tea.
Yeah, tea, and Durham licking some self-inflicted wounds. Wonder what the conversation will be like in the dressing room. We'll be back with you in 20 minutes. About to continue now after tea. Durham 134 for 6 and have a lot of work to do to get themselves out of the fix that they find themselves in with their self-inflicted wounds. George Balderson to continue from the Finkel end, our end of the ground. From where I am commentating, I'm at long on as he comes into bowl to the right-handed Cars, who that's a beautiful drive through the covers for 4. What a way to get off the mark. Second ball, wham. There was a lad playing for Ireland the other night called Tector. He had a beautiful back knee cover drive. A very powerful looking player. And that was very reminiscent of some of the shots he played against England at Southampton the other day. Martin Emerson with you. Scott Reed will be back in a sec. He's just doing an update for one of the Lancashire stations, the BBC. So Cars off the mark as Balderson comes in and bowls. Cars defends, stays low. Cars's highest score is 77 against Northants last year. I remember him playing in a game at Nottingham, possibly 2015, when Luke Wood was involved in that Notts win, and he injured his foot and nearly scored a half-century with a runner. Balderson again tries the Yorker length ball, turned away nicely by Cars. That's a lovely shot, and it's off through mid-wicket, out towards the boundary. Wood will cut it off. He stops the ball and runs off the pitch and has to come back on to retrieve it, and Cars will get 3. Two really nice scoring shots there from him. He moves on to 7. Durham 141 for 6. So Lancashire have picked up 2 bowling points so far. Bowling points for 3 wickets, 6 wickets and 9 inside the 110 cut-off, 110 over cut-off. Balderson in again, edged, and that is the end of Ned Eckersley for 8. So he ran Alex Lees out just before tea, and he hasn't had a run since. And this is a pretty sorry showing from Durham again here, unfortunately. 141 now for 7. And if the 2 players to have ended up run out, and Lees was involved in both, on the second occasion, the one person you wouldn't have wanted to see go was him when he was on 66. Keaton Jennings taking that one. That first slip. It's 141 for 7. It's Ben Rain, the new batsman. A bit of a sorry state of affairs from a Durham perspective. Eckersley only got a handful of runs last week. I think got 6 and duck. He had a 9 for that wicket. Still 2 balls of this 59th over left, so Ben Rain is the new man in. Balderson has 2 balls to bowl to him from the Finkel end. Rain plays the ball straight back to the batsman.
He's bowled quite tidily, hasn't he, George Balderson?
Yeah. I just think in the greater scheme of things, it's a shame that Eckersley ran Lees out just before tea and then never added another run anyway. I mean, of the 2 people who were out in the middle, it was Lees who's the only one who's really looked like he's had much of an idea today, other than a bit of Gareth Hart. Scorecards, pretty grim reading from a Durham point of view again as Balderson bowls once more and Rain defends that one, bat and pad back to the bowler. So Dixon went this morning for 2, Steele for 1 and Beddingham for 5, so your top order failing to get you any runs there. 42 for 3, there were 59 for 3 at lunch. Hart was on 18 but he put 52 on with Alex Lees when he was run out. Then Burnham came and went for 5. LBW to Richard Gleeson. Alex Lee's run out by Dane Villas for 66 after Eckersley had played the ball straight to Villas at mid-wicket and set off for a run. I was just amazed to see him go for, and quite taken by surprise the fact that Lee's left his crease at all. And why didn't he just stay there and say what you're doing, you know? And ended up surrendering his wicket as a result, and then Eckersley just clipping 1-2 the slips there to Keaton Jennings. Got to do an update for tees now.
Will be Richard Gleeson. No, not. It'll be Tom Bailey from the Lumley end. We saw Luke Wood bowling from that far end as Martin and I look on just before tea, but Bailey to start off after tea, and he brings Cars forward in defence, and there's no run. I don't know what the answer was. Oh, Brian Flynn. Yeah, we had a this is there's a question. I think it was on BBC Tees and doing a Saturday sports programme, and a few quiz questions along the way, and one of them was about can you name a former Welsh player and manager who's had various relegation battles? Bailey to Cars, who defends, and there's no run. I had a couple of messages on Twitter to @BBC Likes Cricket suggesting Brian Flynn as answer the question. If we find out what the answer is, we'll pass it on. 141 for 7. So Bailey has bowled 11 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 13. Bailey and Wood got Lancashire off to just a terrific start in the morning session. Their opening spells were outstanding. Bailey's in particular, but Wood bowled beautifully as well. Dabbed away by Bryden Cast into the offside for no run. Bailey this morning, 7 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 4. And then Luke Wood was able to back that up, making his Lancashire debut. And you're seeing your mate at the other end go for no runs whatsoever and picking up a wicket. Puts you under a little bit of pressure to try and support him, and he did. Wood bowls 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 19. So it's a good opening spell by Bailey and Wood. It's the Preston seamer, the tall lad from Preston, who's bowling to Bryden Cast, who's pushing off the front foot, just easing the ball into the offside. Gentle forward press. And there is no run. There's a ring of 4 fielders on the offside for Lancashire. Bohannon at point, and then Villas at extra cover, and the mid-off as well. 2 slips on the gully. And Bailey bowls to Cast up onto his toes and defends the ball into the offside. There's no run. Mark Chilton, who's Lancashire's assistant head coach, is making his way around the edge of the boundary rope. I had a little chat to him last week after the defeat against Leicestershire. He's supporting a very stylish kind of designer stubble look, is Mark Chilton. I suspect it's an afterthought, or it's carried on from lockdown. That's the type of look I think he's gone for here. Short ball by Bailey to Cast, who drops his hands and gets out the way of that. Through to the keeper, there's no run. It just looks like Mark Chilton during lockdown had, grow a little bit of stubble, a bit of designer stubble, something different. I think he's kept it. He's meandering away around the outfield. He's going in one direction and Graham Onions is going in completely the other direction. With his hands buried deep into his pockets, a former Durham man. Plenty of wanderings around the cricket grounds in the first 2 round of fixtures. Balderson bowls a Yorker length delivery to Ben Rain, which he digs out, brings his bat down and defends back down the pitch. There's no run. Last week at New Road, Paul Allott, Lancashire's director of cricket, he was doing lap after lap of the outfield. Every day, keeping up his steps. Seen some members of the Durham backroom staff and some of the players doing something similar this morning as well, walking around the outfield, wandering around. Free rein with nobody in the ground. Forward comes Rain, pushes defensively into the offside. There is no run. Pick a seat, pick any seat you like. If you're on the coaching setup, sit where you want. Have a different view. 141 for 7. Rain on naught. With George Bolderson bowling from the Finkel end. 1 for 14 from 8.2 overs. Well, that's 4. It's cracked away by Ben Rain. A little over-pitched by Balderson. And a bit of width off it as well. Rain climbed into it in a flash. Drills the ball through the offside. It rattles its way towards the boundary. And Ben Rain off the mark with that. He's up to 4. Durham at 145 for 7. Rare loose ball really by George Balderson. He's bowled very neatly indeed. Back in over the wicket. Oh, that'll be 4 more. I spoke too soon. To the right of mid-off. Hammered away by Ben Rain, but again banged in short and wide. And sat up nicely. And he smoked it away for 4, did Rain. Successive boundaries for the new Durham batsman. Doubles his score. Score moves on to 149 for 7. 2 good-looking shots, mind you. They were there to be hit, and he put them away pretty emphatically. And Balderson, right arm over the wicket. A better line and length, and Rain has to defend it. Just nudging the ball into the onside. With a short mid-wicket fielder in place there is Liam Hurt. And there is no run. Alex Davis, the wicket-keeper, is whirling his arms around. Keaton Jennings nattering away at first slip. Balderson in, back of a length delivery. Rain clips the ball down to fine leg for just a single. Brings up the 150 for Durham. 150 runs on the board, but 7 wickets down. A wicket in the first over since the resumption after tea. Dismissal of Ned Eckersley caught by Keaton Jennings off the bowling of George Balderson. That is the end of the over. So 29 remaining in the day's allocation. It's 150 for 7. Cart on 7 and Rain on 9. And with Bailey to continue from the Lumley end of the ground. Lumley Castle to our right hand side, the flag fluttering on the roof of the castle, bright blue sky above it. Sunshine trying to burn through again. Here is Bailey in, wide of off stump and through to Alex Davis, and there's no run.
Right. So
we got the answer to the quiz question.
Yes.
Excellent.
So the Welshman involved in 7 relegation battles as a player and 3 as a manager. Dean Saunders.
Dean Saunders, yes.
Got relegated with Forest, didn't he, around about 1993. I saw them lose to Villa at the City Ground in a derby around about that time.
So who did he manage? He managed Doncaster for a bit. There is Bailey in, left alone by Ben Rain, through to the keeper, no run. He managed Doncaster for a bit.
Wasn't he? Did he manage Derby for a while or
something? Oh, may have done. May have done Derby as well.
And possibly somebody in Wales, I don't know. Right, next question.
Oh,
Brian Clough.
Yep.
Once appeared in a popular TV drama series. It was a footballing episode of a popular TV drama series. Which was it? Which series was it? I went for The Gaffer with Bill Maynard, but
would not
that was
have
wrong.
a clue.
No.
Not got a Scooby-Doo about that one. Bailey to Rain, little short and wide, and chopped away by Rain into the offside, but to point where there is no run. Well, if you want to have a go at it, you can send Martin a little email or a tweet.
England's target now below 90.
I think it's still Butler, isn't it? Butler and Wokes.
Boris says run-outs are unforgivable. Well, sometimes they're very good pieces of cricket if from a fielding point of view.
I thought you meant the Prime Minister.
Anthony Waterson says, how many run-outs in 2 games? Not good enough, and the Lees one was absolutely criminal, he says.
Bailey right arm around the wicket. Steer down to gully where Croft fields and there's no run.
Well, there was a run-out last weekend as well, wasn't there? So there's been 2 this afternoon for Durham. Steele got run out by Ben Code to Johnny Tattersall last week for 11. That was Steele and Lees. That was in the 2nd innings. So it's been 3 run-outs in 2 innings, basically.
Something to work on.
It's just not cricket.
Bailey in. Rain just dabs the ball back towards it. Villas comes up from mid-wicket to field. And there is no run. Rain on 9 and Cast on 7. Durham 150 for 5.
The run out of Lees, by the way, brought Lancashire's 2nd bowling point, didn't it?
Yeah, the points have appeared now on the electronic scoreboard. It was they kind of altered that scoreboard through the course of the day.
Yeah.
There's more information on it now.
Yeah.
Bailey to Rain just dabbed into the onside, no run.
Well, they were trying a few different templates last week, and both myself and Jonathan Doidge from Radio Leeds decided we couldn't really cope with yellow numbers on a blue background, so they just made it black and white or yellow and black, and that was fine. So, but as Jonathan pointed out, he felt his eyes needed testing, and I said if only I could think of somewhere in County Durham he could go to test his eyes. Couldn't think of anywhere.
Cheeky.
150 for 7. So Durham need another 50 runs to get their first batting point of the season. Bryden Carr 7 from 10 deliveries, and Rain 9 from 14. Rain had a decent season with the bat last year. Got an 82 against Northants as Balderson comes in here and Cast plays that to point, no run. Rain has 2,472 runs to his name going into today's game in first class cricket. 1050s. I think he's got a 1 day, or he got a T20 100 for Leicestershire against Warwickshire. The first 100 by a Leicestershire player a couple of years ago. Balderson in again, bowls. This is played towards backward point, no run. Bryden Carse's highest score came last year when he made 77 not out against Northants. He's got 2 50s to his name, and he started the day with 543 runs. Balderson bounding in past the umpire. Cast forward, plays it off into the covers again. He's now qualified for England. He was originally came over here and he was playing, I think, Burnmoor just up the road in the North East Premier League, and then he was given a trial by Durham, played a few games for them around about 2014, 2015, and has now gone and sworn his allegiance to the ECB. Balderson into the stumps and bowls, and that's played up to Richard Gleeson at mid-on. I wonder, what do you think? You know, like the first rule about Fight Club is you're not allowed to talk about Fight Club, and they don't say what happens, do they, in these ceremonies and the Freemasons. I'm just trying to picture what happens when you go and swear allegiance to the ECB. I wonder if there's some special ceremony they do. This is pushed away beyond. Oh, there could be a third run out here now, and they've got away with it. And Rain called Cast through. Cast had played the ball towards backward point and was staring at where it had gone. Rain called him through. Cast was daydreaming there, and eventually set off. The throw back towards the stumps from Croft, I think it may have been, wasn't the best. It was too high and it went over the stumps at the bowler's end. But the last thing you want to see now is another run out from Durham, having had 2 in the previous session. That is what you call careless.
What was your guess to the Brian Clough question?
I went for... Oh, I said the gaffer.
Oh, right, okay.
It's not a serious drama, it was a comedy with Bill Maynard.
Oh, right.
Balderson in to Rain, the left-hander, and that's played up towards mid-on, and it's a direct hit of the stumps, but Rain called it through and did get there. Gleeson was just a little bit too far away by the time the ball got to him to be able to run him out. Decent throw, though.
Well, Judith from Accrington, Lancashire supporter, listening in Accrington. Hi, Judith. Hope you're well. Listening and watching the live stream. Answered to the Brian Clough question, I think it was Boone.
Boone? Ooh.
I've never heard of it, but you could...
Boone, hi-ho, Silver. It was Michael Elphick, and he played a private investigator. He was a washed-up cop who'd fallen on bad times and set up his own private investigation agency, as they all do.
Was he rogue? Was he slightly rogue, this copper?
He was actually, I remember him more as a sort of caring private investigator.
Oh, right, okay.
It was a good series, Boone.
Was it?
Unless that was the antiques dealer, which in case I've got the completely wrong one. What was that called?
I can't help you with this, I'm afraid. Bailey in to Rain.
There was a thing on a Sunday night, which I never watched, about an antiques dealer set in East Anglia. It was a guy, Paul somebody, was he? Actor with dark black curly hair. I think Boone went around on a motorbike, and I think Neil Morrissey was in it as well. Was Boone Michael Elphick?
Judith from Accrington, what have you started here with this suggestion? Yeah. You've got Emerson going down the weird and wonderful avenues. Cul-de-sacs.
Boone TV series.
Bailey running in. And Rain off the back foot, trying to chop it into the offside, just a little bottom edge, and the ball runs out towards point, and there's no run.
It started in 1986. Were you born then?
1986, yeah. Yes.
You
yeah.
were.
Yeah.
So Boone, it was Michael Elphick. He rode around on a motorbike and he was a private investigator.
Okay, yeah.
Back in the day. 7 series it ran for on ITV, I think it was. I used to watch that. It was a canny show, that. Final episode, May 95.
And is it the right answer?
I don't know.
Mm. Bailey to Rain, steering it safely down towards gully. There's no run.
I will find out when I do my update for tees at 5:30.
Okay.
But the theme tune to Boone was by Jim Diamond. It's called Hi-Ho Silver. That got in the charts. So I remember a former colleague of mine lived in Darlington, and it I think it was like a Christmas night out. We'd had our staff do. And he'd got on the train and got back down to Darlow.
Bailey to Rain, defends again. There's no run.
And he went into a pub next to the train station, might be in the station hotel, something like that. Standing at the bar having a drink, and got chatting to this other gentleman at the bar and discovered it was Michael Elphick, the actor who played Boone. And oh, what are you doing in Darlington? And it transpired he was in pantomime. So they had a jolly old chat and a couple of beers together. Well, nice to meet you. And by the way, you never said what you do for a living. And he said, oh, I'm a journalist. That didn't go down well. I think Michael Elphick was convinced he'd deliberately gone there to find him when it was just a chance meeting, and then made him recall everything they'd discussed in their conversation. So
I take everything back.
Yes.
4 successive dot balls here, Bailey to Rain. He's got 2 left of this over. And back in again to Rain, but there's runs here, just nudged into the onside. Having just dropped mid-wicket back towards the boundary. It's a clever play that by Ben Rain, just steered it into the onside, and Luke Wood has to come up from mid-on to field, so they get through for 1. Rain moves to 11, Durham to 153 for 7.
God, he was only 55 when he died, wow. September 2002 when he died. Had he been in Quadrophenia as well? I'm just wondering, what had he been in? He was in EastEnders. Gorky Park.
I beg your pardon. Here's Bailey to complete the over. Balls to Cast, who's forward in defence, just squeezing it out to point, and there is no run. End of the over. Durham 153 for 7. 26 remaining in the day's allocation.
He played Harry Slater in EastEnders. I don't watch EastEnders, so I wouldn't have a clue who that character was. And he won a BAFTA award for Best Supporting Actor for his performance in the 1983 film Gorky Park, which was wasn't that a spy drama-y type thing? And a heart attack and died in 2002. Other TV dramas from the 80s are available. Got a short mid-wicket in here now for Ben Rain. As Alderson comes in to start his 11th over from the Finkel end. Rain drives at that and it finds its way to point. Now, I never saw the ball after it left the bat there. It bounced off Josh Bohannon. Did it bounce into the ground on its way?
It did.
It did. It's extremely bright out there now, which should make spotting a dark ball easier, but for some reason it doesn't. I can't explain that one. It's a wonder of the universe. Alderson again, and Rain defends that one. Even on the TV camera you don't see the ball leaving the bat there. Interesting. So 1986 Boone started, so that was I had one more year at comprehensive school then. I was off to South Tyne Psychology in 87. Balderson up to the stumps. Rain dabs the ball back along the ground to him. Some quite good TV dramas around about those days. It was not around about that era, maybe it was a little bit later. Kavanagh QC was the guy who played Inspector Morse. He was a barrister. That was quite a gritty drama. The first episode of that was filmed in Sunderland. It was about this group of vigilantes who had set up in the Sunderland area. Alderson comes in again. That's gone down the leg side. Keeper takes it. There was no bat involved. I remember years later being in a hotel in the Hatta Fort, which was up in the mountains in Dubai, and quiet evening, had a hotel, meal in the hotel. The funny thing in Dubai is the weekend is basically Thursday afternoon and Friday. That's their weekend. So I think we'd gone there on a Friday night. Well, everybody goes back to work on the Saturday, so it was really quiet. Alderson comes in and bowls. That's played off towards mid-wicket, no run. Anyway, back now, hotel room in the middle of the desert, flicking through the telly, and there's the E1 going down the seafront at Roker, and there's Roker Pier. I thought, what on earth's this? And it was a rerun of Kavanagh QC. So I ended up watching it again all those years later.
So all the way to Dubai to watch Kavanagh QC.
Filmed in Sunderland, yeah. Yes. Pie in the Sky, that was quite a good private eye series as well. Here comes Balderson, bowls. That's played a short mid-wicket, no run there.
End of the over that. Another maiden for Balderson. It's quite tidy stuff this. 11 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 25. He's not express pace, but nice and accurate.
He's tidy, isn't he? He's keeping tight lines.
He is.
Now, Pie in the Sky, that came along in the early 90s, I think. And that was a detective series, but there was a twist because the man who was the detective also ran a restaurant which was famous for its pies.
This sounds dreadful.
It was good.
Sounds absolutely dreadful. Would never get commission now. Here is Bailey running in and balls to Cast, who's playing in a rather loose-looking shot, and lucky not to edge it through to the keeper. There's no run.
They would never get commission now. We are days away from monkey tennis and youth hostling with Bill Oddie, let me tell you, and prison cookery with Alan Partridge. Richard Griffiths was the main character in that. I think he went on to star in the Hogwarts films. What do you call it? Harry Potter and...
Oh, right, yeah, never seen them.
Harry Potter and the Deathly Balls.
I'm pretty sure it's not that.
No.
It's not called that. Bailey to Cars, dabbing into the offside, no run.
My older two absolutely love it. They've read all the books with their mum. They've seen all the films. There was one of them on a few weeks ago they were watching during lockdown. This thing just never ended. It just went on and on and on all afternoon. Absolutely dull. I've been to the, well, my oldest daughter went to Harry Potter World last year. Middle daughter was due to go this year, but was cancelled because of lockdown. So I think they're going to try and go next year instead.
Cars waits as Bailey comes in. Over the wicket and balls to Cars. Steers it into the onside, there's no run. This is really good tight stuff from Lancashire because Balderson and Bailey are hardly conceding a run here, and it's just slowly edging up away the overs that Durham have left to bat, of course. 120 available in their first innings. Only 3 wickets remaining, but nice and tight stuff from Lancashire.
I don't think Durham will be thinking along those lines with 7 wickets down. It's just about survival. Just try and bat out as many overs as they can. The odd run might come here and there. Not pretty to watch from a Durham point of view, but they are in a difficult position at the moment.
2 slips in a gully waiting. Bailey in, balls. Shuffles across the stump side as Cars. It's through to the keeper, there's no run.
Pie in the Sky ran for 5 series from 94 to 97.
Crikey, right. I can't say I've heard of it.
I like that one. Sometimes TV series just chime with you for whatever reason, don't they? And you like the sound of it or the look of it. It's like Detectorists. Have you watched that?
Nope.
A comedy about the metal detectorists in East Anglia.
That's not a real programme, is it?
Yeah,
you're talking about?
Yeah.
Metal detectors in East Anglia.
Yeah.
Bailey moves in, balls. Cars looking to cut it. Plays over the top of the ball. It just sneaks through actually into the gloves of Davis.
Detectorist is really good. Yeah, it's a lovely, really easy-going comedy, and it's the way it's lit and the film, the way they film it's gorgeous. It's just a nice watch.
Okay.
Have you not seen that?
No, I've never even heard of it.
It's a cracking series, that. That has got in it. I'm having a look all the names up now, so I've forgotten them all, but some well-known actors.
4 dot balls, 5 dot balls, and now a 6th dot ball because Bailey pushed it wide outside the off stump and Cars leaves it. So another maiden over for Tom Bailey. 15 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 14. Durham 153 for 7.
There's a shout gone to the pavilion for hand sanitizer. It has. It's on a table at the bottom of the steps, so somebody's gone to retrieve it.
Let's have a squirt, Martin. Don't.
Yeah. Mackenzie Crooks in Detectorist and Toby Jones.
I've heard of Mackenzie Crook. Yeah, he's the guy from Office, isn't he? And Pirates of the Caribbean.
Toby Jones has been in quite a lot recently. They replayed a few weeks ago that drama where he ended up being the kit man for Stoke City. Was it called Remarkable or Unbelievable or something? It was a BBC drama. It was a fantastic programme. True story.
I'll take your word for it, mate.
He's been in Harry Potter as well, The Hunger Games. Like Balderson with freshly sanitised hands running up to the stumps to bowl. And that's turned away by Rain. Off towards backward square leg, and Neil Mallander's going to signal a leg bye. Quite a thud. I thought it was loud enough that there might have been some bat involved there. 50 for Wokes for England. So 211 for 5 England. Chasing 277. They might have an extra half hour there, mightn't they? You reckon? Balderson to the Right-handed cast, that's gone to backward point, no run.
Chris Rimmer says, is the name you're looking for Ian McShane, who played Lovejoy in a BBC series about antiques?
That was it, yeah. Lovejoy.
Thank you, Chris.
Well done. Well done. Yeah, he was a wily antiques dealer. Didn't really watch that one, though.
I mean, when you just say it out loud, they do just sound dreadful, these programmes, aren't they? A wily antiques dealer. And there's a series about this.
This is defended on off stump by Cars, who steps quite a way up the track to play the ball from Balderson. No run. Yeah, I think he went round on a motorbike as well.
What's going on?
Not to be confused with Paul McShane from Heidi High. Would you believe there was a sitcom about a holiday camp in the 80s called Heidi High?
Look at the time. It's time for an update. See you tomorrow.
Morning, campers. Ruth Maddock. 154 for 7, Balderson. 2 Cars. Cars defends on a length, right on middle stump, that one. The ball comes to rest halfway back up the wicket. 50 for Josh Butler and Chris Wokes. Where did Judith live again? Accrington. In comes the bowler, and that's played off towards point. Well, BBC Tees has actually tweeted the answer now, and it was Boone. Well done, Judith from Accrington. The final question, which English team's nickname is the Gas? That's too easy, that one. There's a slight delay going on here while they reorganise the field. There's a lot of talking going on out there. This cast is ready. They've brought in a short... It's like an advanced point, because they have a point. It's not really a short extra cover. Balderson bowls. That is left alone there by the batsman. That is the end of the over. Durham 154 for 7 here on BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Radio Lancashire. Martin Emerson and Scott Reed with you. Scott just doing an update now for listeners back home. We're live on the BBC Cricket website and the Sports app and tune-in event 2, 855 medium wave in the Lancashire area. And we're live on the the Durham website and the Lancashire website. There's 7 cameras at this game. We have vision mixers and scorecards galore on screen, and they're mixing in our commentary as well. A slow hand clap in the slips from Liam Livingston, second slip, while they bring Liam Hurt back into the attack. So he replaces Tom Bailey, who was bowling from the lovely end earlier. Ben Rain on strike. The left-hander has 11 from 27 balls as Hurt comes in. Right arm over, angles the ball across the batsman. He plays it out into the covers along the ground, and Bryden Corse set off for a single. That was never on there. All Rain did was just raise one hand and say, "Whoa, Bonnie lad, get yourself back to the other end." This England needs 63 more runs, 214 for 5, so it's a decent partnership now from Wokes and Butler. In comes the bowler. That's defended by Rain. It nips back in sharply, and he goes back onto his back foot and plays the ball down into the ground and back to the bowler via the floor. One or two people suggesting that Josh Butler could be England's hero today, having dropped a number of catches and missed a stumping yesterday. I think players are just not going to be as sharp. I know it's August, but second week of the cricket season, some players are not really going to be sharp. It's Hurt balls again, and this is driven by Rain up towards, well, it's gone behind the bowler's end, and it's racing off towards the boundary now. It's not going to go for 4, but Tom Bailey dived in and got a hand to it, but all he helped to do was steer it further up the field, and then it's chased eventually by Gleeson and picked up 2 runs for Rain. I said in commentary last week during the Yorkshire game, I'd far rather be a bowler in this curtailed season than a batsman. Batsmen haven't got any time really to try and get their eye in and get some form going. If you start off, you know, with a poor showing, that one's edged along the floor to second slip to Livingston. It's a sharp one, but it was certainly on the ground, and it's clipped him on the hand. No run. Yeah, if you're struggling to try and find some form, like Jack Burnham, Cameron Steele, a whole host of people who didn't get runs last week and have so far not got any today, well, you're nearly halfway through the season, 2 matches in, aren't you? If your side is not going to get out of its group, and only the best 2 group winners go through out of the 3 to play in the final at Lords at the end of the season. I mean, last year Durham lost their first 4 in the county championship. Hurd in. Oh, this is up in the air. It loops over Livingston. He dives backwards and tries to snatch at it with his left hand, but the umpire, I think, is going to single a leg by anyway. So it looped up off the thigh pad of Rain. I thought I heard a noise as if it had hit his bat, but leg by is signalled by Neil Pratt. In comes the bowler. That's pushed off towards point. That is the end of the over. I think Ken Richardson switched. He's now listening to us via the Radio Lancashire medium wave frequency. It's easier on the wireless than my gas-driven PC, says he's been having trouble today. Not heard of any other people who've been struggling today, Ken. Maybe it's time to update that ZX Spectrum. No doubt we'll have quite a lot of people getting in touch with us tomorrow when there's no test match on. 3,000 first-class runs for Chris Wright. He's now with Leicestershire, formerly at Warwickshire. Balderson starts anew over here, bowling to Rain, who leans into a leg side delivery and plays it up towards short mid-wicket, where Hurt is now standing. $157 for 7, Durham. Another 21.5 overs left tonight. Balderson in. And that hits the pad area of Rain, and he looks to go for a single, but the keeper was straight onto that down the leg side. And he didn't know where the ball was, and Carr said no.
He'll be really pleased, I think, George Balderson, with the way he's bowled today. As you say, he's not express pace, but he's bowled a really tight, accurate, kind of nagging line. He's given very few scoring opportunities away. He's picked up the wicket, and of course with a good run out as well.
In comes the bowler again. That's gone down the leg side, and there's no fine leg. You've got a long leg, but Rain certainly feels he's missed out on runs there and throws his head towards the sky in disbelief that he didn't get a connection on that and get some runs, because there's a lot of acreage to fine leg that he can go for there, and it's a straightforward 4.
Yeah, he's missed out a couple of times there, hasn't he, now?
Balderson to Rain again. He leaves that as it goes the offside line this time. Just past the stump. They've had in the Tunbridge Wells area today, we were talking about Tunbridge earlier, temperatures in the mid-30s, 34, 35, something like that. Being the highest recorded temperature today. I think the hottest day on record was recorded last July, wasn't it? Got really hot for about 2 days, and then tremendous thunderstorms came in after that. In comes the bowler, and he's appealing for a ball which looks like it's crashed into the pads, but probably too leg-side-ish. I think it was during the England-Ireland Test match at Lord's. It got really, really hot for about 2 or 3 days. I remember going in a hire car down to Northampton for a T20, and the aircon was blowing warm air at me. I had to go down the M1 with the window open all the way down. That was fun. But that was normal in the 90s, in the 80s. Balderson again bowls. This time it is turned off the legs by Rain, out towards long leg, just the one run. He's played it too close to the only fielder on that side of the ground.
So the 80s was rubbish TV programmes and no air conditioning.
Yeah. And if anybody rang you, the phone was attached to the wall, so you had to go where the phone was and stand
ridiculous.
at the wall and answer it at the wall. Yeah.
That's absolute nonsense.
And if you wanted to change one of the 4 channels over on the telly, you had to walk.
You gotta stand up
and touch the button. The first remote control video that I saw was actually not really remote control, because it was attached to the end of about a 20-metre long cable. That's no word of a lie, that.
There's Liam Hurt in and bowling to Ben Rain, who's getting in behind this delivery from Hurt and defending back down the pitch, and there's no run.
There was a little electronics shop in an electrical store in Whitburn, and that was the first time I saw it. It was his. They were like hen's teeth. You did well to get hold of one, and it was in the window, the prize item in the store. Milan San Remo's on today, one of the big classics in one-day cycling. I have to make sure that's recording when I get home.
2 slips waiting. Rain settles into his crease and then just dabs the ball up to mid-off as Hurt comes into bowl. And again, there's no run. 12.2 overs for 35, Liam Hurt, I think. Predominantly from this Finkel end, but having a little burst from the Lumley end now.
They've put some pictures of some members of the public in the women's, on the terrace of the women's pavilion at Worcester.
Okay.
And apparently Eric Cantona's on them. I think I can actually see a picture of Bob Willis and Boris Johnson.
Hurt moves in and bowls. Shortish ball, and Rain rocks back and pulls the ball through square leg, but just for one. A controlled pull by Rain. It wasn't full-blooded neither. Rolling the wrists and pulling it into the ground for a single. Moves to 15, 159 for 7.
Ah, he is. He's in his Man U kit.
Eric Cantona.
Yes. There's a few other familiar faces in there as well. I think Ozzy Osbourne's in the back row. It's an interesting crowd at Worcester today.
They'll be lively in there, won't they?
Yeah.
Cantona and Ozzy. Bryden Carse up onto his toes, flicking this one off his hip down to fine leg just for 1. Into double figures now. He moves to correction. No, he's not. He's on to 9. The score moves on to 160 for 7.
What's this partnership then from? Where are we? Butler is on 53. Wilkes 54. Partnership 99 from 20 overs.
Hurt to Rain this time, getting up onto the toes and taking it back down the pitch, and gathered by Hurt off his own bowling. No run. Well, he got a bit of stick, hasn't he, Josh Butler, for the way he kept wicket.
Yeah.
It'd be nice if he can smash the winning runs for England.
I tweeted last night that I wonder what Johnny Bairstow was making of Josh Butler's match, and somebody said, well, what about Ben Foakes?
Final ball of the over for Hurt, who's bowling to Rain. Guides the ball through the onside, just in front of square, and keeps the strike. Moves to 16, 161 for 7.
That was the effort ball there, and he nearly upended himself. He was banging it into the floor. Pied Wagtail has arrived for his tee. Where one goes, others will soon follow. It's one day about 2 or 3 years ago. Probably, actually, might have been 4 years ago, because they're playing Yorkshire here, and there was some weather threatened anyway. Durham ended up being bowled out on the final day, and I was at this window, and it came in really, really muggy. And I could hear this noise, and I looked out, and out of nowhere, hundreds, and I mean hundreds of pied wagtails just descended on the ground. And they were only there for a few seconds. I tried to take a photograph, but as soon as I got my camera and opened the window, off they went again. And then this almighty crack of thunder hit the ground, and the middle pylon behind the pavilion. I was going out to the car park, and this lightning bolt came down, and the roads flooded in seconds, literally seconds. I think I got from the ground as it started to rain towards the end of the dual carriageway under the A1, and the roads were already flooded. And I had to pick my way home. Incredible storm, but I don't know where they all came from. This shows how many there are. There must have been hundreds out there.
Was it Southport when we had the invasion of ants?
Flying ants, it was, yes. They come out on one day during the heat, don't they? Now, I don't know why, but I was commentating that day, and I was sort of aware in the corner of my eye that the path was moving next to us. There's a hand sanitizer break going on here, by the way. Durham 161 for 7, BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Radio Lancashire. Anyway, I looked round, and there were these big ants coming out of a crack in the ground, and one or two started to appear, and then they flew off, then 3 or 4 more, and then before long it was a procession of them. But somebody from the cricket club went and got a kettle of boiling water and poured the boiling water down the crack in the ground. Well, that just sent them all. There was thousands of them came out the ground after that.
Liam Livingston. Well.
Yeah. Some spin from Liam Livingston. Right arm round. How many wickets has he had over the years? 34 wickets, best figures 6 for 52 against Surrey in 2017, and this is his 50th match was against Durham in first class cricket at Sedbergh last year. He hasn't played that many first class games since then. First 2 balls are dot balls. And he comes again, right arm round, and drags his hand round underneath the ball, cuts it in from off stump. That's played out to the covers for 1. It was Tom Bailey who started the day needing 3 wickets for.
Yes. Yep.
So he's only got the 1 though, hasn't he? 3 wickets to 200 in first class cricket. Livingston is a leggy. He's altering his field for the right-handed Bryden Carson. He's got 2 men out on the deep on the leg side, and a mid-wicket in there, and a short mid-wicket, and a mid-on. He's got a man on the point boundary, short extra cover, and a mid-off. There's one slipping, Keaton Jennings, who's never left the slip cordon all day. Here he comes then, loops that one up to Cars. Cars takes a big stride forward and snuffs the ball out on a length. Cars on 9 from 30 deliveries. Rain on 17 from 46. Durham 162 for 7. Here comes the bowler again. Carson nibbles that one away towards short mid-wicket, in between the feet of Stephen Croft. He's actually got some shin pads on underneath his whites, but he's certainly not at short leg. Here comes the bowler again. That's played off the back foot out through towards the point boundary by Cos for 1. Fielded by Luke Wood, the left-hander, who took his first-class wicket for his new club, Lancashire, earlier today when he got Cameron Steele LBW for 1. There's been 2 run-outs, and of the wickets taken by bowlers, Gleeson's got 2, Wood 1, Bailey 1, and Balderson 1. It was a quick over, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. He got through him pretty quickly. He bowled quite a bit last year, actually, did Livingston. As Hurt comes in and bowls to Cars. Clipped out through square leg for probably just a 1, it is. Yeah, moves to 11, 164 for 7. Just looking at the amount of overs he bowled. 135 overs he bowled last year, Liam Livingston. Picked up 10 wickets. An average of 24. But he developed his spin and had worked quite hard on it, and actually in a way, it kind of denied Matt Parkinson a place in the team because Lancashire had Livingston as a spinning option. He's bought quite a bit in white ball cricket, of course, as well for Lancashire. It's Hurt from the Lumley end, balls to Rain. Took the ball through the onside. Well, he thinks about coming back for a second, and the cry is no. Fielder well in the deep by Lancashire. It's a 165 for 7. Rain on 18 and Cass on 11. Well, in terms of variation for Lancashire, Livingston, Croft can bowl a bit of off spin as well. And of course, there is Bohannon and Jennings as well. So, in terms of something different to medium pace, there's Cass plays forward in defence and there's no run. I guess Livingston and Croft are the two options that Willis has got.
Jennings is a skiddy, difficult bowler. And Bohannon, we saw him bowl at Sedbergh last year, didn't we?
Yeah, it can do a kind of a tidy job, can Bohannon. I don't think Jennings bowled much last year.
He was very underused by Durham, to be honest with you, particularly in red ball cricket, but he did bowl quite a bit in white ball stuff.
Hurt in short ball. Cass takes it on. Is he caught? He is caught at square leg. And Dane Villas, the Lancashire captain, with the catch. Well, Liam Hurt's tried a similar strategy a few times in this opening day, in particular to Alex Lees, and that particular short ball has conjured up the 8th wicket. And Bryden Cass just going back, kind of mistiming the pull, and gathered by Villas at square leg. He's gone for 11, and that's the 8th wicket to fall for Durham. Well taken by Dane Villas.
Yeah, he had a dive low to his side, but you know, there's acres and acres of land on that leg side, and he puts it to within a foot or two of the fielder. And he played well there, Cass. I mean, he's only got 11 runs, but he was decent. Some nice shots early on, sensible, and then pulls out a shot like that. And Matt Salisbury coming out now. And then it will be Chris Rushworth. So Durham 165 for 8. Are they going to get a batting point today? Or will be the second game in a row where they go home empty-handed on that score? Put on 24 for that wicket. That's 71.4 overs.
Well, they've got a bit of work to do to try and get a batting bonus point, haven't they? 165 for 8. Hung around there, did Bryden Cass with Ben Rain. Rain's faced 47 deliveries for his 18 runs. I think I should be keen to try and wrap this up as quickly as they possibly can now. 2 balls left of this over. First wicket of the season for Liam Hurt. Salisbury, the new batsman, still with that square leg and a long leg, 2 slips in a gully. He turns this one into the onside. He's sent back as the throw comes in towards the keeper's end. He's sent back by Ben Rain. He wanted to get off the mark straight away with that little flick around the corner, but Villas onto it quickly. Means that Hurt can have another ball at the new batsman. Final ball of the 72nd over coming up, and then 18 remaining in the day's allocation. Of course, in theory, Durham have up until the 120th over to bat.
England need 50 to win with 5 wickets in hand.
Hurt bowls a good ball to Salisbury. Is pushing forward and it's through to the keeper. End of the over, 165 for 8. So Wokes and Butler are still going then.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's 27 minutes past 5, so when's your next update?
In about 3 minutes.
About 3 minutes. How many overs left? 18, so it's about an hour and 10 minutes, isn't it? So it's going to be about a 6:35, 6:40 finish, possibly, at this rate. Might lose a couple with a change of innings, we would. Ian Livingston now to Ben Rain, who's on 18 from 47 balls. Right arm round to the left armour from the Finkel end. That's just played back to the bowler. He's bowling with his sunglasses on. Comes in again and bowls. Rain cuts the ball out towards the cover boundary for 1 run. Vic's in his deck chair. Big Domain, the Durham groundsman's in this massive deck chair. It's a red and white thing. But he's obviously feeling a bit of a chill because although he's wearing shorts, he has actually put on a Durham hoodie. He wears shorts generally in all weathers. Livingston right arm over to Salisbury. Salisbury defends on a length. Scott's off to do an update on the radio. Martin Emerson and Scott Reed with you. As Salisbury plays that out into the covers, and it's cut off by Villas. He bounces off his knee as he dives across to his left. The bowler again, left alone. Here comes the bowler. It's a leave, and they're appealing for LBW, and it's gone racing off behind the wicketkeeper. And it's going to be byes, or is it going to be leg byes? Leg byes, signalled by Neil Mallander. Liam Livingston is still appealing. And he's saying, hang on, how can you give that if he's not now what they're asking about? Dead ball. He's gonna say he hasn't offered a shot. So they've signalled a dead ball. What's going on there then? Yeah, well he didn't offer a shot, so they've said dead ball. Signal leg byes. Livingston has a smile on his face now as the runs are taken off the board. Start of a new over. And it's Hurt who got the wicket in the previous over of Bryden Carse. For 11. Durham were 59 for 3 at lunch, having lost Dixon for 2, Steele for 1 and Beddingham for 5. Hurt now bowling to Rain. Short ball, Rain pulls it off towards deep mid-wicket for a run into the floor. Then at tea they were 134 for 6, but they'd lost Hart for 18 after he put on 52 for the 4th wicket with Lees. Burnham for 5, and then Lees run out for 66 after a mix-up with... wasn't so much a mix-up. Ned Eckersley called him through for a run that was never on, and then they've lost 2 since tea. Eckersley for 8 and Carse for 11. 167 for 8 they are now. In comes Hurt again. Bowls. It's left low outside the off stump. Goes to the keeper. Hurt gets the ball back. Now comes into ball again. Holds the ball a long way from his body as he comes in. And that's gone down the leg side. Salisbury lets it go. Salisbury's Highest score is 37. 374 runs he has in first-class cricket. He's not played in masses of games. He came to Durham on loan originally from Essex a couple of years ago, having had trials in various other places. This is his 32nd match in first-class cricket. He averages 8.9. Rain averages 20. That's hurt balls too, Salisbury. He keeps that out and off stump. And Ben Rain has 2,492 runs to his name. Right, you're back. Better do an update for tees.
Yeah, Liam Hurt continuing from the Lumley end. Clouds just starting to drift across a little bit. Maybe our blue sky for the day is all but vanished. Still pretty blue over Lumley Castle to our right hand side, but clouds drifting across from the left as Hurt comes in and bowls to Matt Salisbury, but a short ball. He bends his knees, ducks underneath that. Taken by by Alex Davis, and there is no run. Villas in conversation with the umpire at square leg, I suspect asking the question about the LBW that wasn't an LBW. The appeal from Liam Livingston, which went on for some time, ultimately the signal as a dead ball from the umpire, and maybe the Lancashire captain just seeking a little clarification. To Salisbury, and it's turned up to mid-on, and there's no run. End of the over. So we have 16 remaining in the day's allocation, just after 5:30 on this Saturday afternoon. Wherever you may all be listening to us or watching the pictures on the live stream, this terrific live stream that is being provided by Lancashire. You can access it by their website. Head to the Lancashire Cricket website or Durham's website, and you'll be able to see the multi-camera system. It's an operation with replays and scorecards, and Livingston comes in and bowls to Rain, who's down the pitch, heaves it back from where it came from, but stopped by Tom Bailey at mid-on, and there's no run. And if you can't stick with the pictures and you're out and about with things to do in this last hour or so of play, you can download the commentary via the BBC Sport website and app. And if you're in the car around the northwest of England, medium wave 855 will pick it up as well. There's Livingston, a little bit flatter, a little bit quicker. And I think that's come off an edge which will disappear down towards the boundary. Won't quite reach the rope, I don't think. Is that come off an edge or not? No, it's been given us byes, nothing on it. Swing and a miss from the bat. So it's been given us a couple of byes. Score moves on to 171 for 8. So lots of different ways to enjoy coverage of the Bob Willis Trophy. The live stream will be in operation for the duration of the competition. From Lancashire's point of view, they'll be hoping it's all the way to a potential Lord's final, albeit I think the venue for that final is yet to be absolutely clarified, but suggestions that it could be being played at Lord's. Livingston to Rain. Outside the off stump and through to the keeper, there is no run.
A quick observation. Durham are now on 171, which was Yorkshire's target last week.
Thank you, Martin. Forward goes Rain. Let's work back towards Liam Livingston, who fields off his own bowling. And the dot ball. 171 for 8. Rain on 20. Livingston bounces in, bowls, and forward comes Rain, pushing back to Liam Livingston, who's been wrapped up in his bubble, in the biosecure bubble of the GS Bowl for the last few weeks. Flatter, a little quicker. Rain goes back and works it across his pads through square leg for a single. He pinches the strike. It's the end of the over. Rain's on 21. And Durham are 172 for 8. Let's take you around the country, shall we, in the Bob Willis Trophy. See what's happening in the other games. Obviously keeping a very, very close eye on what's happening at Emirates Old Trafford, because England are now within 46, I think. If that Scorecard is right. Yeah, 46 more runs for England to win, 5 wickets to get them. Joss Buttler and Chris Woakes have put on 114 runs. Buttler 57 and Woakes on 64 to get England on the brink of a victory in a cracking test match. And congratulations to Matt Merchant and his team. It was lovely actually to see Matt ring the bell to signal the start of play today, as Hurt comes around the wicket and bowls to Rain, who's forward in defence, because he's put together 3 successive test matches, 3 cracking pitches. His team have worked ever so hard, and that's gearing up to be an excellent win for England as it stands. Elsewhere, in the North Group of the Bob Willis Trophy, Worcestershire have had a good day with a bat in front of the those cardboard cutouts of famous people that they've put in and around the ground at New Road as Hurt bowls to Rain. Short ball, which I think in the end he tried to duck out of, but drags the ball off the face of the bat down to backward square leg for a single. Rain moves to 22. Score moves on to 173 for 8. But Jake Libby is 124 not out, and Brett D'Oliveira is 99 not out. And Worcestershire are 274 for 3. So good day for Worcestershire with the bat. The other North Group game, well, there's 2 other North Group games. One is at Trent Bridge between Nottinghamshire and Yorkshire. Yorkshire with 264 all out. And top score of 98 from Thompson. Hurt to Salisbury, who's defending, and there's no run. Notts have just started their reply. They're 4 without loss. So Yorkshire 264 all out, and Notts in reply 4 without loss. And the other fixture in the North Group is between Leicestershire and Derbyshire. Well, Leicestershire were bowled out for 199, and Derbyshire started their reply now. They're into the 9th over of the reply, and they're 31 for 1. In the Central Group, I'll give you the Worcestershire Glamorgan score from that Central Group. Hurt comes in and bowls, and Salisbury plays forward and misses through to the keeper, no run. The other Central fixtures, well, it's been a lively game at Wanties Road, because Somerset were bowled out for 166, 5 wickets for Ben Sanderson, and they've reduced Northants to 67 for 6. 3 wickets for Davey. So Northants 67 for 6 in reply to Somerset's 166 all out in the Central Group. And Gloucestershire against Warwickshire is another Central Group fixture. It's Hurt from the Lumley end balls. Forward goes Salisbury in defence. Another no ball. Crikey, there's been a few of them today. Gloucestershire 179 for 8 against Warwickshire. Games at Bristol. And in the South Group, what have we got here? South Group, Sussex against Kent. Sussex 281 for 7 at Canterbury. Essex 227 for 6 against Surrey. That's at Chelmsford. To Salisbury, that's a little extra lift and bounce, and nestles into the gloves of the Lancashire wicketkeeper Alex Davis, and there's no run. And the final game in the South Group is at Radlett, where Middlesex are taking on Hampshire. Middlesex were 252 all out, and Hampshire just got their first innings underway and a 4 without loss. Scores and reports from all around the grounds on the BBC Sport website and app of all those fixtures. As Liam Hurt for Lancashire runs in towards as bowls a ball that Salisbury brings his bat inside the line. Taken by Davis to complete another over, another one chalked off for the day, so 14 left. Hurt's now bowled 16 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 44. Durham are 175 for 8.
Got an update on Michael Elphick for you.
Oh dear.
Not only was he in Boone, but possibly the reason he was in Darlington in that bar that night that I mentioned earlier was not because he was in pantomime, but he was in a series called Harry, where he played a freelance journalist and a stringer for the national papers. It was a short-lived series of perhaps one series. So So a
So he's popular.
Yeah. So Livingston, right arm round from the Finkel end. That's played out into the covers by Rain for 1. I can't really remember that. I'm going to have to look that up now. So when would Harry have been on the telly? Mid-90s probably. Livingston's going to come over the wicket now to the right-handed Salisbury, who's yet to get off the mark. He defends that one.
And what was the connection with Brian Clough in this programme? I've forgotten what.
He featured in an episode of Boone,
right,
in which Michael Elphick played a private detective.
Okay.
It was obviously around a drama. That episode was a footballing drama. In comes the bowler again. And that's defended by Salisbury. Harry, TV series 2013. That can't be right. No, that's not it. Set in Auckland. Ah, that's better. Harry, TV series 93-95. Played by Salisbury. Oh, he's off the mark. 19th ball. Drives it wide of mid-off. Harry was a TV series for the BBC on BBC One. September 93 to April 95. Concerned the journalist Harry Salter, played by Michael Elphick. Round the wicket comes the bowler this time to Rain, who goes forward and snubs that out. Short leg on his back, trying to reach it. So how many? 2 series, 20 episodes. It's been a day of learning.
It has,
again.
mate. It has.
You know.
Yeah.
And we never know what we're going to learn, do we, when we start off in these commentaries?
No.
Oh, that's a full toss, but Rain just plays it out into the covers. He's not going. He's not cashing in. His eyes didn't light up. Just pushed it away safely on the offside. Oh, Chris Sharp, I'll be with you shortly. Only 3 overs remaining at Trent Bridge. Ah, I thought he was going to say Old Trafford there. That's fair enough. He's a Yorkshire fan. He's allowed to come along after he's listened to them. How many overs have we got? 13 left.
Got a bit to go on with.
They're in a different time zone in Nottingham. So what's the crack with England then? 236 for 5, chasing 277. So they've put on 100 now, haven't they? Wokes and Butler.
They have, yep. I thought it'd be quite a close finish, but they're probably going to cruise it, aren't they, a little bit now? 5 wickets left.
This is gloomed over this, and I think
it
we might
has,
need the floodlights on here.
I was just saying before, the clouds come across now, isn't it? The blue sky is rapidly disappearing. And change of bowling from the Lumley end. Liam Hurt's spell's come to an end, so gone back to Richard Gleeson. He's bowled 13 overs today. 2 for 32, Gleeson, but Lancashire looking to try and wrap this up if they can, as quickly as possible. Gleeson bowls to Salisbury's forward in defence, and there's no run. He's easing the ball up towards Liam Hurt, mid-off.
Alex Davies, his highest score in a one-dayer was against Durham, wasn't it? 147 2 years ago. Highest one-day score by a Lancashire player at Old Trafford. It was an extremely one-sided affair from memory.
He's got the gloves on now, Davies, crouching down as Gleeson bowls. Takes it into the gloves, hands it to Liam Livingston at second slip.
I think the margin of defeat that day was something like Durham's 5th worst in one-day cricket. And I remember you were getting stats fed through to you from the scorer, and you was from somebody, and your phone never stopped buzzing. It was just record after record.
Yeah, there's quite a lot, isn't there? Records being broken. I think he beat Neil Fairbrother's record.
Yeah.
I think
That rings a bell.
the highest one-day score at Old Trafford. Gleeson to Salisbury, steers down. This one down to gully where Stephen Croft stops it actually.
Had Fairbrothers' record stood since 1996 or something like that.
Something like that. I seem to recall it being Fairbrothers' record. .177 for 8. It's Gleeson for Lancashire. With a wicket, ball's foolish ball and off stump, and it brings the batsman Salisbury forward in defence. And there is no run.
So yeah, it was 147 Davies versus Durham at Old Trafford. Neil Fairbrother 145 against Hampshire in 1990 it was. Andrew Flintoff 143 against Essex. No, that was at Chelmsford. Brad Hodge, former Durham player, 141 against Yorkshire at Old Trafford in 2007.
Gleeson in, big appeal for LBW, and he's given it. Salisbury out. I think that in the end was a low full toss. And Gleeson went up and spun round. Not entirely so that's what he was trying to bowl, Richard Gleeson. But
well, I think he was going for a leg stick Yorker, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And seeing this impact, I actually thought, yeah, it swings in. It looked plumb to me, although the batsman had his back to me. I was thinking, why is the umpire taking so long to put his finger up? And having seen it there, again, looks bang on. Swings in towards middle and leg.
Salisbury departs.
It's hit him right on the toe.
Lancashire have got this little celebration going on now where that instead of obviously you can't shake hands.
3 bowling points now, haven't they? So.
Yeah, you can't shake hands, so instead of doing the elbow kind of bump, they're doing like little foot thing.
Oh yeah.
Kind of tapping a foot together. Socially distanced celebration. Yes, they've got 3 bonus points, bowling bonus points. Lancashire now on the board. It's Chris Rushworth. Last man out for Durham. He's enjoying Ben Rain, who's faced 61 deliveries for his 23 runs, so he's hung around a bit as Ben Rain. If this is wrapped up relatively quickly, then Lancashire will have a decent amount of overs to face tonight. There's 12 left in this over. Lose a couple for the change of innings. 12 left after this over, rather. So it'll be a little testing period for the Lancashire opening batsman if it's wrapped up in the next over or 2.
Well, I remember Chris Rushworth coming out to bat at Canterbury in 2017, and my co-commentator saying, how many runs have Durham got left now? And I said none. And that's the only time I've been wrong. Well, I'll tell a lie, he got 57 I think that day. It's the only half centuries he's had. But he did get 46 once at Taunton, got caught in the boundary trying to go for a 6 to get to his 50.
Gleeson balls and Rushworth just waved the bat at this one. Through to the keeper, no run. It's the end of the over? It is, yeah. It was the final ball of the over there. So a wicket maiden for Richard Gleeson. 14 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 32. For Gleeson, 177 for 9, Durham.
How many overs? 78 overs gone. Yeah, so there's still a few overs. If you lose the one you're in plus 2. If you're getting a wicket quickly here, Lancashire could be facing 9 overs tonight.
Yep. Be a tricky spell.
Yeah. Liam Livingston round the wicket. Oh, thick inside edge there from Ben Rain. Now that was a funny delivery from Livingston because it came in as a half tracker, and I think it took Rain by surprise, and he backed off expecting the sort of normal tennis ball bounce, and it didn't. It stayed quite low, and it's come off the bottom edge of the bat through his legs and down a fine leg for 1. Yeah, I think Liam Livingston has seen Chris Rushworth bat, and he's just telling everybody in the legs to get out the boundary. Here he comes, right arm over, and Rushworth pushes it the other way, and it's stopped by Dane Willis in a heap. Oh, now that's a dangerous throw. Are they going to get overthrows now? Well, Dane Willis is in a heap on the offside, on the edge of the square, sort of in the mud in the dust of a used track, but he stumbled on the ball and it ran away from him slightly, and then he hurled it towards the bowler's end, and it nearly took Rushworth's head off. He had to sort of backpedal so it didn't hit him in the helmet. And then it went for an overthrow, so he's on 2. Livingston again bowls. And he's caught behind, and that's the end of that. So Durham all out for 180, and you'll lose this over, so that's 11. So there'll be 9 overs tonight, as we've just been saying. And a very brief cameo in the middle from Chris Rushworth again, but it's normally, when you're talking about Chris Rushworth, you're not talking about his batting, you're talking about his bowling. And he's jogging off the pitch now. He'll want to have a go at Lancashire tonight, and maybe get a couple of wickets in the bag if possible. He got to 500 first-class wickets last week. He needs another 5 to make it 500 for Durham, because 5 of those were for the MCC. So Durham all out for 180. They fall 20 runs short of a batting point. Ben Rain not out on 24. And the batting, as it did at the beginning of last season, has continued to cause a problem this season. They lost their first 4 last year. Bit better than last week in that they've managed to scramble their way to 180, but the conditions this week are far better. They weren't off and on in gloomy conditions and in the damp, and the ball wasn't seaming around corners today like it did last week. And they chose to bat in brilliant sunshine in the warmth, and they've got it wrong again. So they've got a lot of work to do with the batting side of things here, Durham. Too many players failing to deliver again. But as I said last week, and as I've said so far in this game, it is difficult to judge in such a weird situation that we find ourselves in. They haven't had the full pre-season where they would have played maybe 3 or 4 matches and 2 at abroad. They all had to come back from their pre-season tours back in March, and then quite a few of these lads were just on furlough for months, training in the back garden, doing the odd run here and there. But we shall see how Lancashire do with the bat in their hands. That was 77.5, no it wasn't.
78.3.
78.3. 78.3 overs. Got the bowling figures there?
I've got them, yep. Bailey, 15 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 14. Luke Wood, 16 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 40. Liam Hurt, 16 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 44. Richard Gleeson, 14 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 32. George Balderson, 13 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 26. And Liam Livingston, 4.3 overs, 1 for 9.
So there you are. Do a little update of the other scores in the Mo as well for you.
I'll run through the Durham card then. This is how it reads for Durham. Alex Lees run out by Dane Villas for 66, but I mean a really good 66 that. He batted through a tricky morning's session when wickets were tumbling, and he managed to get a period of calm for Durham in combination with Hart. So a very good 66 in the context of the innings for Alex Lees, backing up a century which he got last week. But Lees run out by Villas, having faced 205 balls for his 66. Dixon caught Davis, bowled Bailey for 2. Steele, LBW to Luke Wood for 1. Bedingham caught Davis, bowled Gleeson for 5. Hart run out by George Balderson for 18. Burnham, LBW to Gleeson for 5. Eckersley caught Villas, bowled Balderson for 8. Cars caught Villas, bowled Hurt for 11. Salisbury, LBW to Gleeson for 1. And Rushworth caught Davis, bowled Livingston for 2. 37 extras, of which 22 of those 37 runs were no balls. And a total of 180 all out from 78.3 overs.
So extras was the second highest scorer.
It was. And as Martin mentioned, we'll have 9 overs remaining in the day's play for the Lancashire openers of Alex Davis and Keaton Jennings. take a look at, Martin mentioned at some of the other scores. We'll start with the England latest from Emirates Old Trafford, where they're still going nicely. 127-run partnership will get England over the line. Chris Woakes on 70, Joss Butler on 64. So England 244 for 5, and now need 33 more runs to clinch a victory to start that Test series against Pakistan. Elsewhere in the Bob Willis Trophy, Worcestershire are enjoying a terrific day. They're at New Road, they're playing Glamorgan, and there's centuries for Brett D'Oliveira and Jake Libby. D'Oliveira 121 not out, and Libby 138 not out. And Worcestershire 303 for 3 against Glamorgan. That's obviously in the central group. Let's bring you some of the two other North group fixtures. Nottinghamshire 13 without loss against Yorkshire. Yorkshire made 264 before being bowled out. Games at Trent Bridge, and Notts are 13 without loss in reply. And Derbyshire are 51 for 1 against Leicestershire. Games at Grace Road. Leicestershire made 199, so just missed a batting bonus point. So 199 all out, Leicestershire, and Derbyshire in reply are 51 for 1. And the other two North group fixtures. Back to the central group, giving you that Worcestershire Glamorgan latest. Elsewhere in the central group, Somerset are playing Northamptonshire. It's been a lively day at Wanties Road because Somerset 166 all out, having been 99 for 7 at one point. Ben Sanderson with 5 wickets for Northants, but then Somerset have got Northants 8 down, 67 for 8. In reply to that 166 all out. So in danger of having a first innings lead, Somerset, having been knocked over for 166. Elsewhere in the central group, Gloucestershire against Warwickshire. Gloucestershire 181 for 8. Games taking place at Bristol. So 181 for 8, Gloucestershire against Warwickshire. And in the South group, Middlesex against Hampshire. Middlesex 252 all out, and Hampshire in reply at Radlett. This game's taking place, are 14 without loss. Sussex are playing Kent today. Games at Canterbury. Ben Brown 73 not out, but Kent Sussex rather a 9 down, 293 for 9 against Kent at Canterbury. And one other game is in the South group. It's at Chelmsford, where Essex are playing Surrey today. Alistair Cook made 42. Adam Wheater made 52. Essex are 248 for 7. So you are up to date with England, you're up to date with all the other games in the Bob Willis Trophy. We can see the arrival of the Durham players and the 2 umpires, and slowly heading down the steps will be Lancashire's 2 opening batsmen as well, with 9 overs remaining to go tonight. Davis and Jennings will make their way out. And Durham will be hoping for a breakthrough or 2. Ground staff have done their work, so they're making their way off. And there come Davis and Jennings. It's like Chris Rushworth will open up the bowling for Durham from the Lumley end. 9 overs for Lancashire's opening pair to negotiate this evening. You don't want to waste overs when you've only got 120 to bat at the maximum in your first innings, but there's not a lot to be gained necessarily from these 9 overs for Lancashire, but there could be a lot to lose if they were to lose a couple of early wickets. I'm sure Davis and Jennings will be thinking about being positive, of course, but also very much with one eye on tomorrow, making sure that they're there tomorrow to start the day off. Will be Rushworth. It's like Jennings will take the first ball.
Didn't do much against Durham last year. Keaton Jennings, 2 low scores. In fact, he might have got a duck in the second innings, you know, I'm trying to think. In fact, Chris Rushworth didn't Rushworth take 2 wickets in the first over without conceding a run last year?
That sounds familiar, yeah.
Jennings did break the record for the number of centuries in a season at Durham. He got 7 in 2016. He made 1,602 championship runs that year as well, and his highest score came that year too as Rushworth comes in and bowls to him. First ball goes through to the keeper as Jennings pushes forward. He's probably now thinking to himself, "Ah, yeah, I remember you." Alex Davies at the other end. We've mentioned his 147 in a one-dayer. Rushworth turns. He comes into bowl to Jennings, and Jennings plays that to short mid-wicket to Cameron Steele. So the next target for Rushworth, 5 wickets, and he's got 500 in first class for Durham. And the next one after that, he's trying to get past the Grey Munions club record for Durham, 527. Simon Brown finished with 518. So Rushworth Hall, 495 first class wickets for Durham, 5 for the MCC. He's taken 16 in university games and 1 against Sri Lanka A as he comes into bowl here, and that has gone through to the keeper. An attempted forward defensive there from Jennings, who goes for a little wander. In all formats, Rushworth's now got 689 with 111 in one-dayers and 78 in T20. Words of encouragement for him as he comes in. Jennings forward to that one, bat and pad, and the ball just runs short on the leg side.
Well, he want to make this as difficult as he possibly can for his old teammate. So quite an awkward little spell to come out and try and bat, especially when you kind of got one mind and just trying to be there for tomorrow, really.
Rushworth in. Jennings plays
beautiful delivery.
That one.
This is what he does so well, isn't it, Rushworth? You know, the accuracy and the ability to do it consistently.
Yeah,
he's terrific.
Said Bascoul, Jennings 11 and none last year, and Hamid got a duck as well. He was the second victim for Rushworth in that second innings. Davies 38 and 15. That's said bat. Rushworth into the stumps. Jennings looks to play that one. The slip cord have all gone up as one, but there was nothing there from the bowler at all, which was fairly telling, and Rushworth just wanders off, walks past Jennings and off towards his fielding position.
The super first over from Chris Rushworth, passed the bat a couple of occasions. Last one was a little bit leg side, but you want to try and test these 2 opening batsmen as much as possible in these 8 overs that are remaining. It's a good start by Chris Rushworth. Not that you'd expect anything less from Rushworth. Absolute epitome of kind of accuracy, line length, doing enough, bringing the slips into play, challenging the batsman.
Bryden Carr's going to see him for the first time this season. Couldn't play in the last match because he was still technically part of the one-day squad for England, although he wasn't even in Southampton anymore. He was up here. I was watching him doing a net session here, so I'm not really sure what that was all about. But 58 wickets he's got in first-class cricket. Best figures 6 for 26 at Lords last year. He got 35 wickets last season as well.
And he comes. First delivery is to Alex Davies, but it's too wide, is that? And taken by Eckersley, tumbling in front of first slip, almost falling at the toes of second slip there. He was so far across. A little loosener first up for for Cass from the Finkel end. Martin's put his jacket on. It's going to be a bit chilly.
It is. We've been in the cold all day.
Aye,
We're going to have to
true.
go outside to warm up.
Yeah, yes.
We don't see the sun. The only time you see the sun in this press box is in an evening game.
It's Cass over the wicket to Davis. Swatted down towards
Ben Rain.
Thank you. It's a long leg for a single. First run on the board for Lancashire. Davis gets it. He moves to 1. So Jennings takes guard from the umpire. 3 slips for the tall left-hander.
I've just had an invitation tonight.
Oh, have you?
A Zoom interview at the close of play.
Oh,
Don't know who with yet.
very good. I never even heard of Zoom at the start of the year. Had you? Had you ever heard of it?
Well, it started appearing in our log on at work, and I didn't know what it was.
Cass over the wicket to Jennings. That'll be 4 runs. Not quite sure off what.
Oh, there's been a wicket.
It's a no ball as well. It's a quite expensive delivery, that no ball, and it's gone for 4.
They've lost 3 quick wickets, have they? They're 8 down.
Who?
No, England.
No. What, from
Stuart Broad's coming in at number 8.
what? What, from 5 minutes ago? There were
257 for 6. So they've lost 1 wicket.
oh, right.
Sorry, I
Crikey.
looked at that and thought, whoa. You see number 8. 22 needed.
That's 7 with that loss now. Lancashire. 4 there for Jennings as that one's down the leg side again. That's a good take by Eckersley. Leaping to his right-hand side.
Highlights will be good tonight. I'll watch them later on.
So who was out? So was it Butler or Walk?
I don't know, I'm just trying to see. North Hansall out for 67. Wow.
Butler was the man out for 75. His Cass into Jennings again, little leg side. So the keeper having to work hard here. Speared a couple down the leg side, early on to Keaton Jennings. Left-hand, right-hand combination that Lancashire have got. And of course the difference in height as well, which will affect the bowler. Jennings and Davis. 2 balls left of this first over for Bryden Cass. Into to Jennings.
That was in the air for a moment there. I don't know who's out. I'm presuming. Oh, Butler's gone.
Butler's gone.
LBW on the sweep for 75. So England 256 for 6, need 21 to win. So Fred Boycott on Twitter, a reverse sweep with just 21 needed. I've seen more brains in a pot pie. I think it's probably been a swashbuckling innings.
I'm sure it has, yeah. What's it? 75 off 101 balls, 7 fours and a 6 for Butler. Cass ball better to Jennings. He defends delivery, the final one of the over. So 7 without loss. Jennings has 4. Davis on 1. 7 overs remaining tonight.
Got a tweet message from my daughter. They're up in Bamborough. Took their cricket bat with them today. I said they might be able to play at Bamborough Castle. There's a lovely cricket ground there. Rushworth ball in hand here. He's having a look. He's waiting for permission to come in and bowl because Davies is just taking his guard. 3 slips in place. He is on 1. Rushworth right arm over. Davies forward defends on a length. All goes through to the keeper.
So Somerset have a lead, don't they? 99 run lead. They were 99 for 7 and they've ended up 99 in front. Notts have lost their first wicket, 13 for 1 against Yorkshire.
Rushworth up to the stumps, balls, and that's cut by Davis. Good stop by Cameron Steele, diving to his left at point. Seven without loss. Lancashire Durham all out for 180, and that included 37 extras. And the next, the best score was 66 from Lees, extras 37, then rain 23. 7 of them never got to double figures again. Rushworth bowls. Leading edge didn't quite carry this time to Steele. He's down on his knees at point, but Davies was looking across to the leg side, thinking he'd steered it out there and it had gone the other way. Yeah, 7 players didn't get to double figures. Dixon 2, Steele 1, Beddingham 5, Burnham 5, Salisbury 1, Rushworth 2. Sun's coming out. Rushworth bowls. Davies leaves it alone. Will it get on front of our building in time to warm us up? I'm starting to get warm. This is actually just a thin sort of kaguri type coat, but it's actually quite warm. It doesn't breathe very well, I think. Rushworth turns. 2 balls left of the over. Davies leaves that. It's outside the off stump. It's a shortish delivery. 6 overs to go after this next delivery.
Yep, no issues with getting those in. I don't think we're going to need the lights neither, are we? I think at one point we thought we might need the floodlights, but nice and bright again.
Broad's just swept a spinner for 4. Sun is shining brightly again now. Last ball of the over from Rushworth, and Davies plays it into the floor on the offside and is told no. When's your next? Have you got another update?
No, all done.
Okay, I'll be back in a minute.
Okay, no problem. Maiden for Rushworth. 2 maidens for him to start off from the Lumley end. Bryden Carse struggled a little bit with his line to the left-hander Jennings in his first over. He's got Jennings to bowl at again from the Finkel end. His first delivery was to the right-hander Davis, but when Jennings came on strike, he just struggled with his line to that left-hander. Here he comes. Again, it's down the leg side. It's gone for 4 wide. It's not a great delivery by Carse. For some reason, he's just struggling with Jennings there. He's speared quite a few down the leg side. That was given as 4 wides down the leg side. Just struggling a little bit for some reason to Jennings. Sure, he'll loosen up and be fine when he gets going. Gets a little bit of a rhythm. Just striding for it now. Here he comes. 3 slips awaiting. Again, it's onto the leg stump. Just worked off the hip by Keaton Jennings. Down to square leg for a single. Jennings moves to 5. Score moves on to 13 without loss, but that does bring Davis on strike, so he might be a little happier with the right-hander. Davis on 1. Like a big strong boy. There's Bryden Carse. Short sleeves. You can just see some tattoos emerging from underneath his sleeves as he comes in and bowls to Davis. And this time Eckersley tumbling across first slip. The ball bursts out of his gloves and down towards the 3rd man boundaries. They're going to come back for a couple of byes, I think they are. Yeah. Eckersley now just wringing his right glove, his hand on his right glove. It must have flicked the finger. Just a little scrappy start, really, for Durham. Not from Rushworth. I mean, he's absolutely on the money from that far end, but quite as tight from this end. And here comes Cass striding in, bowls. And too far wide of the off stump. Davis for a millisecond thought about playing at that and decides to ignore it. Actually loses the bat as a bit of a crutch to keep him upright. He was leaning towards it, withdrew the bat at the last moment and then leant on his bat. The ball disappeared into the gloves of the keeper. Cass again from the Finkel end balls. A little fuller, a little tighter to the stumps, but still wide enough for Davis to leave it. Gathered by the keeper. 15 without loss, Lancashire, but only 6 runs off the bat. Cass has gone for 13 so far. England within 13 runs of victory in Manchester. 264 for 6. It's Cass to Davis. He's flicked off the pads through mid-wicket. That's a couple here. Rushworth running out towards the boundary to pick it up. And Davis does come back and runs 3. So he moves up to 4 and Lancashire to 18 without loss.
Take Cass 2 or 3 overs to get into the rhythm probably here. Last week in the Yorkshire first innings, Chris Rushworth went for 27 in his first 3 overs as Tom Kohler-Cadmore went after him and then came back at the start of his 4th and got a wicket. Very uncharacteristic.
So the final ball of the second over for Cass. Into Jennings, but again down the leg side and a no ball. We've seen plenty of no balls today. Yeah. From both the Finkel end, mainly from Lancashire, from the Lumley end.
It's a bit of a concern when somebody tweets you about a conversation another commentator is having in which you've been mentioned and you don't know why.
Yes.
Is that Dave Fletcher again?
Ah. Cass trying to complete this over down the leg side once more. Just struggling at the minute is Brydon Cass. A couple of overs he's bowled, gone for 18. Lancashire 20 without loss.
Pakistan have taken the second new ball. England needing 13 to win. Pakistan need 4 wickets. Motorbike going up towards the castle as Rushworth bowls to Davies. Davies gets behind that one and fends the ball down into the ground. It comes to rest right in front of his crease, but nowhere near the stumps. It was across towards the leg side. So a rather pleasantish day is drawing to a conclusion with a little bit of cloud cover inland. In fact, the flags have dropped still, so wonder what it's like out at the coast this evening on the Roca Riviera. As Rushworth bowls to Davies. Davies drives at that one. It was a half volley and he's got that away nicely. Oh, just sprints after it down the far end of the ground and then throws on the turn, and he's off balance as he hurls it into the air. He flies backwards. Gets the ball back towards the bowler's end though. The score moves on. 20 without loss.
Do you think I'll need the gilet this evening for a bit of a walk out on the front? Yeah,
it was really clammy on the coast last night, but generally, even on a nice evening, you get a little bit of a breeze.
I'll put the gilet on.
I would probably go for like a sleeveless number if I was you. In comes Rushworth. It's left alone by Davies outside off stump. Ned Eckersley thinks that was closer than it looked from here. Let's have a look at this one. Yeah, we need to work out what we're doing for supper tonight, don't we? Rushworth turns with the ball in hand. Oh, that was a close one. So close, in fact, that after it passed the batsman, he obscured the line of the ball by his pads. And that had quite a sniff of the off stump, that ball. Rushworth again, this time to Davies, who whips the bat away in a Steve Smith styley leave.
Yes, it was a bit, wasn't it? Yeah.
I was trying to explain to a man in the pub last year that he wasn't playing and missing at the ball, he was leaving it. And he said, look, he keeps swinging his bat. I said, no, he's leaving the ball. He's missing it, man. I said, no, he's one of the best batsmen in the world, and he has a strange style of leaving the ball. Theatrical pulling away of the bat. In comes the bowler. And this is played towards mid-on, no run there. The scoreboard doesn't seem to be counting down the balls anymore now. It says 4 overs gone, 5 remaining. And it said that in the run into that delivery as well, so... I think we've got 1 ball left of this over. Maybe 2 actually, looking at that. Rushworth comes in and bowls. Davies plays it to short mid-wicket. And the answer is 1. End of the over. So, scoreboard's clicked down too quickly by the looks of things. 20 without a loss. 5 overs remaining. Hand gel time.
Final squirt of the day.
Oh, that one's shot up in the air.
Oh dear.
Didn't have control of me squirt there. Where's that ended up going?
It's gone everywhere.
Where did it go? Fired up in the air, but I haven't seen it land anywhere. What's that got?
Might get some scented hand gel, I think.
It gets a little bit jelly-like on the end, doesn't it? And it blocks the hole.
Need a little scented hand gel, I think, for the next game. Something strawberry or raspberry smell to it.
Stewie Pointer's on with the Durham hand gel. He's got the mask on, a wide-brimmed hat, surgical gloves, and a bib. He looks like he's about to do a bit of sandblasting.
England are 4 runs away.
Are they?
From... But they are now 7 down and just lost the wicket of Stuart Broad.
New ball.
4... Actually, no, No, Stuart Broad. Broad gone. Wilkes is still there on 80. So who's out next? Is it Archer? I think it is, isn't it?
Broad going for the match-winning sweep.
No, Bess out next.
Misses, and Yassir has him LBW. This sweep shot, you know, I don't know. That's going to have Fred Boycott going mad.
It's a little delay because Alex Davis is having his right hand looked at.
Yeah.
There's a bit of a finger issue at last year, but looks like he's all right. So,
what about this test match ending in a tie? Scores level and all the batsmen out.
I just think someone's going to clobber 1 for 4 and win it. It's Cars to Jennings and down the leg side.
Is he deliberately probing this leg side line in the belief that Jennings is a risk for a strangle down the leg side? What do you reckon? Or is he just not getting the radar right?
I just don't think he's getting it right. I mean, if it was a tactic, you'd probably put a leg gully in, wouldn't you, or a leg slip in, but I just don't think he's quite getting it right.
North East Premier League result, Ashington 199 for 8, Bladen 203 for 8.
Oof. Big game. Cast to Jennings. Oh, and that's gone flying past the outstretched glove of the keeper. It's gone for 4.
If this is a tactic, then get a fine leg in there.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
If it's not a tactic, then
I'd
he certainly needs to alter his line of attack.
Eckersley, who's been busy in these 5.2 overs. He's, goodness me, leaping around. Albeit Cars is testing his agility. That, actually, fair, that did swing, looking at the replay, didn't it? It did move a little bit for Cars. Back into Jennings. This time it's pushed across Jennings, who attempts to cut the ball, but chops it down into the ground. It runs through to the keeper.
Toe of the bat, that.
It was.
Reminder, we'll be back on with you tomorrow morning about 11:15. We'll play in this evening's post-match interviews. Who will it be? It's a big mystery. We shall see.
Jennings waits as Carson Poles. Yorker for Jennings.
Better.
Yeah, he brings his bat down and jabs it back down the pitch as the tall Lancashire opening batsman.
There's a group of Pakistani fans who've been playing in a band outside the ground
Yes.
on the platform of the metro system. Be careful though, if the marshals come and they haven't got a ticket, it's a £100 fine in Manchester, isn't it?
Or even just stood on the platform. I think you have to board the tram, don't you? To cast over the wicket. Jennings is defending.
I was reading a few months ago about the new app that you can download to buy your ticket to go on the tram system in Manchester. But in certain parts of the city there's no mobile phone signal, so sometimes people are being asked to show their ticket and they can't load it up.
England have won. They've got to their target of 277 with 3 wickets remaining. Here's Carson to Jennings. And through to the keeper. End of the over. 3 left tonight. Lancashire 26 without loss.
Andrew Sampson, the TMS scorer, most runs by England after the fall of the 5th wicket in the 4th innings to win a test. 215 against Australia at the Oval in 1902. 160 against Pakistan in Manchester today, and 129 against South Africa in Johannesburg in 1910. So that's not bad. Keith Waugh says, I've been a big critic of Butler's wicket keeping, but brilliant with the bat today. And he now says Woke's man of the match. Now Keith Waugh is from the Sunderland area, but was actually a professional goalkeeper for years, played for Peterborough and was at Watford I think for a while as well. Rushworth, new over for him, bowling to Davies, who goes for a quick single. Rushworth has to run in between him and Keaton Jennings to retrieve the ball, and flicks the ball backwards, and it hits Keaton Jennings' foot as he's running past the crease to safety. Sir Fred Boycott, superb victory for England, although the result was never in doubt. Quite a lot of people quite amazed that England have pulled that off there, even those watching the game. Looks like it's been quite a stressful day for them. It's been quite easy going here, bar the odd run out. This is the 7th over. We've had 1 ball of it so far. The left-handed Jennings on strike in the sunshine in Chesty Street to Rushworth, and that ball is played out to the covers. Burnham doesn't take it. He's racing across, and he's already thinking about the run out that he never actually manages to materialise because he never had the ball in his hands. Bounced out of his hands twice. Davies on strike on 7 from 15 balls, I think it is, or 18. That's up in the air, but it's safe. It's way down towards third man to Cars, 1 run. How many balls is that? And 20 now, so it was 19. Jennings has faced 21 for his 10. 29 without loss, Lancashire. Here on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Radio Lancashire.
Yeah, obviously a fantastic win for England. It's a superb win from the different positions that they're in the match, and congratulations to everybody back at OT for putting on another good test match.
Rushworth from the Lumley end, Jennings leaves that one. It goes into the keeper's gloves outside the off stump. Do you know anybody there? Do you?
A lot of hard work put into staging these behind closed doors, biosecure games.
If we are to cover a T20 game, then it could well be me and you doing it. Will we be in separate rooms? How will we do it? Because the rooms we normally go in are really narrow, aren't they?
Well, if there is to be any T20 cricket there, it will be right at the end of September.
Right.
I think they're not.
Rushworth to Jennings. Dot ball played back to the bowler by the batsman.
I'm not sure how certain they are of actually staging any T20 games at Old Trafford, but if there are to be some T20 games, it will be right at the end of September, from what I'm told.
Or a marquee in Egbert.
Or a marquee in Egbert, yeah.
Could play at Sedbergh. Kids will all be off on some holiday, won't they? Southport.
There's a few options on Liverpool. They played a Bob Willis Trophy game at Liverpool.
I've not been to a game at Liverpool. I haven't been to a game at Blackpool either. That's the other ground they use, isn't it? I used to. Rushworth round the wicket now to Jennings. Jennings forward to that one. And that is the end of the over. 29 without loss. Rushworth none for 5 from 4 overs, 2 of the maidens. Cast none for 22 from 3.
Yeah, it's a different game at one end, isn't it? When Rushworth's bowling at the minute, real test examination for the batsman. Carsey's just searching for it. In fact, I think he might be pulled out the attack. I think by the looks of it here. I think Ben Rain is going to have a ball instead, but you know, just not to be for Carson this little spell tonight, but I'm sure he'll come back well tomorrow. But it was just proving too costly. It just wasn't happening for him. He couldn't quite get his radar right, sending too many down the leg side. He struggled to bowl to Jennings.
What about this for pros? This was an undulating, unpredictable riot of a test match, a match which promised one thing and delivered another, as if blessed with Las Vegas sleight of hand. Sam Moore said, from the cricketer, reflect on another gripping day in this strange summer. That's almost
There's Rain for Durham in and bowling. It's wide of off stump, left alone by Davis.
Paul was here last week.
Edwards?
Yeah, that's almost Paul Edwards-like, isn't it?
Poetic. Well, I'll have the fun writing up the story and the reports of that test match, because that's been a terrific game of cricket.
Remember at Sedbergh last year, Paul for the first day looked really concerned and serious.
Here's Ben Rain right over the wicket to Davis. That's a good ball. Best ball of the day for Durham from this end.
I said, "Are you all right, Paul?" He said, "Well, 2 things, Marty." He said, I wanted to make sure everything's working, so I've got here early and it's working. And he said, "I just want to do the occasion justice." And he did. He wrote some fantastic pieces from Sedbergh last year.
He did, yep. Davis on 8, 29 without loss. Lancashire. Rain bowls, and that's left by Davis.
I did feel sorry for one person last year, who was the photographer who they sent up the hill to get the picture above the ground. The hill was 1,600 feet high.
Just have a wander up there.
It took him all morning to get up there.
It'd be a cracking picture. Just have a little stroll up there.
And then there's the Manchester-based reporter who was camping in a farmer's field, wasn't it?
Rain to Davis, wide again, through to the keeper. Yeah, Jamie Bowman, he brought his tent, didn't he, to have pitched his tent.
There's 2 days running where I got stopped by the cows on their way to milking and had to sit there for a few minutes while they wandered down the country lane. The second day I pulled right across to the hedge, so the cows had one obvious path to go, and one of them still squeezed down the side of my car between the hedge and the car. And I thought if it loses its feet here, it'd probably crush the car.
Shadows cast as Rain comes in and balls, and Davis works it a little opishly into the onside, just off his hip. Bounces up to mid-on where Rushworth fields, and there's no run. Yeah, Lancashire were due to play Middlesex in a 50-over match there this year. I had my little room booked in the pub, but I had to cancel that. Maybe next year. Good start this by Ben Rain. Durham having to make a change, try and cause a few questions, a few problems at both ends. Shuffles back into Davis, who's forward in defence. And that completes his over, so he started with a maiden, Ben Rain. At 29 without loss, Jennings 10, Davis on 8. And we've got 1 over remaining in the day's play. It's been a good day's cricket, and we're ending in sunshine as well. Little chilly, mind you. 2 jackets being worn now by the backroom staff from both sides. See Mark Chilton stood in front of us. Bright sunshine to see the end of the opening day of this Bob Willis Trophy game. Jennings to face it, and Rushworth to bowl it.
It is a lovely night now as Rushworth comes in and bowls. Left alone by Jennings with an that was obviously close. We are at the moment to the left-handed Jennings at fine leg as we watch this one. See how close this was on our TV. As a reminder, we'll be back tomorrow 10:45 on air live with the commentary from 11. You can listen via the BBC Cricket website or the Sports app, or indeed tune in to live event 2 on TuneIn, the app, which allows people to listen around the world, or indeed the Durham and the Lancashire websites. As Jennings plays this down into the ground on the offside, and Rushworth's quick in there to collect it. And we have live action TV footage for you with our commentary interwoven. 7 cameras around the ground. They've linked up their 5 cameras to the statisticians' 2 cameras, so you've got fixed cameras at either end, plus a number of other cameras around the ground. 2 on the roof. There's 1 down below us somewhere, 1 over in the pavilion in the members' balcony, another 1 at the far end of the ground in the corner. Rushworth to Jennings, he bowls, Jennings deals with that one, plays it up to Rain at mid-on, no run. The sun is just starting to reflect off the floodlight pylon in the middle of the pavilion, at the back of the pavilion, and reflecting it towards us, and it's catching the handle of our window. So a beautifully gorgeous day, and we've been in the cold indoors, probably catching a cold as well. Rushworth to Jennings, and it's another dot ball. Jennings plays that to Rain again at mid-on. 29 without loss, been a couple of maidens.
Good from Rushworth, this, isn't it, though? Making Jennings play, trying to make it as difficult as he possibly can, these final few deliveries.
Jennings drives at an over-pitched ball from Rushworth, and that's away past the bowler up the far end of the ground, probably for 4. The rope's in quite a way. There it is, it's gone for 4.
Nice shot, wasn't it? Just ease into it and pushed it back past the bowler.
5th ball of the over, the first scoring shot from it. Comes Rushworth again. Jennings looks to flick that away on the leg side. It hits his thigh pad and comes to rest. And that is the end of the day's play. So We have seen Durham all out for 180, 66 from Alex Lees, nobody else really getting any runs. Ben Rain making 23 not out at the end of the innings. Extras 37, second top scorer, 7 players failing to get to double figures. Tells a story of another disappointing day with the bat with Durham, and they had 9 overs to bat out this evening, Lancashire, and they've got their 33 without loss. So Jennings has 14 and Davies has 8. And that is that for the day here in Chester Street. Join us again tomorrow then, on air from 10:45. We'll have reaction from today's play from both camps, which we'll play in before the day's play starts. As the tractor tows the covers towards the middle, we will say goodbye for the day. Thanks for listening to us. See you tomorrow.